of each of the two groups of members who are present. I declare the motion passed.
第二項議員議案。
Second member's motion. Motion under Article 73(9) of the Basic Law. I now call upon Mr. Leung Kwok-hung to speak and move the motion. Mr. Leung Kwok-hung. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, in accordance with the rules of procedure, I'd like you to do a head count of the number of members present.
梁國雄議員。
Mr. Leung Kwok-hung. Thank you, Mr. President. As I'm one of the movers of the motion, I will read out in detail the motion so that everybody understands it, including those members of the pro-government camp. Whereas not less than 1/4 of all the members of this council have jointly initiated this motion charging the Chief Executive, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, with serious breaches of law and or dereliction of duty, and whereas the said Mr. Leung Chun-ying has refused to resign within a reasonable time, this council, in accordance with Article 73(9) of the Basic Law, hereby gives a mandate to the Chief Justice of the Court of Final Appeal to form and chair an independent investigation committee to investigate the alleged serious breaches of law and or dereliction of duty and report its findings to this council. Particulars of serious breaches of law and or dereliction of duty of the Chief Executive, Mr. Leung Chun-ying. Charge 1. Intentionally giving false statements and answers in this council in dereliction of the constitutional duty under Article 61 and 64 of the Basic Law to be accountable to this council as the head of the government of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region. In his conduct while being the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region, Hong Kong SAR, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, in violation of his constitutional oath to uphold the Basic Law in the office of Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR and serve the Hong Kong SAR conscientiously, dutifully, in full accordance with the law, honestly and with integrity, and in violation of his constitutional duty to be a person of integrity, to implement faithfully the Basic Law and other laws of the Hong Kong SAR, and as the head of the Hong Kong SAR government, to be accountable to this council, has committed an offence of intentionally giving false statements and or answers to questions put to him in this council. In all of this, Mr. Leung Chun-ying has acted in dereliction of his constitutional duty under Articles 61 and 64 of the Basic Law to be accountable to this council and to answer questions raised by members of this council honestly and with integrity as the head of the government of the Hong Kong SAR. Charge 2. Engaging in a course of conduct in serious breach of Article 47(1) of the Basic Law. In his conduct while being the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, in violation of his constitutional oath to uphold the Basic Law in the office of the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR and serve the Hong Kong SAR conscientiously, dutifully, in full accordance with the law, honestly and with integrity, and in violation of his constitutional duty to be a person of integrity, to implement faithfully the Basic Law and other laws of the Hong Kong SAR, and as the head of the Hong Kong SAR government, to be accountable to this council, has engaged in a course of conduct designed to delay, impede, cover up, and conceal the fact that he had willfully corrupted and manipulated the electoral process of the Hong Kong SAR and undermined the integrity of the Chief Executive election 2012, which he won by dishonest means, namely by making materially false and or misleading statements. The means used to implement this course of conduct included one or more of the acts particularized hereto. In all of this, Mr. Leung Chun-ying has been in serious breach of law, namely Article 47(1) of the Basic Law, which provides that the Chief Executive must be a person of integrity, dedicated to his or her duties, and has been in dereliction of his constitutional duty as the Chief Executive, in that he has undermined the integrity of his office, has brought disrepute on the office, has betrayed his trust as the Chief Executive, and has acted in a manner subversive of the rule of law and justice, to the manifest injury of the people of the Hong Kong SAR. Charge 3. Serious breach of law by culpable misconduct in public office in directing, causing, authorizing, or permitting the office of the Chief Executive-elect to make false and or misleading statements in response to public inquiry. In his conduct while being the Chief Executive-elect of the Hong Kong SAR, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, having been appointed by the Central People's Government as the fourth-term Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR on the 28th of March 2012, and in the course of his public office as the Chief Executive-elect, has willfully misconducted himself without reasonable excuse or justification, in that he willfully directed, caused, authorized, or permitted the office of the Chief Executive-elect to make materially false and or misleading statements to the public in response to public inquiry about the unauthorized building works at his residence at house numbers A and B, number 4 Peel Rise. In all of this, Mr. Leung Chun-ying has been in serious breach of law through the commission of the common law offense of misconduct in public office. Now, on all these charges or unconstitutional acts, I'd like to offer you the details. Number 1, at the session in this council on the 16th of July 2012, Mr. Leung Chun-ying said the following. By this statement, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, I wish to reiterate that in regard to this incident, there was gross negligence on my part, but I've never concealed any possible contraventions. Instead, I sought to deal with all the problems immediately by dismantling some of the UBWs in 1 or 2 days. By this statement, Mr. Leung Chun-ying made a false and or misleading statement to this council, that he had never deceived the public or concealed anything from the public regarding possible unauthorized building works, UBWs, at his residence at house numbers A and B, number 4 Peel Rise, that is the properties, when he actually knew that the illegal room in the basement of the properties and the brick wall therein were UBWs, and that the public did not know about their existence at all material times until the publication of his written statement dated the 23rd of November 2012. Number 2, by the same statement set out in number 1 above, Mr. Leung Chun-ying made a false and or misleading statement to this council that he had already dealt with all the possible UBWs at the properties immediately, when he knew that he had been ignoring the 4 letters from the Buildings Department requesting for information about the brick wall in the basement of the properties, and thus failed to deal with the illegal room in the basement of the properties and the brick wall therein immediately. Number 3, at the session in this council on the 10th of December 2012, Mr. Leung Chun-ying said the following. On certain aspects, admittedly, I should have done better, but I have never done anything to deceive or to conceal, even on matters which may cause some feeling of sensitivity among people. I have already given a clear and full account. By this statement, Mr. Leung Chun-ying repeated a false and misleading statement to this council that he had never deceived the public or concealed anything from them regarding UBWs at the properties, when in fact he knew that he had done precisely that at the session in this council on the 16th of July 2012, as set out in paragraphs 1 and 2 above, and when in fact he knew that from or about the 21st of June 2012 to late November 2012, he had concealed from the public, first, the existence of the illegal room in the basement of the properties. Second, the brick wall that he erected in November 2011 for the purpose of concealing the said illegal room in the basement of the properties. And third, the fact that the Buildings Department had issued 4 letters requesting for information on the construction and purpose of the brick wall. So he made that statement in this council on the 9th of December 2012. Number 4, at the session in this council on the 10th of December 2012, Mr. Leung Chun-ying said the following: I've never concealed anything and said that those UBWs were or were not built by me. Instead, I have clearly stated all the facts, and this has been the case since the end of June and up to now. By this statement, Mr. Leung Chun-ying made a false and misleading statement to this council that he had never concealed the fact that he himself had built some of the UBWs at the properties, when he knew that he had done precisely that in relation to at least an illegal wooden trellis, which he claimed through the office of the Chief Executive-elect on or about the 20th of June 2012, was already there when he purchased the properties, but which was later replaced by a glass trellis, whereas, as a matter of fact, both the wooden trellis as well as the glass trellis were actually built or caused to be built by Mr. Leung Chun-ying after he moved into the properties. The said statement from the office of the Chief Executive-elect was as follows. The relevant structure was originally a wooden trellis, which was in existence when Mr. Leung purchased the properties in the year 2000. Because of the severe damage by termites, the trellis was rebuilt as a simple structure of metal and glass. It is by its nature a glass canopy in the garden and is not an enclosed structure. It does not add to the area relevant for the calculation of plot ratio. Neither the plan of the original wooden trellis or of the rebuilt metal and glass structure was submitted, and no official from the Buildings Department had inspected the premises. After receiving inquiries from your newspaper last night, Tuesday, this morning, Wednesday, Mr. Leung, after taking professional advice, decided to immediately dismantle the said structure. The dismantling work was completed in the afternoon. Mr. Leung never intended to violate the building's ordinance. After purchasing the said property, he had only added a glass roof to the passageway, and at the time he took the initiative to apply to the Buildings Department for approval, which he did receive. Therefore, he believed that there were no UBWs at his residence. Otherwise, he would not have accepted media requests for interviews in front of the said glass trellis or in other parts of his residence time and again. This has been an inadvertent error, and Mr. Leung has also responded at once. At the session in this council on the 10th of December 2012, Mr. Leung Chun-ying said the following: President, there is a factual question here. To my memory, I have never said that I did not have any UBWs. By this statement, Mr. Leung Chun-ying made a false and misleading statement to this council that he had never said that there were no UBWs at the properties, when he knew that he had done precisely that on the 14th and 15th of May 2011, when he invited 2 groups of journalists to have lunch at his home and told them that there were no UBWs on his properties, and that that had been confirmed to him by 2 lawyers and an architect or surveyor. Mr. President, it's too long to finish the whole list. I tried my very best without even completing half of the charges. I would like you to surf the internet for the details. Later, I will reply in relation to this impeachment motion and air my views. Thank you, Mr. President. I now propose the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Leung Kwok-hung be passed.
Chief Secretary for Administration. Mr. Deputy, today, in a serious and prudent manner, I respond to the first motion under Article 73(9) of the Basic Law to entrust the Chief Justice of the Court of Final Appeal to form and chair an independent investigation committee to investigate the alleged serious breaches of law or dereliction of duty and report of its finding to the Council. And this is the third part of the previous 2 occasions when legislators move motions to set up a select committee to investigate into this case, and also another motion. Legislators voted against the previous 2 motions, and I believe that they have reflected the general public sentiment and view. Similarly, I ask legislators today to vote against Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion. I would like to reiterate a number of factual points. On the 26th of July last year, the Chief Executive has said that he would engage a multidisciplinary team to look into the problem of the UBWs at his residence, so that he can give an answer in one go. At that time, someone has lodged an appeal, an election petition to the court, and the case was in sub judice. It was for this reason that the Chief Executive could not openly comment on this case in the Council, and he has said that this is not what he wanted to do. The Chief Executive undertook that on the 23rd of July that he would give a detailed written response to account for the happenings of this UBWs, and he also attended a question and answer session to answer questions in this regard. The Chief Executive admitted that he has not given he has given unclear explanations in this regard, and he apologized repeatedly to the public. And he undertook that he would be more cautious, and he will act with integrity to serve Hong Kong. And when the Chief Executive attended the question and answer session on the 10th of December, he also said that ever since there was press inquiry or report on the UBWs at his residence at the Peak, he has been cooperating with the Buildings Department to complement their work, and he has never intervened the department's work. Whenever there are problems identified, he immediately rectified them. When he explained about the UBWs, he at the same time directed the Buildings Department to follow up on the UBWs at his residence. He said in his answer that the Buildings Department has acted in an impartial manner. Still, there are people who cast doubt and challenged the impartiality of the buildings. And the Chief Executive apologized for the criticisms caused to the department, and the Chief Executive has already given a responsible answer. The procedure to move a motion to impeach the head of the government is a serious procedure and have to be dealt with prudently. The previous two motions is a motion of no confidence and a motion on setting up a select committee to investigate into the chief executive. They have been voted against, and I do think that there is no need to move this motion today. And in fact, there are many voices in society that said that the society and the administration and the legislature should not waste any more time on this matter, and they should divert their attention to deal with problems of livelihood and also policies. The chief executive, since he's assumed office, has been leading his team to promote Hong Kong's economic development and societal development to improve people's livelihood. In the 6 months after he's taken office, the chief executive has announced a series of measures, including measures to curb the influx of pregnant men and women to come to Hong Kong to give birth, and to enhance the special stamp duty and buyer's stamp duty, and to set up the Poverty Commission, various other measures. The Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG's government is a responsible government, and there is less than 1 week before the chief executive's policy address. There are still a number of matters that have to be resolved, say for example poverty, housing, aging population, environment, etc. People expect people to stop the political attrition so that more substantial work can be done to improve the livelihood of Hong Kong. The administration strongly object to the motion moved by Mr. Leung, and I will respond after I've listened to members' speech.
Scary fan. Do I understand that I have 15 minutes? Thank you. President, in 2004, a day before the Taiwan presidential election, Chen Shui-bian was suspected to have been shot, and he won the election out of sympathy. And there was an episode that was orchestrated by Chen Shui-bian himself. In Taiwan, this was taken very much as a warning. David represents glory, and David cannot rely on wits and intelligence to get David. We have to have the right character, and in order to get the power, one has to have integrity, the right caliber, and the ability to defend people's interests. It's no good to rely on lies and mud raking and so on to beat the opponents. Chi-wai LEUNG relied on lying, mud raking, in order to turn the election around. In this election, which was dominated by a small circle of voters, and he clinched this throne of the chief executive by these means. Now, he is very much a person who is like a thief shouting out for someone to catch a thief. I mean, he doesn't have the right caliber or integrity to become the chief executive. He lied upon taking office, and lied again to cover up the lies, and that dragged on for 6 months. We invited Mr. Leung to come here to offer an explanation, and there was an opportunity for him to admit to his mistakes and seek the forgiveness of the members of the public. But the chief executive resorted to political rhetoric and double talking. In May 2011, Chief Executive Chi-wai LEUNG said that all the structures were proved to be okay. But in December 2011, at the CE's question and answer session, he said that I didn't say I didn't have any unauthorized building works. Constitutionally, the chief executive has to be answerable to the LegCo. He has to be subject to the monitoring of LegCo. And he doesn't even want to fulfill these constitutional responsibilities. What does he have to become the chief executive? For the first time in history, the 27 pro-democratic members tried to impeach the chief executive. There are three major charges. The first one is intentionally giving false statements and answers in this council in dereliction of the constitutional duty under the Basic Law. Second, Chi-wai LEUNG violated his oath, and he didn't act in a manner which had fulfilled the element of integrity. Third, he directed, caused, authorized, or permitted the office of the CE-elect to make false and or misleading statements in response to public inquiry. President, this motion is not about UBWs, it is about integrity. President, in other civilized jurisdictions, if a leader lies to an assembly, then he has to step down to take responsibility. If we allow Chi-wai LEUNG to lie in the council tomorrow, it may be the CS who will be lying. Day after tomorrow, it may be the FS who will be lying to LegCo. If nobody is being frank and honest about public policies, then LegCo would lose the ability to monitor the government. Earlier, Mrs. Fanny Law, EXCO member, said that the integrity of the chief executive is not important. What is important is his abilities. We all know that integrity will have a bearing on policies, and the chief executive has lost the confidence of the people of Hong Kong. How can the people of Hong Kong have any faith in someone who doesn't have any integrity, for him to be true to the policies? How can we allow such a person who doesn't have any integrity to preside over a Hong Kong with billions and billions of reserves? How can we trust Chi-wai LEUNG to be defending Hong Kong people's interests? Dr. Sun Yat-sen said that it's only with integrity that we can form a country. It's only with integrity that we can form the world. Political leaders should have integrity as well as caliber. Over these UBW issues, the Chi-wai LEUNG is morally bankrupt. There are problems with his character. In terms of abilities, there are problems. Upon being elected, he has committed all these blunders: national education, Long Bay Beach, setting out Hong Kong in NT Northeast, interpretation of the Basic Law, CPU interfering with academic freedom, stopping inability to stop the parallel good traders, and the appointment of Lau Kong-wah to be the Undersecretary. We have seen the 140,000 people taking to the street on New Year Day, and they impeached by a show of solidarity, impeaching the chief executive. This is the 10th anniversary of the 500,000 people march in 2003, and the activism has developed, and this is because people would like to have a just and clean government. They aspire for They want to keep the freedom of speech. We've seen the express rail movement, the Cheuk-yan village, and a movement against the grey goods traders. And to the younger generation in Hong Kong, we have to defend our home. A happy home is not about blind pursuit of wealth and profits. We do need to have the ethnic dimension, the moral dimension. We do value the core values of Hong Kong. We like to defend the core values. President, I know that half of us are from the FUNG constituencies. There are so many loyalists in our midst on this important political issue. They don't really enjoy independent thinking, but leap to the defense of the administration. We can anticipate the failure of this motion today, but Let's Go is an important body representing popular opinion. We do have the constitutional obligation to come forward and pursue this matter seriously and turf out the chief executive through this motion. Only then shall we be able to reestablish our political ethics. Only then will we be able to restore people's faith in the SAR government. President, with these words, I conclude my speech. I support the impeachment motion.
Mr. Ronny Tong. Mr. Deputy, today is a very important day in terms of the history of the SAR, and this is also a day of shame. It's not just in Hong Kong, but for the entire China. This is the first time ever that a local chief has been subject to an impeachment procedure. First of all, Mr. Deputy, I have to make it clear. Many from the media and many people in the community are saying that today's motion is an impeachment motion. This is not correct. This is actually an allegation motion. Under the Basic Law, a motion of impeachment can only be moved after the Chief Justice has completed his investigation, and then through a 2/3 majority vote of this Council, then the motion will have to be passed on to the central government, and then the Chief Executive can be impeached by the central authorities. But then today we are talking about the triggering of an impeachment procedure. This is the first step. And under the Basic Law, we will have to move a motion, and then certain allegations will have to be made. Mr. Deputy, the word impeachment itself does not represent that we are going to remove the chief executive. The word impeachment is a Latin word, and the intention is to allege or make allegation against an individual, and according to the original interpretation, it means a challenge of somebody's integrity or credibility. Under the Basic Law, we are actually implementing something that is similar to the US presidential system, not one that is similar to the parliamentary system in the UK. And under the US system, the leader and the Congresses will have to act in a state of check and balance, and therefore there can be an impeachment against the president. And of course, in the US case, the president is elected by the majority party or the ruling party in the states. And if the leader commits a blunder, then the party itself can also ask the president to step down through its internal mechanism. But then under such an impeachment mechanism, as there is check and balance, the Congress has this duty. If it finds that there are signs to show that this leader done something unbecoming of his position as the leader of the state, then the Congress must exercise its duty to check the performance of the leader and trigger this impeachment procedure. And therefore, the ultimate check procedure is this. Or else, how can you check the act of the chief executive? And the second point that I have to make clear is that this impeachment mechanism is not based upon the capability or caliber of the chief executive, because the basic law makes it clear. That is, if the chief executive is not capable of discharging his duties, then you can impeach him. But then we also have to understand that when it comes to a person's capability or caliber, it's difficult to assess. Well, many people might think that Mr. CH-Tung is incompetent, but then how can you prove that? It's difficult. All right, Mr. Deputy, the reason why I said that this impeachment mechanism is based on somebody's conduct and integrity rather than his capability, we can look at it from the perspective of the basic law, but then I would also have to make it clear from the outset that just now the Chief Secretary for Administration said that in Hong Kong we do have many livelihood issues, and therefore please do not bother to go through this impeachment procedure. Why don't you give him the room to do his work? And there are also those in the pro-establishment camp and people in the community. Actually, there are many protesting outside. They are saying that why don't you give him the time to make use of his capability to serve the community? I think this is a complete misreading of the impeachment mechanism under the basic law, which is the very spirit of the basic law. Even if this person is competent, even if he's capable, but then if his conduct is not able to meet the minimum requirement under the basic law, then he should be subject to impeachment. Mr. Deputy, even Emperor Qin is capable because he was able to unify the state. He was able to introduce a number of measures which marked history. So it's not about his capability or otherwise. It's about he is able to meet the requirement under the basic law. That is the minimum requirement with regard to his conduct and his integrity. Then, Mr. Deputy, you will ask, where does it say in the basic law that he will have to meet certain requirements in terms of his integrity? Well, yes, the basic law has not mentioned too much about this, and the only thing that we can find is under Article 47, and it only uses very few words to describe the conduct or the integrity of the chief executive. It says here, the chief executive of the HKSAR must be a person of integrity, dedicated to his or her duties. In other words, he must not be corrupt. But then, what's meant by dedicated to his or her duties? Does it mean that so long as he is able to report to work at 9 and work till very late in the evening, then he's already dedicated to his duties? It's strange. If you read the English version, the wording is different. In the English version, it just says that he must be a person of integrity, dedicated to his or her duties. In other words, this person has to be a person of integrity, and he will make use of his integrity to discharge his duties as the chief executive. Mr. Deputy, we should not just refer to the Chinese version of the basic law. We should also be looking at the meaning by reading both the English and Chinese versions. So, by saying that he has to be a person of integrity, it means that you have to have good conduct before you can take up the post of chief executive. And when we go to Article 73(9), if a motion initiated jointly by 1/4 of all of the members of the LegCo charges the chief executive with serious breach of law or dereliction of duty, then the council may pass a motion for investigation and so on and so forth. So for breach of law or dereliction of duty is also not about his capability. That's the basis of what I said when I stood up to speak. So when it comes to capability, this is of no relevance in the consideration of whether a person is fit for the job of a chief executive. But then so long as there is a serious breach of law, then it means that his conduct is problematic. And if there is dereliction of duty, then it shows that he is not competent to take up the job. And the Chinese and the English version here is different, because in the English version it talks about dereliction of duty, and the strict interpretation is that he has not done his job properly. He has not done a good job. But then what does that mean? It means that the office has been put into shame. So it's a disgrace to the position, or he has put the name of the post into disrepute. So if somebody did that, then the people of Hong Kong will find that unacceptable. And if that's the case, then that would already constitute what it means under Article 73(9). That's the basic allegation under Article 73(9). The wording of our motion is very long. Some people say that it's too lengthy and wordy. But then the concept behind this is very simple. That is, as a Hong Kong person, to have somebody like that to be our chief executive, do you think or do you feel ashamed of it? I feel ashamed. I don't know if, Mr. Deputy, you would feel the same. But then 80% of the Hong Kong people think that he has lied, and still he is taking up this post. And of course 80% of those think that he has lied, and half of them think that he should step down, and the other half think that yes, he has lied, but then given the fact that he is supported by the central authorities, why don't you allow him to continue on in his job? But then it's beside the point. It's your wrong political judgment as to whether or not he will be staying. But then if you think that he's lying, and Hong Kong is being led by somebody who has no integrity, who is integrity bankrupt, and who is a liar, so he is somebody who has taken up this post as the chief executive, and he has already put his post into disrepute. And under 73(9) of the Basic Law, then he should be impeached. Once again, I'd like to say that in the articles, there is no mention of the word capability. So please do not stand up and say that, all right, Chi-wai Leung is competent, he's capable, he'll be able to do a good job in terms of housing and poverty alleviation. That's not the determining factor. The determining factor is whether, in terms of his quality, has he met the basic requirement under the Basic Law. Mr. Deputy, in our allegation motion, in fact, there are 3 main points. Initially, when Mr. Leung Kwok-hung said that he'd like to impeach Mr. Chi-wai Leung, I personally had grave reservations about this. I actually came out in public to say that there's no basis for such an impeachment, because at the time, Mr. Leung Kwok-hung was referring to this act of lying. And that was done before he assumed office as the chief executive. And as I said, the chief executive would have to meet certain basic requirements in terms of his conduct. But then for somebody who lied before he became the chief executive, but then after he assumed office, he might have turned over a new leaf, and afterwards he might have become a person, or he might have become an honest man, then he would not have committed this problem. But then, as a politician, the most important quality is integrity, not least if he's the chief executive of the Hong Kong SAR. And what's more serious is that if he continues to cover up, if he continues to lie, then he would have committed, or he would then have breached the basic requirement under the Basic Law. That's why, with regard to the impeachment proposed by Mr. Leung Kwok-hung before, and the motion under discussion today, I think the focus is on what Chi-wai LEUNG did after assuming office. In particular, when he came to this council, in attending the question and answer session, he continued to lie. All right, people might feel that actually, you might think that he lied in this council. Actually, he also lied outside this council. Why? Do you think that it's more important when he lied to this council? Actually, he lied wherever he goes. But then, in attending the question and answer session at this council, that's one of the duties stated in the basic law. That's one of the important duties of the chief executive. He has to come to this council. He has to answer questions raised by members in this council. And therefore, under the circumstances, he was discharging his duty as the chief executive under the basic law. And if he failed to meet the basic requirement or the minimum requirement of the basic law, then he was derelict in his duty. That's why the distinction is we have to look at what Chi-wai LEUNG has done since taking up his office. And in the annex to the motion, we have set up all the facts, and they all show beyond doubt that we have already got sufficient evidence to prove that this Mr. LEUNG has already breached the minimum conduct requirement under the basic law. Mr. Deputy, just now what I said was an allegation, because ultimately whether this allegation can be substantiated would have to be determined by an investigation committee to be formed by the Chief Justice. But then there is no way that we should vote against this, and therefore I urge members to support it.
Mr. Charles Mock. Mr. Deputy, this afternoon we will exercise our right under Article 73(9) of the Basic Law to move this motion to initiate this impeachment against Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG, who has serious dereliction of duty and yet has refused to resign. This may be regarded as an ultimatum or the last resort in dealing with state leader of no integrity. Some people may say that the pro-democratic camp is just making political gestures, putting up a show, but this is not really the case. Our impeachment motion has clearly set out the different charges against Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG in a reasonable and a legitimate and a legal manner. We have initiated this motion to oust Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG, and this is a more serious matter than our previous vote of no confidence. And this is a power granted to us constitutionally. As representatives of the people in this council, when faced with this scenario, we do have the duty to initiate the impeachment mechanism. Let me repeat once again that as legislators, this is our constitutional duty. When we have seen serious violations of the law by the chief executive. This is certainly not a political show. However, starting from the initiation of this mechanism to real impeachment, rarely has it succeeded in history. This is the first time in this council where an impeachment mechanism is initiated. This goes to show that we do not take this step lightly, and nor can we do it casually. For instance, regarding the 37th president of the U.S., Richard Nixon, in 1974 he faced impeachment, but because of the Watergate incident, but subsequently was forced to resign before he faced the Congress. However, that also made him the first U.S. president to resign. And closer to the time, the 42nd U.S. president, Bill Clinton, where we talked about him, people will think of his sex scandal, because he gave false statement in relation to that case. And in 1998, he became the second U.S. president who faced impeachment. His impeachment motion was passed by the Congress. However, it was vetoed in the House of Senate, and so he could evade the fate of being ousted by impeachment. But if we compare Bill Clinton and Chi-wai LEUNG, the scenarios are rather close. Both have given rise to scandals because of personal conduct, and they try to hide their mistakes by using lies and have to face impeachment subsequently. However, Bill Clinton better than Chi-wai LEUNG in a few ways. First, Mr. LEUNG's case is more serious than that of Bill Clinton because after the sex scandal, Bill Clinton still had very high popularity because of his obvious achievements during his term, and he had the recognition of the U.S. people. However, for Chi-wai LEUNG, since he resumed office, his popularity has always bordered along a bare path. He hasn't done a lot politically, achieved a lot politically, and how can we tolerate such a chief executive to remain in office? Furthermore, Bill Clinton was elected by the U.S. people, whereas Chi-wai LEUNG was returned in a small circle election by 689 votes. So that's why I say Chi-wai LEUNG's case is more serious than that of Bill Clinton, because his lies have directly or indirectly led to his election. So this has gone beyond the question of his personal conduct. This is about a public officer who is a leader in Hong Kong, and this is about his integrity. Therefore, I have every support for the motion. We all know full well that the chance of this motion getting passed is close to zero. I talked about other examples in other jurisdictions. I think we face a smaller chance than those cases. Still, we press ahead with this motion. Even if it is defeated, this is a very important move because we have to put Chi-wai LEUNG's name in history so that people in Hong Kong and our future generation can remember how Chi-wai LEUNG has come to this state because of lies to cover his unauthorized structures, and he is the first CE to face impeachment in Hong Kong. This is similar to what happened in the U.S. in 1974 and 1984. Now, 1998. Now, nobody said that it was a waste of time for the two U.S. presidents to face impeachment. Why do we impeach him? Because integrity is a person's moral obligation. If you have no integrity, that means you have no ethics at all. So Chi-wai LEUNG might have become the chief executive in Hong Kong. Yes, he's not a man of integrity. This is a very bad example for children in Hong Kong. To put his name in history, I think we should use this C, who is a liar, to teach our next generations that it's wrong to tell lies. And a legislator who supports such a lying C is also wrong, and history will tell what's right or wrong. Well, on New Year Day, there were 130,000 people who took to the streets to ask Chi-wai LEUNG to go. So-called, who is so familiar, who are usual supporters of rallies, did not go. It was okay, but then media reports of the supporters were very disappointing and regrettable, although the names of the kids were quoted, but I don't want to name the kids. An S3 secondary school pupil said that he would see whether Chi-wai LEUNG could deliver in his administration. And according to the newspaper, this little girl, who is still a primary student, said that she's been waiting to be allocated a PRH flat for 3 years, and he said that she doesn't mind whether the C was lying, so long as he could help her to get a peerage flat. I'm not blaming them because children get their values from adults. I just want to blame adults who have planted such values into these people, and also the sentiment, this idea of Unitarianism in society. Some of the pupils said that UBWs would not affect his governance or administration. The fact that he has concealed his UBWs to cheat his way up to the CE post, how can we trust him anymore? Why should somebody pay a CY supporter $250 each in a pro-CY rally? Even the police claimed that there was only 3,000 or 8,000 people in the rally, but according to the organizer, there were 60,000. The loyalists here, perhaps they have followed the example of LEONG, Kwok-hung, and perhaps they can be present. They can appear of such a few more than one personalities in a gathering. That little girl said that she did not care about the conduct of CY LEUNG so long as he could help her get into a peerage unit. An innocent girl has become so practical, so I find it very sad. Confucius said that you should not be changed by poverty or by power or by authority. I think he was teaching us to uphold, to stand up to our principles, and adults should teach children these values. We should not teach them to jeer at poverty and not prostitution. I want to tell this little girl that being poor is okay. We should not we should not support CEO with no integrity, because simply he can pull you out of poverty. Anyone who is the CE should have the duty to help to alleviate poverty and to help the grassroots. We should not just pin our hopes on such a person. And then the next day after the rally, Ho Hei-hwa of Soko changed his stance. He said that he would not support CY LEUNG. As we all know, a year ago he was a supporter of CY LEUNG, and even now he was disappointed with CY LEUNG, and he said that there was no concrete proposals from CY LEUNG to help the poor. Even a CY fan feels that CY LEUNG is not trustworthy, and even the pro-establishment camp thinks that perhaps their integrity would be queried, and you can tell how strong, how solid the support is. And for supporters of CY LEUNG, they are only saying that we should give them a chance. Having UBWs is not a cardinal sin, and we should allow him to deliver. This reminds me of the corruption of Taiwanese President Chen Shui-bian. When his crime was exposed, his supporters also said that, well, where can you find a president who is not corrupt? Well, do we want Hong Kong people, our younger generation in particular, to harbor such false and wrong values? In the previous two motions, I said this, and I want to repeat again. CY LEUNG used liars, used a pack of lies to hide his mistakes just for the sake of his self-interest. He has put his own interest over the general interest of Hong Kong, and this is disappointing and very bad. So we have listed out our justifications in the motion. He used a pack of lies to hide his UBWs, to attack Henry Tang so as to make himself successful in the campaign. So what's left of fairness? What is left of the little fairness? The small circle election has been removed. and he has no regard for the integrity expected of the CE, and he just wants to remain in office. He's so selfish, and this kind of conduct is totally unacceptable. And it will have profound implications on society and our political scene. When we don't have moral and ethics, there will be no justice. There will be no justice in society. We cannot allow a person with no integrity and ethics to continue to be the CE. Mr. Martini, whom I respect very much, said in a forum on Friday that even one day is one day too long for someone to remain in office if he has obtained his office by crook. So I urge members to support this motion. Thank you.
Dr. Kwok-che. Mr. Deputy, as the representative of the administration said, this is unprecedented as a motion to impeach the CE. In fact, this is a day for everyone in Hong Kong to feel ashamed and sorry. First, we have a CE who was returned and elected by a small circle of voters. 689 members of the election committee voted him into office. And then in the past 6 months or more, the CE, as witness, failed to be honest, and without integrity, there's no authority. I refer to a story in the novel, The Three Kingdoms. Mr. Zhuge Liang scolded Wang Lang, and Wang Lang died because of that. You are acting like an idol figure, and the evil power prevail in this court. And you are among such evil and degraded court. So Wang Lang died because of the harsh criticism of Mr. Zhuge Liang. Well, that's of course just fiction, but it's very apt in describing the situation in Hong Kong now. It has been said that Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG is a talented person. So, however much lying he has done, for example, I didn't have any UBWs, said he, we have to tolerate this person. The Chief Secretary for Administration has 2 children, although she is very busy. I don't know whether she has noticed that many families took to the street in the New Year's protests when the parents were interviewed on why they had to join the protests. Well, they make very clear response, and one of them had a door with a long nose. The parents said, I had to come out because we should not tolerate lying. We should tell our next generation that we should not tolerate CE who lied to become CE. So many parents turn up. And now we know this CE who has no integrity has cheated to get the CE position. And now he refuses to go. He has shown no integrity and moral sense. And now the royalists in this council are ready to show him and protect him. Mrs. Carrie Lam said the vote of no confidence was rejected. Of course not. Let's look at this council and how the members are returned. Half of us are returned by functional constituencies. We have the bicameral voting system. And basically, even when something is clear-cut as to whether it's right or wrong, it's not going to be acknowledged in this council as such. If you say that a decision made by this council represents public opinion, you are slapping the public on their faces. When can we have universal suffrage? It's the time when we can say, or you can say, that a motion passed or not passed by this council will represent public opinion. After Chi-wai LEUNG assumed his position, it's been said that he's quite capable. Let's review what he has done in those months, and also what he has done to make everyone sorry. National education. He wanted to ram this through so unprecedentedly. Parents, teachers, and other citizens had to hold a protest rally outside this council. Thousands upon thousands of people came out to protest against the introduction of national education. We know the proposed curriculum was aimed to turn us into slaves and not conscientious citizens. Instead, our people will be taught to be timid yes-men. When we raised the question of lack of land for housing, the administration responded by introducing the Northeast NT development plan in an attempt to hasten the integration with the mainland. And that's really a political mission. When Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG conducted his electioneering, he promised our elderly that there would be a way to protect their livelihood after their retirement. And it's also said that there will be an enhanced doubled fruit money scheme. And now he's in office. He changed the scheme into one called elderly livelihood living allowance. Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG said he would be paying attention to the housing property speculation and supply. But after he has assumed his office, what we can see is soaring property prices. When we are so concerned about divided threats, one of his bureau secretary and his subordinates told us the other day that subdivided threats in Hong Kong to serve useful purposes. How careless are these remarks? When people's livelihood takes a turn for the worse, we see that the MTRC and the two bus companies want to increase fares. When we don't want to ask people to pay high electricity tariffs, the two power companies are now proposing the hefty increases, and they also said more would come in the coming 2 years. And now we want to improve environment. The government responded by introducing the long-made artificial beach. When we want more residential properties to be developed, the government introduced the revitalization of industrial buildings. As a result, many small and medium-sized performing groups are driven by high rent out of such industrial buildings. Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG has just been in office for a few months, but we have had enough. Some would think that he is a capable leader. Let's take a look shortly after he assumed the office of CE, a bureau secretary had to step down. When he appointed another one to take the place of the previous one, it's found out that this particular secretary was engaged in the business of subdivided flats. And one of the executive council members was found to have sold his properties to evade these newly introduced SSD and BSD. And now we also know that he has appointed a candidate who lost in the electoral election to be an undersecretary. According to Mr. Alan Lee, is called recycling. From all these, can we say that this is a government team that would create a better future for Hong Kong? I don't know what to say about this, and I feel sorry for the officials there. You know that you are in a miserable situation. You know that the CE has been lying, and still you have to try to say good things for him and to exonerate his wrongdoing. And it's been said that we need someone to do the job for us. That's why I'm so much more worried. A man with integrity cannot really lead us to overcome the difficulties ahead. You know, intricate benefits are involved in Hong Kong. We have collusion between government and business. We have the property hegemony. The government is holding a reserve of 2.6 trillion. We still remember vividly how corrupt the previous CE was. There's no authority without integrity, and there's no authority for officials if they have no authority, and there's no way we can count on them to improve our well-being. Against this background, members are now moving this motion on impeachment. This is only responsible. We are just being responsible. It's not like what Mrs. Carrie Lam has said. We are trying to take it out on someone, or we are doing this for private benefits. There's no private benefit whatsoever involved here. When we look at what kind of lies have been told by the CE, we have to be amazed by his skills of lying. In 1979, he purchased the house in the Tung Tau Wan Road, and he got involved in UBWs ever since. And he could say that the Pew Rise House was the first instance. And then when asked about the reasons why the UBWs were not tackled, he said that the building plans have been lost. And then he could also break up this underground space, saying that the UBW was handled and it no longer existed. More outraging is that he accused Mr. Henry Tang, his opponent in the CE election, that the problem was not about UBW, it's about integrity. But your fans, the fans of the CE and the loyalists are saying that this is about UBWs, not about integrity. And there are more than 1 million UBWs in Hong Kong. So there's no problem. Well, they are trying to turn truth on its head. If we do not move this motion, we would have failed those who have voted for us. We would have failed our people. We cannot tolerate a CE to be in office and be our leader who has no integrity. And I don't believe that it takes only the CE and no one else to lead us. We rely on the rule of law and our system and reliable and honest civil service. There lies our future. The first CE was rather incompetent, and the second one rather corrupt, and still the sky hasn't fallen down. We believe in the system and in the civil service that we have. We believe they will be the basis of sound and reliable governance. After this impeachment is passed, we should turn our attention to universal suffrage so that we can elect a CE with integrity. Although the motion might not be passed today, in our estimation, but I think people understand what's going to happen in this council or in the community. Not very long ago, your time is up. Well, this is a poster asking for Mr. C.Y. Leung to step down. Please be seated. Your time is up.
Mr. Kin-yuen, President, before and after electoral election, I didn't expect that within 3 months' time, after we took office, we would have to activate this impeachment mechanism to deal with these serious breaches of law and dereliction of duty on the part of C.Y. Leung. This historical record is something that I'm part of. We don't feel proud of being part of this historical record. It doesn't do us proud at all. When Mr. C.Y. Leung explained his UBWs, he committed serious breaches of law and dereliction of duty. He didn't fulfill the constitutional duty. He doesn't measure up to his role as chief executive. Under Article 79 of the Basic Law, if 1/4 of all electoral members jointly initiate a motion charging the chief executive with serious breaches of law and dereliction of duty, and the chief executive refuses to resign within a reasonable time, then this council can give a mandate to the CJ to form and chair an independent investigation committee to investigate the alleged serious breaches of law and dereliction of duty and report its findings to this council. And then with 1/3 of support, we can start impeaching the chief executive and report this to the NPCSC. And there are 5 major hurdles for this to happen. We are through with the first hurdle, and that is we have secured 1/4 of the members initiating this motion. As regards the second hurdle, we need to have this motion carried today before we can give a mandate to the CJ to form and chair an independent investigation committee. It is a bit of a tall order for this to be carried. Under the existing mechanism with the defense of the loyalists and also with the split voting system, it is impossible for us to carry this motion. It would be as difficult as asking the tiger for its skin. Even if there are slip-ups on the part of the loyalists, and we get this through, we still have to clear the third hurdle. It's only when the investigation committee submits a report and the chief executive refuses to resign that we will go to the fourth hurdle, and that is we need the 2/3 support before we can achieve anything. We do have a lot of functional constituency members who are not returned by one man, one vote. I think we will not be able to get any further than that. We will not be able to go to the fifth hurdle, that is reporting the whole thing to the NPCSC. I talk about these procedures, and I know full well that we enjoy negligible chance to carry this motion, but we're still attempting the impossible. We attempt the impossible because we want to get a clear message across to the Chief Executive that the 27 pro-democratic members and the people of Hong Kong who support us do not have any faith in this Chief Executive anymore. He doesn't have the ability to rule Hong Kong anymore. He doesn't have the credibility anymore. He should step down straight away. The 27 members who initiated this motion to raise 3 charges regarding the serious breaches of law and dereliction of duty. The first charge is that Chi-wai LEUNG intentionally gave false statements and answers to this council in dereliction of the constitutional duty under the basic law to be accountable to this council. Second, he has breached the requirement of him to be acting with honesty and integrity, and also he has undermined his own credibility, and he has breached the trust as Chief Executive, and he has hurt the people of Hong Kong. Also, without any reasonable excuses and justification, he willfully misconducted himself. He willfully directed, caused, authorized, or permitted the CE-elect office to make materially false and or misleading statements to the members of the public. Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG has been in serious breach of the law through the commission of the common law offense of misconduct in public office. All the details are set out on the web. We also run an advertisement in the newspaper in order to keep a historical record and to keep the public aware of the whole thing. Mr. Deputy, there are some suggestions that the only thing that can absolve Chi-wai LEUNG of the responsibilities would be for him to atone his sin with the policy address, and it's not hanging the offense, and he can compensate his wrongdoing with good deeds. And if he can put it off in the context of the policy address, we don't really have to talk about the UBWs. Now they're saying that to err is human, and we don't have to be hung up on this kind of wrongdoings. That the pro-establishment members are really promoting the policy address, but is this a kind of view that would go down well among the general public? Should we subscribe to this idea? I think those who have committed wrongdoing should be contrite. Otherwise, he should be punished. If someone has committed wrongdoing and doesn't have to be contrite, will the system be of sufficient have any sufficiently deterrent effect? It wasn't really a matter of negligence. It was a serious breach of the law and a dereliction of duty. People are really detesting Chi-wai LEUNG, and nothing in the policy address could compensate what he did in the past. So if you say that he can compensate his wrongdoing with the policy address, then I don't think it's simply not on. By comparison with other democratic jurisdictions, if there are officials who lie to at the assembly, then it would be a very serious breach of the law and dereliction of duty. The leader would resign without being compelled to do so. In Hong Kong, we don't have a democratic system. The chief executive and NETCO are not returned by full universal suffrage. And this is a chief executive returned by a small circle. and he committed wrongdoing, and he's defended to the hilt by an undemocratic legislative council. The design of this system is offering excessive protection to the chief executive. It's like some children being overly protected by their parents. And we're condoning what the chief executive has done. It would only undermine the sensitivity of the leaders. And they will commit mistakes after mistakes. It is the role of the LegCo to keep the chief executive on his toes. We have to make sure that there would be sufficient warning and reminder to the chief executive about the punishment. Only then will we be able to put the chief executive and his policies on the right track. We have answered to the call of our conscience. We have lived up to our constitutional duty and activated this impeachment mechanism. And I hope that this motion can be carried so that we can get on with the impeachment process. Only then can we maintain our faith in the constitutional setup of our system. Only then will we be able to keep the executive branch on its toes. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Dennis Kwok and others for drafting this document, clarifying all the relevant concepts. I'm sure that this is terribly important, a terribly important contribution to this whole process, and this is very important in this historical context. Thank you.
Dr. Helena Wong. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Some say that the Pan-Democrats are trying to kill 3 birds in one go, and we are making use of these procedures in order to prevent this council from doing its proper business. In fact, what we are dealing with is a very serious subject. What we are dealing with is the integrity of the chief executive in his office. Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG, in March 2011, during the small circle election for the chief executive at the TV forum, he actually attacked his opponent, Mr. Henry Tang, and this is what he said. Many people said that your unauthorized building works were not just about unauthorized structures, it's about covering it up. And it's not until when this was exposed by the media that you formally came out to tell the truth. So that was what Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG said in his attack of Mr. Henry Tang at the TV forum. So today we are saying the same thing to Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG. So your unauthorized building works is not just about unauthorized building works, it's about your lying to the people. And you actually stole the post by cheating. You knew very well that you also had UBWs, but then in November, when you made a statement to this council publicly, and that was on the 23rd of November 2012. And at the time, you said that about 1.5 years ago, that's between 2010 and 2011, you said that I invited friends from the media to come to my place to have meals, and then over meal, some reporters asked if I also had UBWs at my home, and I said no, because I've already asked some friends, 2 surveyors and 1 lawyer, to inspect my place, and therefore I answered the question, and I was not subject to any pressure because there's nothing that I needed to do, and because I bought the place myself, and therefore I do not want to involve other people, including the professionals, and therefore I take up the full responsibility for this, and me, CY, and I, CY Leung, will take up the full responsibility. But then in his statement, he never said anything at all about the two lawyers' firms, who they are, and also his surveyor friends, who they are. So, in terms of the facts, are those people real people? And if there are such people, then how come he's not able to provide the names of those who have been involved? If there are lawyer firms giving him advice, then how come he's not able to give the names? And how come he came out publicly to say that he did not have any UBWs, but then in practice he just covered up the UBWs by a brick wall? And even the buildings department said that to cover up this big hole was a brick wall. It's not a lawful solution to the problem of UBW. It's not a proper way to deal with the problem of UBW. Chief Executive, you lied. This is not an issue of UBW. It's an issue of integrity. Because time and again you said that you would be open and honest, but then actually you've repeatedly made false statements, and you try to lie to both the community and this council, and therefore your integrity bankrupt. Today, we have to impeach the chief executive. Whether we are able to formally go through this procedure, we still have to trigger the process. Over the past few days, I've received phone call after phone call, and my voters told me that Helena, at the motion on impeachment, you will have to vote yes to the motion. Today, senior officials, bureau directors, and secretaries, and also pro-establishment members, they are either not here, or they would just ask us to have mercy on the chief executive and let him off the hook. But then 27 pan-democrats here. Why do we have to stage such why do we have to do this in solidarity? That's because if you do not have the trust of the people, then there is no way that you can embark on your work. Well, often the time I talk about women's rights and issues, and very rarely would I be talking about Confucius. And people have been talking about this Confucius saying that you will have to have the trust of the people before you can have proper governance. I think we will have to refer to this. This is from Confucius, and it talks about Confucius' a student, and his student asked about politics, and Zigong actually consulted Confucius about politics and how or what does it take to have good governance. And then the way he put it was, how do we govern? And then Confucius just said in reply, he just used a few words. All right, if you want to build a city, and if you have to have well, you have to have enough security, you have to have troops. So if you have enough food, and if you have enough military force, then you will be able to have good governance. In fact, food, military forces, and integrity would be the three most important elements. But then Zigong continued to ask, and he said that if I ask you to single out one most important element, so what is the most important part of good governance, then Confucius said that, all right, out of the three prerequisites, if I have to take away something, then Confucius said in reply, all right, you remove the military might. In other words, I'd rather do without military forces, because we have to have enough food, and we also have to have integrity before we can rule the country properly. But then Zigong then did not stop there. All right, out of the two remaining, if you're forced to take out one, then in order to have good governance, out of the two, which is less important? All right. Confucius first said that out of the three, he would be prepared to do away with military forces. And then on this occasion, if he could only choose one out of the two, then he said that, well, I'll do away with food. In other words, he'd rather do without food. He'd rather go without food, without military forces, without food. Why would he say that? All right, without military forces, without food, then how would a country continue? But then Confucius said that even without food, even without military forces, the country will not last without integrity. All right, without food. From ancient times, all right, you die in hunger if you do not have food. But then, without integrity, then there'll be no trust there'll be no trust in a country, and there is no ground to stand on, and therefore the country will collapse. So that was what Confucius said many, many years ago, and that's the conventional wisdom. In other words, Confucius said that he'd rather go without food, without military forces, but then he cannot go without integrity. So, in traditional Chinese sayings, integrity is a very important virtue. And ancient people used to say that actually, for those who succeed, they have to have integrity, without which one cannot survive. And that's the most important virtue. And today, apparently, people are saying that, well, we can just let go of this. Integrity is the very basis of human, and this is also one of the virtues of traditional Chinese. In fact, Confucius emphasized that not only should people have integrity, and even if you're doing business, you should also have integrity. And both in China and elsewhere, we emphasize that whatever you do, you have to have integrity. And even if you're just a common, ordinary man on the street, you also have to have integrity. Even in Bible, it says that integrity is more valuable than wealth. And that's how one should conduct himself. And that's how one should conduct himself in doing business and whatever he embarks on. And if one does not have integrity, even if you're able to gain some short-term benefit, in the long run, you lose out. And for a government that does not have integrity, then it will not last. That's because only when you have integrity, you'll be able to win the trust and win the minds of the people. And only then will you be able to have good governance, and then you'll be able to benefit the people, and then you'll be able to serve the community. And if you do not have the trust of the people, then you simply will not stand. So, public trust is very important to the leader of a place and a country. But then today, I cannot but ask this question. For those in the pro-establishment camp, they come forward to cover up and defend Chi-wai LEUNG. They ask us to allow him to continue in his job. I think they are using specious arguments. Either they say that without him, who else can take up the office? And the next one might be even worse. I think this is an insult on the people of Hong Kong. Others would say that, why don't we have mercy on him? Why don't we give him a chance? Yes, he might have committed some mistakes. Yes, he's not good. But we should allow him the chance so that he'll be able to remedy the situation, so that he'll be able to make up for what he has done. But then, as we have said, without trust of the people, then you cannot continue in your office. And Chi-wai LEUNG does not have any integrity. Then how can he do a good job in improving people's livelihood? And if he does not have integrity, then how can he make us believe that his integrity and his words will be honored? Today, what we are talking about is about political morality and personal morality. And if those in the pro-establishment camp think that, all right, we can just brush over what he said, actually, we would be ourselves putting all propriety and institution into disrepute. And C.Y. Leung, as the chief executive, if he does not have integrity, then everything else will fall apart. The whole institution will fall apart. And actually, for these 160,000 civil servants in Hong Kong, we are actually sending out this message to them. All right, without integrity is not important. The most important thing is whether you're able to do a good job. So that would also do damage to the integrity of the administration. And that would also damage the credibility of the administration. Buildings Department came to this council recently to explain the situation to us. Can you see how bad it looks? All right, when members ask the director of buildings whether or not you have adopted double standards, all right, he said, I'm not from the LEUNG camp or the Tang camp, but then how come when you investigated Henry Tang's case, you were so detailed, you actually break up the wall in conducting your investigation? How come in the case of C.Y. Leung, you wrote 4 letters to him and he did not respond and nothing was done about it? So how come you did not break down his wall to see what was inside? How come you did not ask him whether or not his witnesses were real? And why did you not investigate it as a criminal case? How come you did not doubt his integrity? How come you did not doubt his credibility? And as a university lecturer, as somebody who teaches liberal studies, I do not want to send out this message to our students that integrity is not important. By hook or by crook, lying without integrity is okay, so long as you can do a job. If that message is sent out, then this council will see is set a state. That is, there will be a collapse of all the virtues and morality in this council. This is really the saddest thing that could happen. And therefore, I sincerely support this motion of impeachment. And I hope that in 2017, when we have universal suffrage for the chief executive, we can have one man, one vote.
Mr. Albert Ho. Mr. Deputy. Today we have a motion to impeach the chief executive. This is unprecedented. Of course, this motion is different from a vote of no confidence. Well, we can use our political judgment. We can judge him by his competence, his morality, his integrity, and ask him to resign to show the responsibility. However, this motion to impeach the CE is initiated under the procedures laid down in the basic law. It's both a serious and solemn matter. Once again, I want to thank the team of lawyers led by senior counsel Mr. Martini, Mr. Dennis Kwok, and also other lawyers in helping us to draft the motion. They have set out in details the justifications and the facts we rely on to point out that C.Y. Leung doesn't possess the minimum qualifications, the basic requisite to be a CE, and he has not acted in full accordance with the law and in a conscientious and dutiful manner. Since he cannot get the trust of this council, how can he lead Hong Kong into the future? And therefore, we must discharge our very important constitutional duty and put this on record. Whether the motion gets passed or not, we believe all our remarks will be put on record. To date, C.Y. Leung has only termed the whole thing as being gross negligence on his part because he had not handled his UBWs properly. But as we all know, this is not really the nature of the whole thing. it was just like his accusation to Henry Tang is a matter of lies. Lying is a matter of integrity, not about illegal structures. He's not just lying. He has been lying. He has been lying time and again. He did not just lie before his campaign, during his campaign. He's continued to lie after he got elected, after he has assumed office. The lies have been set out in our document to impeach him. Of course, these lies do not just involve himself, but it involves how he has got to this present position using lies. And many of his lies were told in front of the media, to the public, and even in this august chamber when we had the Q&A session. So it's really unacceptable. Mr. Deputy, if not for the exposure boldly by a certain newspaper, and that is Ming Pao, that Chi-wai LEUNG had UBWs at home using an aerial photo, leading to the discovery that there were over 10 UBWs in his houses during the CE election. If not for that, I'm sure the whole thing would still be concealed. Let's not hope or expect that he can deal with his UBWs law-abidingly and fairly. So this is a very serious matter. As one of the CE candidates, of course, I have very strong feelings about this. At the election forum, I witnessed how Chi-wai LEUNG accused Harry Leung, or charged him with the remarks that he was not just having a problem with UBWs, but a problem of integrity. What was I thinking? Well, I thought that now, once again, you have been dealt a fatal blow at your weakest point, and therefore you really have no hope. I never imagined back then that Chi-wai LEUNG was crying wolf. It was the kettle calling the pot black. And just a year ago, or just a year before half a year before the election, he told the media that he had no UBWs. I'm sure he knew this full well when he was accusing Henry Tang, and that's why Henry Tang said, how could that have happened? And after he got elected, Chi-wai LEUNG was found to have UBWs in this place. At first, he used various sophistry to mislead the public, stalling his reply, and he denied once and again. And at the end of the day, he said that even if he had UBWs, he would deal with them immediately. Let's just talk about the 300 square feet illegal room in his basement. He used a brick wall to conceal it, and he thought that the UBW no longer existed. So this has shown us how he has used a brick wall to hide many lies that were unknown to the public. Even so, in June last year, when BD staff inspected his houses, he deliberately concealed the UBWs. He deliberately evaded He deliberately hid the concealed illegal room, bricked up with a wall, from the BD staff. He did not follow the instructions of the BD. He subsequently received 4 letters requesting for information about the brick wall, and yet he chose not to make any reply to any of the letters. He, of course, made known of that afterwards, and his explanation afterwards was that because of me, or Albert Ho had an election petition and was worried that replying to the inquiry from the BD, he would prejudice judicial justice. And using the same reason, he rejected very strong calls from the community to come clean and to answer questions in relation to UBW openly and honestly. There were very fair comments made by the media. So what if there was an election petition going on, so long as what you say is true? Because there can only be one truth. Whether you say it in front of the council or to the media, to the community, or in court, it will just be the same story. What's wrong with it? Will the judge or me, will I stop him from telling the truth? Well, he chose not to tell us the true story back then, or he chose not to reply to the letters of the BD because he did not want any further evidence to be revealed affecting the outcome of the lawsuit. He did not want the evidence to affect his odds. If he had replied to the 4 letters, it would become relevant documents in the election petition. Assuming that he really had to reply in that case, the documents would have to be produced in court, and then the judge could see more clearly that his statements and accusations to Henry Tang during the election campaign were all lies. So everything was calculated. This has made him even more unpardonable. In the electoral question time in last December, Chi-wai made remarks that revealed his true thinking. You may regard it as a Freudian slip. He said that, to my memory, I have never said that I did not have any UBWs. Of course, that caused a sensation. He did say in the past that he had no UBWs. And then on the next day, he knew that something was wrong, and he supplemented by saying that what I meant was during the election campaign, I have never said that I did not have any UBWs. This goes to show that during the campaign, he knew very well that he had UBWs. He knew full well. And yet, he still attacked Henry Tang very forcefully, dealing another fatal blow to the reputation of Henry Tang, and was able to turn the odds against himself, and then as a result he got elected to the CE post. He knew very well, he knew for sure about all the UBWs in his houses. He had not fixed the UBWs properly, and all the UBWs had existed in the whole process. So he said, I had not said this and that. But he knew. I think what he meant was, I knew it in my heart, I just didn't say it. This is a classic, or this is a very good illustration of how corrupt he is, and how little integrity he has. If people think that the facts in the documents are wrong, are not just and not fair and should be challenged. Well, even if the motion is carried today, the next step is for the Chief Justice of the Final Court of Appeal to lead a team and investigate the whole thing. Perhaps the investigation can vindicate him if he has the courage to face the truth, the facts. But I don't think he has the courage to face the facts. The pro-establishment camp, officials who support him, or Chi-wai LEUNG fans do not have the courage to face the facts. What they want to do is follow the footsteps of Chi-wai LEUNG. They just want to break up they just want to conceal the facts with a brick wall. What we fear most in Hong Kong is Hong Kong becomes more and more like the mainland in culture. We become influenced, or we don't want to be influenced by the communists. We don't want mainland officials to point fingers at us, to say this and that about our institutions. We don't want to catch the culture and the values of the mainland. We don't want the political culture under a unitarian state, totalitarian state. They don't care about justice. They don't care about procedural justice. They don't care about the means so long they get what they want. We don't want systematic lying. I think what Chi-wai LEUNG has done is gradually moving towards this culture. How can he get our trust? We have a CE whose integrity is being challenged. How can he lead Hong Kong to face the future and to face the coming challenges? No matter where Chi-wai LEUNG goes, cries of protests will follow him. People will ask whether you are sincere in proposing this and that, whether we can trust you. He will only face queries, challenges wherever he goes. Please do not condone such acts anymore.
Dr. Joseph Lee, Mr. Deputy, as the leader of the SAR, the C has repeatedly provided false information to this council and to people. He has committed acts of dereliction of duty. He has also directed his office, the CE's office, to provide misleading or false answers. This is a serious dereliction of duty. Therefore, I support and also I sponsor this motion. I hope that the mechanism can be triggered in order to ask the Chief Justice of the Court of Final Appeal to form an independent investigation committee to carry out the second stage of the impeachment. Of course, this motion may not be passed. We have a few charges. The first one is really about the CE's accountability to this council. He should honestly answer members' questions. But on a number of occasions when he responded to questions on UBWs, he did not honestly face up to our questions and give a clear account. Instead, he gave false and misleading answers. He did not show respect to this council, and therefore he has failed to fulfill his constitutional duties to this council. He told a lot of lies in his responses. He repeatedly said that he did not try to conceal anything or to lie about his UBWs. But actually, when he knew there was UBWs, he did not give an account in July. And in November, he had no choice but to disclose the fact to the public, saying that the UBW had been handled. And then he did not respond to the 4 letters from the Buildings Department. So he did not deal with the UBW immediately as he claimed. And in October, he repeatedly said that there was no cheating, there was no concealment. But actually, he repeatedly concealed that there was another underground space in his house. And he also said in this council that I have never said that I did not have any UBWs. But actually, he said that there might be UBWs or there might be no UBWs, but his remarks were ambiguous. So, was the CE showing any respect to this council? He insisted that there was no concealment, but actually he did not give full and accurate answers. If these were not misleading or not cheating, then I don't know what is cheating and what is false statement. What are the criteria and standards of those? The CE did not fulfill his constitutional duty and be accountable to this council. He did not honestly respond to our questions. He deliberately told lies. He failed to fulfill his constitutional duties. If the CE could lie in this council, how could he be accountable to this council? So obviously, he has violated the basic law insofar as Article 60(1) and Article 64 are concerned. With regard to charge 2, although he was found to have UBWs, he did not respond in an honest and forthcoming manner. And also, he attacked his opponent in the CE election. He even said that the opponent had a credibility on integrity problem. So he won the elections with an dishonest means. And therefore, his qualification to be the CE is now in question. Also, he interfered with the freedom of the press. When Ming Pao wanted to publish a report on his UBW, he phoned the chief editor to try to intervene. This goes against his duty to be a man of integrity and discharge his duty honestly. When we were told that he break up the underground UBW, he thought that that would be the end of it. He did not announce it and tell people about it. That was a deliberate concealment, and it was obviously against the building's ordinance. If the CE broke the law, how could he be a CE with integrity and be a model in law, in complying with the law? The CE repeatedly concealed the facts. He resorted to sophistry in cheating the public. It's something untoward for a CE, and this has seriously undermined his qualification as a CE. He should be someone who would conscientiously and dutifully discharge and serve Hong Kong, discharge his duties and serve Hong Kong SAR. That's why under charge 2, he has violated Article 47 of the Basic Law. As regards charge 3, repeatedly he instructed the CE office to respond to public inquiries about his UBWs, to give misleading statements, so that when the CE office responded to inquiries, they said that the UBWs were already there before he moved in, and then the underground space was about 200 square feet. Those were not true facts. So it's not unintentional. It was deliberate cheating. Such misconduct, such misleading statements are most improper, and he has violated the rule of conduct for a public official. The CE is an important post, and repeatedly he gave misleading statements or false statements to mislead the public. So it's against the Basic Law's requirement that the CE should serve Hong Kong dutifully and conscientiously, and should be doing this in accordance with law and honestly and with integrity. Therefore, we think the CE is guilty of serious misconduct or dereliction of duty. President, maybe this time the motion is not going to be passed, but I hope the CE will certainly learn a lesson from the case. Well, I have recently read this book, 资治通鉴, and I would like to remind the CE by quoting some passages from the book. There's a one by Sima Guang saying that the laws will come back to haunt you. This is the vernacular version, I must add. Integrity is the most valuable treasure of the ruler. Without trust and integrity, no one will follow your rules. Without your people to support you, you cannot maintain a state. Therefore, ancient rulers never try to cheat any people. And good rulers never cheated the subjects. And those who are good at maintaining a prosperous family would never cheat their family members. Only those who would do the opposite, cheating your own people, your father, your brothers, so that there's no trust between people, and that's the road to the degradation, to degradation. So how can you not be sad if integrity leads to all such undesirable consequences? In the ancient, the princes kept their promises, such as Aiman Gong and Qin Mu Gong, who kept their promises and gave rewards to those who acted in accordance with the prince's request. When there were so many states in competition, they'd always regarded honesty and integrity as an important matter for all states. I hope Sima Guang would remind the CE of the importance of integrity.
Just now, the honourable member was citing Chi-wai Gong. Mr. Kenneth Leung, Mr. President, today I've not prepared a script, but I'd like to mention my feelings and observations. I was elected by my functional constituency. Many pan-democrat colleagues criticized the functional constituencies. For me, Mr. Leung, Kwok-hung, and the other pan-democrat colleagues are moving this motion, which I support. For professional, we believe in independent and objective judgment. After deliberation, I felt that I should support this move. Integrity is the highest standard among accountants. Without integrity, our professional work will not be acceptable to our clients. Therefore, integrity is not just a moral standard. It's also what a politician must abide by. It's a standard to be observed by professionals. Today, we have a solemn moment after the handover, and it is the first time in this chamber that, in accordance with Article 73(9) of the Basic Law, that we're moving such an alleging motion. I agree with Mr. Ronny in his remarks just now. The motion itself is not an impeachment motion. This alleging motion, in accordance with Article 73(9) of the Basic Law, is only the first step of a series of procedures. Even today in this chamber, we have the support of GC members as well as some FC members, such that the motion is carried. We can only move on to stage 2 of the whole process. That is, the LEGCO can give a mandate to the Chief Justice of the Court of Final Appeal to form an independent investigation committee to investigate into the UBW incident of Mr. Leung Chan-ying and the false and misleading statements as well as acts of Mr. Leung Chun-ying. On a number of occasions, Mr. Leung Chun-ying said that he would be frank and sincere and be accountable. Now, if this motion is carried, we'll be giving him a very good chance to Mr. Leung Chun-ying, such that he can be frank and sincere to the people of Hong Kong. Now, this independent investigation committee to be formed by the Chief Justice of the CFA will be a best opportunity for him to be frank and sincere. Well, after the exposure of the UBW incident of C.Y. Leung, my colleague, Mr. Albert Ho, lodged a petition, an election petition, and this council also moved a no-confidence motion on the CE. We also invoked the Electoral Powers and Privileges Ordinance to try to investigate into the UBW incident of the CE. Why is it that our colleagues have been pursuing this issue endlessly? It's not that we would like to waste the time and money of this council or taxpayers. It's just because this incident is really too serious. To the whole leadership of the SARG, this incident will have far-reaching implications. That's why we continue to pursue justice. The objective of the whole series of action is not to conduct political censure. To the contrary, the objective of this series of actions is to hold the CE responsible for his UBW incident and false and misleading statements as well as lies, politically, administratively, and morally. If a CE of an SAR does not have to be held accountable constitutionally, politically, and morally, then the core values of the city will vanish, and society will lose its insistence on justice and integrity, and the people of Hong Kong will lose a model. If a CE can act like this, how can we teach our younger generations? Under Article 73(9), an impeachment motion can be moved. Under the Basic Law, if this council wants a last resort to act as a check and balance against the administration, that is the last resort. Under the existing structure, this motion is only the first step, but chance is very, very slim for this motion to get carried. Nevertheless, I understand that the general public and my constituents have their own thoughts about the acts and behavior as well as remarks of Mr. Leung Chun-ying in the past few months. I think there is a consensus. I have to be accountable to my constituents. I have to support Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion. If a CE does not have integrity and morality, then insofar as his governance is concerned, no matter how good a blueprint he has in terms of administration, is doomed to failure, because a competent, moral person with integrity will not work together with a person with no integrity, no morality, and no competence. Will there be mutual trust between them? Will the people of Hong Kong trust the future acts and behaviors of the CE? As for electoral colleagues, in future, will they query the eligibility of the CE in exercising public powers and rights? And when he exercises such rights and powers, will he be impartial? And in future, when he is to introduce motions to this council, will we query that he has a hidden agenda? Now, all these will result in great difficulties in the governance of the CE. Well, people have said that Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG may be an able CE and we should give him a chance. But as Mr. Ronny Tong said, today this motion is totally unrelated to ability and competence. Our colleagues cited an example, that is Qin Shi Huang and Hitler. They're able persons, they're competent. This motion is absolutely not related to competence or ability, because Article 73(9) of the Basic Law says that if the CE is in serious breach of law or dereliction of duty, we can move such a motion. The most important expressions here are serious breach of law and dereliction of duty. And then under Article 47 of the Basic Law, the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong SAR must be a person of integrity dedicated to his or her duties. I would like to say something about what dereliction of duty is. In the Chinese and English versions of the Basic Law, we're using different expressions. In the English version, the expression of dereliction of duty is used. Given my limited legal knowledge, if a public officer, if a CE, exercises his public powers, if he puts his personal interest first, that is, he is not exercising his powers bona fide, that is, he exercises his powers nulla fide, then the accusation of dereliction of duty will basically be established and substantiated. In the motion debate on the no confidence motion against Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG, some of our colleagues hoisted the policy address of Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG, saying that if we drive away the CE, nobody will be there to implement the policies. In actual fact, in this world, nobody is indispensable, including the incumbent CE. We have a perfect executive system and legal system. We have in this council political parties with foresight and competence. We don't need to worry about nobody will be able to fill the post. In the election manifesto of the existing CE, it was actually group work. It's not totally drafted by Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG. I think Dr. David Akers-Jones said that Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG had already apologized 21 times to the public. So why should we still be so harsh to him? Why can't we be more generous? Well, let me explain. This is not a question of generosity or harshness. That is not the criterion. Let me tell you a story. In 1982 in London, I interviewed for my first job. At that time, a friend who interviewed me was the first female partner of the biggest accountancy firm in the world, known as Miss Black. I was very anxious about that job, but that's my first job. After the 30-minute interview, I asked her a question. I asked, people recruited by your firm are the top-notch graduates throughout the world. How are you going to assess the future performance and behavior of these graduates? Her reply shocked me and made me understand that in this world we need a very high standard. She said, if you perform well in this company, it's your duty. We all expect every one of you to do your utmost. I'd also like to say this to the CE. It is the CE's duty to perform well. Every citizen hopes that the CE can perform well. And then this partner who interviewed me continued to say that every year we'll do an appraisal with you. Every year, when we promote our professionals, our professional employees, we'll see whether they've committed any mistake and what mistakes are made and how you rectify your mistakes. Of course, for these remarks, since that's my first job, I was actually dealt a blow because my mistakes will be counted. After 7 years in that firm, indeed, that was the attitude of the firm. Everybody tried to do his or her very best, and that's our duty. So if we adopt such an attitude towards Mr. Chi-wai Leung, it's not harsh. As I said just now, the second step is for the Chief Justice to set up an independent investigation committee. So if he considers him correct, that will do him justice. Thank you.
Mr. Dennis Kwok. Mr. President, today is the special day in history. However, it is a regrettable day because since the establishment of the Hong Kong SARG, this is the first occasion when legislators move a motion of impeachment against the chief executive. I am one of the people who drafted the motion. I have the duty to explain to the public the content of the motion and to explain the rationale behind. Charge 1. Charge 1 is the most important charge in the motion of impeachment. This is about Chi-wai Leung as head of the government intentionally gave a false statements and answers and in dereliction of the constitutional duty. In his written statement issued earlier, he admitted that back in October 2011, he was aware that there was an illegally constructed helper's room. And on the 16th of July last year, when Chi-wai Leung came to the council for the question and answer session, he said that I would like to emphasize that in the relevant allegation, there was a gross negligence on my part, but I have never concealed any possible contraventions. Instead, I sought to deal with all the problems immediately by dismantling some of the UBWs in 1 or 2 days. However, later we found that in November 2012, when he issued the written statement, he admitted that there was another UBW, which is an illegally constructed basement. That means that in July 2012, when he came to the council to say that he never concealed any possible contraventions, it was a lie made willfully. It was a false statement given in dereliction of the constitutional duty of the CE. When we drafted the motion, we have to consider what are included in dereliction of duty in the basic law, and what is the definition of dereliction of duty. We have drawn reference from the parliamentary system all over the world. There is actually a bottom line. Whether it is a British system, the US system, Australia, Canadian system, whether it is the Westminster parliamentary system or a presidential system, the bottom line is the same, which is integrity. Under Article 60 and 64 of the Basic Law, the chief executive, as the head of the government, has the constitutional duty to be accountable to the Legislative Council. By lying to the Legislative Council, he has failed to be accountable to the Council, and this is also a conduct that constitutes dereliction of duty. No matter how good the system is, if someone does not respect the system, in the end, the system will be destroyed. The chief executive openly lied to the Council. This is disrespect to the system and to the Council, and in a way destroying this constitutional system. Can you imagine that government officials can lie to the council to mislead legislators and public, how can legislators be expected to monitor the government as the public expected us to do? And there are checks and balances, a separation of power. The administration is accountable to the public, accountable to the council, which is accountable to the public. There are always systems and mechanisms in place in overseas jurisdictions to avoid the system being destroyed. Erstine parliamentary practice in the UK has mentioned this.
Ministers give accurate and truthful information to Parliament, correcting any inadvertent error at the earliest opportunity. Ministers who knowingly mislead Parliament will be expected to offer their resignation to the Prime Minister. 引述完畢。即係話英國嘅議會。
That means that there has always been a parliamentary tradition in that if government officials or a minister or the Prime Minister has made false or misrepresenting statements, they will have to resign. And in the 1990s, it became a piece of legislation. In 1963, and there was a Primo affair, there was a lie told, and the minister has to step down. Back then, it was John Profumo. It was found that he engaged in extramarital affairs, and when he was being questioned by the House of Commons, he on repeated occasions denied the relationship. When the truth was told, he had to step down. He had to resign because he failed to perform his constitutional duty to give the truth to the Parliament. And in 1998, Bill Clinton was impeached. And in 2006, in Australia, Gordon Natal was proved to have lied, and he was impeached. If we come back to Hong Kong, so far we have yet to set up this constitutional tradition, and this is a golden opportunity. The chief executive, after having been proved that he has lied to the council, if he can go scot-free without having any consequences, then we have to reflect what example are we setting and what precedent are we establishing on this occasion. If principal officials and chief executive may openly lie to the council without having to bear any political responsibility, and we turn the other cheek, then we have to ask ourselves, how do we have to degrade ourselves for that to be unacceptable? How low should we sink for that to be unacceptable? When is enough enough? Charge 2. This is in relation to Chi-wai LEUNG's complete lack of conduct becoming of CE, the chief executive. Article 47 says that chief executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region must be a person of integrity dedicated to his or her duties.
A person of integrity.
The Chinese define integrity as 廉潔奉公. It also reflects that the chief executive will have to be clean, corruption-free, honest, and with integrity. However, Chi-wai LEUNG lied after he has taken office of the chief executive post, and during the election he has repeatedly lied. On the 16th of March, during the CE election debate, he accused his opponent, Mr. Henry Tang, and said that well, a lot of people said that your UBW problem is not just a problem of the UBW, and it is also a matter of integrity. And it was only when it was reported that you admitted to it. You have concealed this fact. I believe that the public is very familiar with these words. And at that time, both Henry Tang and Chi-wai LEUNG had UBWs at their homes. However, Chi-wai LEUNG did not say anything about his own. However, he attacked Mr. Henry Tang for this. Well, a lot of people heard this. If CY Leung was found during the CE election to have UBWs at his homes, I believe the result of the election would be very different. I recall the CS4A last year in December said, in reply to my oral question, said that the chief executive will have to abide by the highest standards of conduct and ethics and to set an example for the public. I would like to ask, what kind of example is our chief executive setting now? Charge 3. CY Leung lied in his personal capacity, and he made misleading statements. He also directed staff of the Office of the Chief Executive-elect to make false statements. In June last year, the Office of the Chief Executive-elect issued some untrue statements on his behalf. And the most likely cause is that CY Leung directed staff of the office, gave false information to the Office of the CE-elect. Staff of the Office of the CE-elect, without seeking proof, issued the response which contained false information. However, afterwards they did not clarify it. This constitutes a misconduct in public office on the part of CY Leung. The threshold of an impeachment is very strict. Article 73(9) states that that should be initiated jointly by 1/4 of all members of the LegCo, and there should be serious breach of the law or dereliction of duty, and the CE refuses to resign, and only then can a motion be moved. And we have to prove that, and if we believe that there is dereliction of duty of the CE, or he's suspected to have committed dereliction of duty, however we sit on our hands without doing anything, then have we performed our duties as legislators? 2. I must emphasize that the various charges I have set out, the FUNG is not on the UBW of CY Leung. We're not saying that he has UBWs as his home, that's why he has committed serious breach of the law, that's why he has to be impeached. No, that is not the case. What we're talking about is that he came to the council on UBW issues, repeatedly lied to the council. He has committed dereliction of the constitutional duty as the chief executive. Number 3, some people criticized people who move the impeachment motion to be just rehashing on the same issue and wasting our time. What we're saying is that he should not have been elected in the first place. He should not have been our chief executive. And that is, and now that he's our chief executive, that is a waste of time. People who have voted for him, and if you object to the motion of impeachment, you are repeating the same mistake, and you are indeed wasting time. Today is a battle between rule by man and rule of law, and also the constitutional duty. When on the mainland, people started to talk about a constitutional system on the mainland, we should not be regressive. We have to defend our constitutional system and the rule of law. Some loyalists said. Some loyalists are of the view that they will have to protect CY Leung today, and the cost is the destruction of our constitutional system, and that indeed is the rule of man. We have to protect and defend the system. It is more important than protecting anyone, because we know that we have good governance in Hong Kong, and that is built on the good system and not on man. So I think that people would like to see our constitutional system and a rule of law to continue, and not for it to change into a rule by man.
Assembly Lao. President, I rise to speak in support of Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's amendment motion under Article 73(9) of the Basic Law. Many said that this basic law has conferred upon us the power And this is the first time in the history of Hong Kong that we've invoked this power. I'm grateful to Mr. Dennis Kwok, Mr. Martin Lee, and all the rest of the lawyers who worked so tirelessly to put together this impeachment motion. President, they said that they have had 20, 30 drafts of this motion. They took it so seriously. Some spent sleepless nights. Some didn't sleep a wink. Some slept a couple of hours putting this together. I'm so immensely grateful to them for that. Now, we have to tread very carefully in this regard. Some said that we have to impeach him. The Democratic Party said we have to be careful with that. The Article 73(9) of the Basic Law said that if a motion is initiated jointly by 1/4 of the members, charging the CE with serious breach of the law and dereliction of duty, and if he refuses to resign, then we can move this motion. So the Democratic Party looked very carefully at that. In December, Mr. Chi-wai moved the no-confidence motion on C.Y. LEONG, but that wasn't done under 73(9). The chief executive said something and did something that lost people's confidence. Now, some went so far as to say that we had to invoke Article 73(9) of the Basic Law to initiate this impeachment motion. We have to be very careful about it. We have to make sure that we have the conditions right. I'm grateful to Mr. Dennis Kwok and other lawyers who worked so tirelessly, conducting research and so on. Now we have more than 10 pages of this motion. We have delivered this to the chief executive looking for a response. We have to make the people of Hong Kong aware of the content. Of course, we have posted this on the web, and we have pooled money to run advertisements in the newspapers. We hope that those who are sensible enough would have a look at this motion. President, basically the motion is about the chief executive losing faith among the people of Hong Kong, and this is a very serious dereliction of duty. Not only did he lied his way to his post. As of today, I've heard from a lot of members of the public that this was ridiculous. Even before Henry Tang appeared on radio, many found this wholly preposterous. Albert Ho made the point a moment ago that he was clever enough to catch Henry Tang in his act, but in fact, when he was saying this, he committed a similar act himself. Isn't this wholly shameless? How can the civil servants face up to the situation? The CS said a moment ago that the chief executive regretted that the civil servants had to bear so much pressure because of this. Well, this is not good enough if the chief executive has done something that is detrimental to the civil service in Hong Kong. But this is a civil service system that has been praised by the mainland all these years. Maybe someone will have a good laugh out of this. Now we are getting mainlandized, as it were. Some said that some held up Hong Kong as a shining example, but in Hong Kong we are becoming like mainland. A lot of what we have, they also have in the mainland. Now, maybe some said that the saga shows that the chief executive doesn't have a big mansion to live in, whereas the mainland officials are all living in big mansions. Now, the civil service system in Hong Kong means that we do pin very high expectation on these senior officials. Article 73 of the Basic Law makes it very clear that if you have enough number of members moving a motion, in the case of serious breaches and dereliction of duty on the part of the chief executive, we can start and activate this mechanism. This is why we are debating this today. Now, some said that this is a waste of time, this is a lost cause in the first place. Now, in 2003, Mr. President, the massive rally. Now there were so many people who were drenched in sweat. They were dressed in black, and you ask people whether they could stop the Article 23, and they would say that they couldn't do it, but they still would take part anyway. There were so many wealthy people who took part, lawyers, accountants, all these partners in the law firm, senior partners, people from the business circle. They all thronged the streets in 2003 because they saw something wrong with the entire issue. Is this a repeat of 2003? I mean, this is not the same as Article 23 legislation, but this is still something that we take very seriously. Like some members said, the way Chi-wai LEUNG is behaving is a bad example for the kids, not just for kids, but for everybody all around. The people would turn around and say that if Chi-wai LEUNG can do it, I can do it. What's wrong with doing it? And some members as well. And Ms. Chung might say, should we sack him? I look forward to Ms. Chung's performance in just a few moments. Well, I think we have to lay all the cards on the table. Today, the CS said that many members of the public do not see the need for any more debate on this. We've had a number of debates, and for 9 hours on one occasion, and we were defeated. We don't really want to waste any more time. We should devote our energy to livelihood issues. In fact, she mentioned a number of issues, like the mainland women with no connection to Hong Kong, the visit by those with multiple visit visas, and Hong Kong land for Hong Kong people, and so on. I'm not sure what this policy address is going to be talking about. Now, we are suggesting that we should amend the Basic Law. Some said that we have to interpret the Basic Law. I mean, this will not enable us to resolve this mainland pregnant women issue. Now, the mainlanders a visit to Hong Kong, and also the parallel goods in my constituency. There's so many hundreds of thousands of people who are protesting, and they find it difficult to do their own shopping. The stamp duty, it was mentioned that there is a bill introduced to this council earlier on today, and the tycoons are really up against it. Now, what we know is that the property prices are soaring through the roof, and there are so many subdivided flats in Hong Kong, and the government officials came here and said that there is a role for these subdivided flats in Hong Kong, and the CS said that all these issues have been resolved. I think we are really scratching our head why she said that. Also, the CS mentioned that the civil servants are under tremendous pressure, that's for sure. Now, it's no good for the chief executive to express regret. I'm not suggesting that he should go so far as to disempower himself, but he has to step down to take responsibility. There is an editorial that said that the government census data are faked. What credibility do we have left? Now, this is not a newspaper that is against Chi-wai LEUNG. Now, it says that there are systemic faking, and the problem doesn't start from today. Now, there was mention of the correctional services departments faking the urine sample, the EPD's data system, the OV trap, of the FEHD, which has been manipulated. Mr. President, we're not incriminating CY Leung because of this. These may have happened before CY Leung's time. But we have this chief executive now, Miss Chief Secretary, that the CS is not the head of the civil servants. Now, in fact, nobody is the head of the civil servants now. The Secretary for Civil Service is also an accountable official. Now, the CS said last time on TV that she's staking her credibility on the whole government. She doesn't have to do that. I think what she has to do is to do like what the DAB said they are doing. We have to endorse what is right and criticize what is wrong. Like the CS said, not so long ago, in the eyes of the members of the public, the CS was the most trustworthy official in Hong Kong. What you have to do is not to stake your credibility on anybody. Rather, you have to act without fear or favor. You have to act impartially, objectively, and assess, analyze the whole situation and the development of the entire civil service. And you must have the moral courage, or you must have the lofty moral attitude to look at the situation in Hong Kong. It's no good for you to talk to the members of the public like there is nothing you can do about it. You might have said something that is not music to the ears of the general public, but people still have faith in you. I hope that you would act impartially. The civil service is under tremendous pressure, and we very much hope that the administration will deal with these issues seriously and restore the public faith in the civil service and the entire government. Whether we like it or not, Mr. President, we have to live on here in Hong Kong. The Democratic Party hopes that more would come to Hong Kong for investment and take Hong Kong as a place to do business in. But if there are so many problems in our system, if the top leader in Hong Kong is suffering from credibility problem, and if he secured his post with dishonesty, he was bored everywhere he goes. President, you go to a lot of places. Have you been bored whenever you appear? When you saw this on television, you seem to get a feeling that this is not on. President, we're endorsing what is right today and criticize what is wrong. Among the loyalists, you do have a lot of conflicts. I mean, you know more than I do about the situation. Some may cast their vote against it, but they already said that CY Leung did commit wrongdoing. Some said that we should just show him a yellow card or whatever card it is. Well, it doesn't matter what card you show him. I hope that all councillors would be impartial. Have a look at the situation and see how you can be accountable to the general public. What message do you want it to deliver to the administration? President, we are debating on CY Leung's issue. I hope that officials or principal officials who come along to answer questions here would know that if they lie, if they deceive councillors and the members of the public, there would be grave consequences. I hope that this will sink in among the officials, and I hope the CS would come out and tell the members of the public that how we should view this chief executive.
Ms. Anne Chiang. This is the first council meeting in the new year. That's why, on behalf of the DAB, I'd like to wish all the people in Hong Kong a harmonious, healthy, and prosperous new year. quite a number of members have triggered this impeachment procedure against the Chief Executive, Mr. Chi-wai Leung. I'd like to express my regret towards this, because that has been discussed and debated in this Council many times, and even in a court, the same allegation or charge cannot be laid against somebody time and again. And moreover, this is not a court, and impeachment is triggered on the basis of Article 73(9), alleging that the Chief Executive has committed a serious breach of law or dereliction of duty. So what are the grounds? I've read this document, all right, over 10 pages of document, and there are 3 main charges. But then I think I was actually shocked, and actually I found this most outrageous, because all the descriptions have been used in a wording, including deliberately making false statements, deliberately delaying, and concealing, misleading, and so on and so forth, and also undermining the freedom of speech, and also betraying his trust as the Chief Executive, and acted in a manner subversive of the rule of law and justice to the manifest injury of the people of Hong Kong. So if he were to be convicted, then he would have to go to jail for at least 10 years, right? But then many people find it mind-boggling. They fail to understand why they have put up such an allegation. I'm sure Mr. Dennis Kwok and people like you would not have been able to come up with such an allegation with so many allegations. I think if you look at all the 3 charges, I think summarizing it just boils down to one thing. That is, you're actually alleging that the Chief Executive has lied. And therefore, the critical point in today's impeachment motion is whether or not the Chief Executive has lied or not. And if we have sufficient evidence to prove that the Chief Executive has lied, then today's impeachment motion should be triggered. But if it's just some doubts, and if there is no sufficient evidence to prove or substantiate this allegation, then this impeachment process should not have been triggered, and it would not be substantiated either. Since the incident was exposed, well, both myself and many were surprised, because we knew that Mr. Chi-wai Leung has been a very careful man, and therefore how could he have committed things like this? And when I was at the university, I also studied psychology, and therefore I'm used to looking at things from different people's perspectives, and that's why on this incident, on this occasion, I also tried to look at it from different perspectives, and I tried to look at the pros and cons, whether I believe him or not believe him, and only then will we be able to get to the bottom of the truth. And I try to look at it from different perspectives, from the facts and also from emotions and so on. I have the following conclusions. Number 1, you look at it from the human perspective. That is, when Chi-wai Leung invited the media to his place, was he aware that he had UPWs at his home? So did he deliberately cover up, or did he lie, or did he commit a serious breach of the law and dereliction of duty? I tried to analyze the situation objectively and rationally. All right, for an offender, usually there would be a mens rea, but then what's the motive behind Mr. Chi-wai Leung's conduct? All right, the motive is to cheat so that he would be able to win the election and become the Chief Executive. I think that would be grossly wrong, because, well, even if you were to stand in a logical election, you would try to clean up everything so that you would not be exposed. And if you know very well that your home is problematic, then why would you bother to invite reporters to your place time and again? So for those who know him for years, they all know that he has been a very careful man, and people actually said that he had a phobia for being clean, and therefore to him, with an additional trellis, an additional room, to him is nothing. And therefore, when he tries to run in an election, then there is no reason why he should lie. And therefore, the only reason is that he didn't know that that was an UPW. And secondly, Some said that when he bought the place in 1999, there was this disclaimer saying that the owner would not be held responsible for any UBWs that are found in the place. And in fact, there had been quite a few cases whereby the title would be there would be a charge in the title if UBWs were found, and therefore many would say that all right, this disclaimer has become something that would always feature in any title document, and so as Chi-wai Leung said, his lawyers would try to protect him, and if they find things not in order, then they would not have advised Chi-wai Leung to sign the document, and therefore Chi-wai Leung might not have suspected anything going wrong because he likes the place so much. That's why he bought it anyway. And also, for many, they would not bother to apply to the buildings department for approval because they all knew that the procedures would be very cumbersome. But then Chi-wai Leung actually applied to the buildings department, even if he was trying to add a window to the toilet and also add a cover to the car park. So he was very law-abiding. That's why he bothered to do so. And if he knew that there were other UBWs, then he would definitely have applied for approval from the buildings department. That's why he told the press that there were no UBWs. That showed that he did not know that there were UBWs, and from former chief executive and senior officials and many people in the community, they also had UBW problems. That's why I believe that these people, including some professionals, they might not have a very good idea as to what constitutes UBWs. Well, for UBWs, unauthorized building works, and also exempted works, and also other works as to the scope of these, there are many gray areas. In fact, all these would also bring up a very important issue. The present regulation on UBWs, there are many gray areas, and there are also many regulations that are already outdated. And therefore, I hope that the administration can conduct a comprehensive review in order to catch up with the prevailing circumstances in Hong Kong. Some said that in October the year before, after Chi-wai Leung found that there was a room in the basement, he immediately built a brick wall to cover it up, and that's a deliberate attempt to cover it up. All right, in your office, and if you found out that there were UBWs in the office, then what would you do? So who would immediately take the initiative to ask the buildings department to come along to inspect your place? And Chi-wai Leung, as soon as he found out that there was a problem, he immediately took action to deal with that, and that's understandable. As to whether building a brick wall was proper, well, as the buildings department said a couple of days ago, there should have been better ways to deal with it. But then by building a brick wall, you cannot say that it's not right, because those would be exempted works, and of course he should have done it more properly. He should have asked the buildings department to inspect the place earlier, and therefore he admitted there was negligence on his part. And also on the 10th of December last year, at the question and answer session in this council, some members asked him how come during the election campaign he said that he had no UBWs at his place. He said that I have to emphasize that, I never said that I had no UBWs. And you cannot say that he was wrong in making that statement, because when he told the press that he had no UBWs at his place, he did it before the election, and it's not during the election campaign. And of course you can say that, that might give people a wrong impression. But then whatever it may be, you can't say that he was wrong. You can't say that he lied. 6, when it comes to the trellis. All right, Chi-wai Leung did say that trellis was already there before he moved in, and subsequently a newspaper found out that from aerial pictures, the trellis was built after he moved in. And he was challenged in the statement. And precisely on this point, I think it was an inadvertent mistake. There was no intention on his part to lie. Well, there are several proofs, because as we all know, in Hong Kong, there are many places where the administration would always have aerial pictures, and there is no way that you can escape from the reality. And for Chi-wai Leung, who has been regarded as a meticulous person, who would not commit any mistakes, why would he have stated this if he knew that it was wrong, unless he's really stupid? So as to when this was put up, when this was demolished, for somebody who has been flying here and there, who is such a busy man, then how can he remember everything? And for some men, they would forget even their wedding anniversary. So CY Leung might have forgotten, and he has already admitted that. He has already repeatedly apologized to the public, and therefore, from the facts and also from the human perspective, I can only say that he was not aware that he had UBWs at his place, and there was no intention on his part to lie. And the way he dealt with it is understandable, and therefore is reasonable and understandable. With regard to jurisprudence, all right, some political parties have reported the case to the ICAC, alleging that during the election campaign, Mr. CY Leung made false statements, and ICAC already said that there was not enough evidence, and therefore the investigation had already terminated. And some actually, and a political party also made a petition saying that he made misrepresentations during the election, and therefore it was also dismissed. And therefore we have to respect the facts. And therefore both from the point of law, from the facts, and also from the intention, there is no ground to substantiate the claim, and therefore there is no way that we should trigger this process. And according to Hong Kong Youth Survey, from the 5th to the 13th of December, the trust in the SAR government was 45%. In other words, after this incident, many people still expect the SAR government to do more real thing for the public. And there are some who say that, all right, this is a survey that said that the people had trust in the government, not CY Leung. But then we all know that there needs to be a leader before the government can work. And of course, you can say that you can replace the chief commander. But then, as we all know, the impeachment process will have to go through 2 processes and several stages before the process can be completed. And even the investigation committee can take 1 or 2 years to complete this investigation. And by the time the term of government would have ended, and you would still be working on the impeachment motion, even if you don't mind, then the public would not allow you to do that. All right, colleagues, we are all here. We are all in the same boat of Hong Kong. We all want the boat to sail smoothly. And the global economy is experiencing a lot of turbulence, and therefore we should all work together so that we will have to rally behind the SAR government led by Mr. CY Leung, and we will have to diversify the economy so that there can be more livelihood issues and policies to benefit the people. And Mr. Kwok, the Archbishop of the Archbishop said that we will have to love one another. We should not stay in a stage whereby we would be at loggerheads, and if I'm right, then you must be wrong. And when we view different issues, there are bound to be different perspectives and so on. As we have failed to foster a consensus on this issue, is there a need for us to continue to be bogged down by this? And for those who have spoken in this council, every member who has spoken on this issue in this council would also become part of the history of this council. And I think people will be able to judge for themselves who is right and who is wrong. And therefore, I try to look at it from the facts, from the reasoning, and so on. And I can responsibly say that Mr. CY Leung, the chief executive, has not committed serious breach of law. And there is no question of him being derelict on his duty. And therefore, I'm against today's impeachment motion. These are my remarks. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. Cheuk-yan, please, people in the public order, in the public gallery order, please. Mr. Cheuk-yan, well, Ms. An Jiang was not radical enough. She should have put up this gesture. Well, while sailing in the sea, we need to rely on the captain, and CY Leung is the captain. I was expecting that she would sing that song. And I think we should all learn from Anne. But the question is whether CY Leung is our captain. If he is the captain of the ship of Hong Kong, we are in big trouble because he has a problem with his integrity. His integrity problem would perhaps turn Hong Kong into the Titanic. What's more saddening is, in fact, the sea tragedy, the clash that took place off Lamma Island. Where will a CE with no integrity lead Hong Kong to? This is a question for Jiang. I think we can all predict the outcome of this motion. As the CS1 administration said, your vote of no confidence was defeated, and the motion to invoke the LCPNP ordinance was also defeated. Of course, she's correct in this prediction. But it is very unreasonable to say that this council reflects public opinion. Please don't forget that this council is not returned by universal suffrage. A council that is not returned by universal suffrage cannot be described as reflecting public opinion. Who is here to represent public opinion? On the 1st of January, 130,000 people took to the streets. They voted with their feet to reflect public opinion. They are there to reflect public opinion, not this council. In this council, there is no universal suffrage, no universal direct election. So we're not really qualified to say that we represent the wish of the people. This is a very serious matter. Of course, this motion will be defeated. This is a very tragic truth of the political situation in Hong Kong, because the loyalists are here to defend Chi-wai LEUNG. Well, the pro-establishment camp has been using 3 reasons to reject our motion. First, negligence, not lies. Second, please do not be in the way of his doing things for Hong Kong. And the third is termed by Chan Kam Lam, the opposition camp is just to waging a political struggle. All right. As Jiang said, this is just negligence, not lies. I think it is the greatest lie of all if you say that Chi-wai LEUNG has not lied. Why? Because everyone is here. We have eyes to see what Chi-wai LEUNG said on the 16th of July. What did he say here? When he was here to answer our questions, well, the whole council was here, and then he told us that he was not hiding anything. He tackled his UBW at once. I think he knew full well that what did he do in November 2011? He broke up his illegal room in his basement. If you don't call that UBW, what is it? Why did he have to build a brick wall there? Because he knew that it was a UBW. Well, you say that if it is not really a UBW, there was no need for him to build a brick wall. He built a brick wall because he knew that it was a UBW. He did it stealthily. He always knows that he has to contact the BD. Before that case, he did not approach the BD. So would you say that he was lying on the 16th of July here? And the second lie he told was, on that day, he said that he tackled his UBWs at once. On the 16th of July, when he said so, you have to bear in mind that back then the BD already had sent him letters asking him about the illegal room there. He was not cooperative, and he waited until November. So wasn't it a lie? He said that he would tackle the UBW at once, but did he respond to BD at once? No, he didn't. Why? Because he had his eyes on the CE post. He wanted to avoid or to evade the judicial procedures. Because he had a guilty conscience. He knew that if the whole thing was known to the court, he might lose the case. So he was advised by his lawyer not to answer the letters. So isn't it a lie? If it isn't, what it is? What is it? So please do not cover your conscience. I know, Jiang, love is blind. I know you are in love with him, but please look at the facts. A lie is a lie. There is no denying it, because everyone in Hong Kong heard what he said. heard his lies. All right. Now, the following remarks by Chi-wai Leung, I won't say for sure that it was a lie. That was when he answered Mr. James Tan's question here. He said that, to my memory, I've never said that I did not have any UBWs during the election campaign. I dare not say that it was a lie for sure. Yes, it might not be a lie, but what does it reflect? It reflects how base his character is. He cheated. He got his position by crook. He knew full well that he had UBWs, and he used that topic to attack Henry Tang. And then, 6 months down the road, he said that I didn't say back then that I did not have UBWs. So what? So if it is not a question of his character, isn't it a question of integrity? So the fate of Hong Kong people is very tragic. We have a CE who tells lies, who has problems with his integrity, and there are people here to defend him, to say that he was just negligent. Please, please, give us a break. How can you defend such a person? And then some say that we should not disturb Chi-wai Leung, we should not be in his way of doing things for Hong Kong. Integrity is not an issue so long as he can deliver. We don't mind if he has an integrity problem. I beg to differ. And let's not forget this. A CE with an integrity problem will not muster any trust. When he leads the government, you don't know when he is true, when he is sincere. What if he is making up things? We're very concerned about the fake results by the Census and Statistics Department. We are justifiably concerned because we don't want things to be fabricated. Now, if Chi-wai Leung can lie on one thing, he can also lie on another policy. CS, I have to criticize you for one thing. I think you were also lying when answering to the following question. We asked, now Mr. Yiu-chung is here. I asked that the CA panel discuss a change in the functions, roles and functions of the Central Policy Unit. Members may recall that when Xu Xinpo was here, at the public service panel, he said that yes, he's fighting a war of public opinion. And then he defended Soviet Cow for manpower training, and that all advisory committees or appointment to ASBs would have to go through Soviet Cow. And I said that there was a change in the function of CPU has become a propaganda machine of the central government, of the CPU. So we would like to know whether there's been a change of functions with the CPU. And the CS for A gave the following answer to the LegCo. Since on the 23rd of November, the CS for A already provided an answer to the HC. There's no further supplement. Now, this is what is misleading. The administration asserts again that there's no change in the function of the CPU. But according to a paper we have, the functions of the CPU has to be expanded. That means things have changed. We don't know whom to trust. One paper says that the powers, the roles and functions should be expanded, and on the other hand, the CS told us that there's been no change. So isn't this a problem of integrity? Now let's turn to livelihood issues. You want to leave him alone to deal with livelihood issues, okay? In his manifesto, he said that he would promote legislation on standard working hours. When Matthew Cheung was here, we asked how he's going to do it, whether there's a timetable, a roadmap. He said, no, it depends on whether there is any consensus. He did not mention legislation for standard working hours anymore. So isn't it another problem of integrity? Whom should I trust? Chi-wai Leung has that in his political platform, and another official came out to say a different thing. So we're told not to be in his way. Partitioned rooms, subdivided flats are so expensive to rent, and what is he doing to tackle that? I don't know whether I should trust CY's words or not. If people cannot trust his words, then this Hong Kong boat would sink. And then people criticize the opposition camp for stirring up a political struggle. Yes, because there's something wrong with the system. Since the handover, we have had Yiu-chung, Donald Tsang, and Chi-wai LEUNG. They have regional sins because of small circle elections. Because the small circle election does not have the mandate of the people. The CE was returned by just 1,200 votes. And during Yiu-chung's era, Hong Kong was ruled by a businessman. He wanted to push through legislation on Article 23 of the Basic Law. Luckily, 500,000 people took to the streets, so Yiu-chung had to step down, quoting pain with his leg. And then Donald Tsang, civil servant, at the beginning of his rule, we thought that it would be okay because he had been a civil servant for a long time. But the longer he stayed in office, the worse it became. And then he was found to be corrupt. And then the last CE, the incumbent CE, well, he's actually a local communist. He is planted in this office by the Chinese liaison office, and then he has this problem of lying and integrity. These three CE do not pledge allegiance to the people of Hong Kong, rather to the power in Beijing. They will only be loyal to the Central People's Government in order to keep their position. They are not loyal to the people of Hong Kong because they came to power not because of the people of Hong Kong, but the authority in Beijing. Yes, we will have to start this political struggle. We want to overturn the system. We want Hong Kong people to be the masters of themselves. We want democratic elections. Well, even though a CE returned by universal suffrage may not be to our liking, but we believe that 4 years down the road there can be another round of election and we can choose someone we like better. When Hong Kong people are masters of themselves, the candidates will have to ensure that their political manifestos are acceptable to the people of Hong Kong, not just to the 1,200 odd EC members. Well, some people say that who becomes the CE will be doomed. Of course, because they don't have any mandate under the present system. We want to have universal suffrage in Hong Kong so that everyone in Hong Kong will have a sense of ownership in the CE elect. So the impeachment motion wants to return hope to the people of Hong Kong. We want a government with integrity. Someone who is a liar, who is known to be a liar for everyone in Hong Kong, should step down, please. And of course, what we want is immediate universal suffrage. The system itself just cannot cope with social development, the state of development of Hong Kong. The slogan of the Labour Party is "We deserve better," but in Hong Kong the tragedy is there is always someone worse. Why can't we have a better system? Why can't we have a more democratic system so that Hong Kong people can have fairness and justice? Thank you.
Mr. Chi-chuen, today is a historic moment for Hong Kong. This is just the beginning. This is the beginning of a historic moment. For the first time, Hong Kong people have successfully triggered the mechanism to impeach the CE, and that is 1/4 of legislative members have signed a joint motion. This is unlike the motion of no confidence. It's not the same as invoking our powers and privileges, because this motion of impeachment cannot be invoked lightly. 7 members want the lying CE to step down. No matter the outcome, Hong Kong people are creating history now. And I have to say that this motion is a hard-won achievement. It's because so many people have voiced out their discontent. Otherwise, we may not have the sufficient number of members jointly sponsoring the motion. Last year, Hong Kong people would like to impeach Mr. Donald Tsang, but some members were indecisive and the opportunity was lost and the mechanism could not be triggered in good time. Ms. N. Chang said that if we have an impeachment to deal with, it could be 1 or 2 years before we can have something achieved, and even we may not be, even though we may not be able to do it before the end of the C's term, but that by the same logic, we will never be able to do that in respect of Mr. Donald Tsang, because it was at the very end of his term, and now it's at the beginning of Mr. C.Y. Leung's term, and we still could not do it, according to Ms. Zhang. So we might as well cancel the impeachment in our basic law. Mrs. Anson Chan also said that it would be impracticable to ask Mr. C.Y. Leung to step down, and it would not help because there was no plan on the part of the central authorities to replace him. I'd like to tell Mrs. Anson Chan and people who think like her that we are doing something, although we know that it might not be successful, because we are trying to do what should be done, because we know it's the right thing to do. 10 years ago, in 2003, people thought that we would not be able to stop the Article 23 legislation, and it would be impossible back then to ask Mr. Chi-chuen to step down. But we made history. The Article 23 legislation was not enacted. Chi-chuen later stepped down. We achieved that 10 years ago. 10 years later, we could continue with this successful story. Mrs. Carrie Lam, CS4A, said that it would be unnecessary to impeach the CE. Sorry, Mrs. Lam, it's not for you to say whether it's necessary. The facts are before us. As a people's representative, as an elected legislator, we have to speak out to reflect public opinion. We cannot pardon Mr. C.Y. Leung. We don't have the mandate to do this. Now 27 members have triggered this impeachment mechanism because Mr. C.Y. Leung has shown his ugly side in this process. It's a question of integrity. It's also a question of governance crisis. After assuming this office of CE, we have seen rallies being organized to support the government, which can only be found in totalitarian countries. And there were people paid to show support to the CE. If we do not make things improved, the governments will not be able to make any progress in the coming years. After he obtained the post of CE through the illegal means, the CE has never been able to achieve anything. Is it because he believed in the rule of people rather than the rule of law? He said he would like to have people's allegiance made to the central authorities. And he was also saying that the district councils are standing in the way of having more housing provided, and he wanted the reinterpretation of the basic law to deal with mainland pregnant women coming to Hong Kong to deliver babies. And he also wanted elderly recipients of OLA to pass a means test before they can be eligible for OALA. and the pro-CY organizations resorted to foul language and violence to suppress dissent. All these are a complete disregard of the due process. So we have seen this miracle since the establishment of the SAR, and that is a CE returned by a mere 689 votes. He's so incompetent that he had to pay people money to appear in pro-government assemblies and rallies. Even Mr. Xi Jinping wanted to do something about corruption, and he's about to return to the universal value of a good governance. And now in Hong Kong, we have this CE who espouse totalitarian values and who is corrupt. And he still dares to say that he enjoys being the CE, although he has been accused of corruption. For those who are not harmed by national education, we are all saddened by the regression that we've seen in Hong Kong. Universal values are universal precisely because they do not belong to the West or to the East. They are common values pursued by all human beings. Many commentators and intellectuals are of the view that it's too late to start a political reform in China. The world trend is reversible. In 2010, we witnessed the Arab Spring, an awakening movement spreading to Egypt, Syria, and Iraq. In the middle of 2012, 4 regimes were toppled as a result. Let's return to Hong Kong and take a look. With the assumption of office by Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG, our core values are at risk, at serious risk. When the election was going on, we launched a campaign to safeguard our core values. Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG has dealt a blow to the separation of powers. And today's motion reminds us of President Nixon when he was about to be impeached because of Watergate. He compromised the rule of law, and the Congress started the impeachment process, and he had no choice but to resign. If at this stage some members want to treat us like children and ask us to give him another chance, well, this will be condoning a CE who only value totalitarian concepts, and they are shameless, and this will be recorded by history. I must rebut some opinion in the community which are unreasonable. We have to reflect upon ourselves why 15 years after the reunification we are not seeing any democracy, and the constitutional development is on the wrong track, and still we have the local communist elements monopolizing all the power. As Mr. Yu said, Hong Kong politics in Hong Kong cannot be divorced from that in China. And the internal struggle of the Communist Party will be reflected here in Hong Kong. Therefore, it's thought that CCP's political power struggle will be reflected here. It will not just affect the rich people here, but also our values. Some people want to blame protesters on the division of our community, and also on members who try to impeach the CE. They forget that the political reality remains that the system is unfair. And with such an unfair system, we can be nothing but divisive. Only half of our seats are returned by district elections. And the CE election has been manipulated by the central government. So either one faction will prevail or the other will prevail. And the electoral is always manipulated by the functional constituencies. Well, they are not able to achieve much, but they can always settle whatever we want to achieve. And now 15 years have passed and we have forgotten the root of the problem. Many people have lost the will to fight for democracy. Even political commentators are engaged in a guessing game. Let's guess what the liaison officer would do after Mr. Peng Qianhua has left. We are determined to topple Chi-wai LEUNG and to put a stop to this ugly rule of game. We want to have universal suffrage for both CE and national elections. We want to have a fair electoral system. Some members, some people, or some members are not trying to sue the CE, the corrupt CE, but they may think, who would become the CE if Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG has to go, you or me? People Power would propose that we have a constitutional drafting exercise involving the general public. This is nothing new. Back in 1996, when Front 9 was set up, it was one of the four platforms proposed. It was thought that it would be able to reflect people's aspirations. In the 2013 submission of People's Power in relation to the policy address, we proposed the same. We will have a drafting committee on revising our constitutions. DC appointed seats should be scrapped and the like. Pan-Democrats should topple Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG through impeachment. And if that's not successful, directly elected members should resign en masse, or those who are returned from the DC second FC should resign. We should have CE returned by universal suffrage. This will be the most accountable way to people who have been supportive of democracy. It's just on civil disobedience. We are not asking for the abolition of government. We just want to have a better government. And we must show people what kind of government would have the respect of people. So all Democrats should, pro-democracy members should look up and pay attention to this. This is the beginning of the start of drafting a new constitution. Even if we are not successful here, we are going to do more outside the council. We will not stop until we have achieved our goal. With this remark, I support the motion.
Mr. Jeffrey Lam. Mr. President, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, the CE, in handling the UBW case, had been negligent. When he explained the incident, sometimes he contradicted himself. And the trust of some people in him had been affected. But up to this moment, we've not seen the need to impeach him. Mr. President, the UBW incident of the residence of Leung Chun-ying has disturbed himself and relevant government departments and the whole of Hong Kong for several months. In the past few months, we're all focused on the UBW problem of the CE and neglected the governance by the whole government. And the whole society has paid a high price for that. It's just like after Mr. Leung Chun-ying assumed office, he paid attention to housing, elderly problems, the so-called double no, pregnant women issue, etc., etc. However, apparently society has focused more on his UBW case. In explaining his UBW incident, indeed, Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG has been negligent. However, he offered clarifications and further explained to this council and apologized to the general public. I think most people of Hong Kong do not think he should receive the death penalty, so to speak. So it is not necessary to impeach him at this juncture. Besides, Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG has assumed office for just over 6 months. And next week, Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG is to come here to announce his first policy address. I think we should give him some time to implement what he promised in his manifesto in doing good to society and people's livelihood. We do not want to disturb the operation and administration of the government. Otherwise, it won't be good to society or Hong Kong. In society, there are a number of public concerns that require the immediate resolution of the government. So we all look forward to the CE's policy address next week. We all look forward to good news. Mr. President, in the past few months, on the issue of the CE's UBWs, we had discussions again and again. We had debates. I think it's now time for us to give the CE and the government the chance to focus on governance so that the SARG can be back to normal. The SARG is facing too many problems: housing, elderly problems, poverty, etc. The debt issue of Europe and America had caused our economy to suffer. Hong Kong's enterprises are also affected, so we should spend more effort on assisting the enterprises, in particular the SMEs. If we don't do that good, the stability of society may be affected, employment may also be affected. As for the CE himself, he has responded to the issues concerned. Most members of the public, however, are still not satisfied with his answers. Therefore, I hope that he can learn a lesson and perform well in order to remedy his mistakes. I hope that he can honor his manifesto and implement economic and livelihood policies that are in the interest of the long-term development of society. I hope that he can have good achievements. The Economic Synergy and myself oppose the motion. These are my remarks.
Mr. Leung Yiu-chung. Mr. President, on the last occasion in this council, a member moved a motion of no confidence of the Chief Executive, Chi-wai LEUNG, because we think that Chi-wai LEUNG lied to the public. He has lost our trust, and he is not appropriate. It is not appropriate for him to be our Chief Executive, and that's why we have heavily criticized the Chief Executive. However, Chi-wai LEUNG ignored us. Instead of giving us a sincere apology to show that he is remorseful, he switched to his usual tactics. He resorted to sophistry and distort the facts. He said that I have never made excuses and I have never said this or that. It has hurt us deeply because we've never imagined that someone we expected to be responsible, to have a sense of duty, will insult the public so blatantly. How can we expect him to serve with all his heart Hong Kong people, society, and to sacrifice himself, give us all he has to Hong Kong people? Today, 27 legislators moved this motion of impeachment because we have no choice. He's supposed to be a respectable chief executive. Instead of being open and honest, he did not give a full account of the UBWs in his home. And in a question and answer session at this council, he repeatedly lied, made false statements. And willfully conceal the contraventions he has committed. This is in contravention of Article 60, Bracket 1 and Article 64, that he should be accountable to the Legislative Council of Hong Kong and to answer questions to the Council. When answering members' questions, you will have to be honest and you have to be open and frank. And this is what is expected of every official as head of the government. Now, this is obvious. However, Chi-wai LEUNG has no such sense. And instead, he resorted to sophistry, making excuses. He is not fit to be our chief executive. On the 16th of July last year, he said that I would like to reiterate that there was gross negligence on my part, but I've never concealed any possible contraventions. Instead, I sought to deal with all the problems immediately by dismantling some of the UBWs in 1 or 2 days. Well, what is this about reiteration? He has concealed it. He has concealed the basement and the illegally constructed wall at Peel Rise. This is a fact. He has never given an account to the public. When will he do so? He said on the 23rd of November, when he made the written statement, he mentioned about the illegal structures. So between July and November, there has been over 3 months. It was only then that he mentioned that. And if he did not mention it in his written statement, no one would know. He has never openly admitted it. If this is not concealment, what is it? And at that time, I was puzzled. The CS4A came out to say that it was only an oversight. And a lot of loyalists, organizations, and even today, Ms. Anne Chang came out to strongly support him and defend him, saying that it is not a concealment, it is only an oversight or a negligence. I want to ask you, what is meant by negligence or oversight? I haven't read a lot, but I have looked at some law dictionary. And what is negligence? It is that for areas that you're supposed to and you need to pay attention to, you fail to do so. Well, I am going to leave aside whether he's supposed to pay attention to that or where he should. The fact is that he has paid attention to that. He built a brick wall to conceal it. So his attention has been drawn to that. And since he has given it attention, it is not negligence. You have to look it up before you say something. And you should not just pluck everything out of thin air. You should not mislead the public. And this is concealment, willful concealment. You can't even tell that from others. And she is the CS4A. And she said that this is a negligence. This is negligence and not concealment. So you have to tell me clearly what is concealment and what is negligence. Why would the officials say that? Because they follow the example of the chief executive. The chief executive, on repeated occasions, misled the public. In December 2011, he said that he's never concealed anything. He said that the illegal structures, whether they were built by me, I have given a full account. Since the end of June till now, that is the case. So what has been the case? He's been lying. He covers one lie with another. And he used a specious argument to answer the public, to muddle through, pull wool over our eyes. But the truth is the truth. You cannot use sophistry to resolve the problem. It's not the case that it is out of sight, then it will be out of mind. The director for buildings said that using a brick wall to seal up an illegal structure is not a solution to handle illegal structures. The illegal structures exist. A lot of people say that this is only a matter of illegal structure. It happens not just to Chi-wai LEUNG. It is the common problem and is not a serious one. Why do we have to get bogged down and dwell on it? Just now the CS4A said more than once that why can't we just leave it aside? And in fact, a lot of people in society would like to see the end of this problem so that attention and efforts can be focused on areas that are of concern to the public and do something real. And of course, the CS4A has spoken the mind of a lot of people, but she's only spoken half of it, because apart from dealing with areas of concern of the public, there are more important issues that we have to deal with, and that is one related to the integrity of the administration. I believe you have read it in the media that when interviewed by the media, a child said, "Well, as long as I get a roof over my head, I don't mind that he lied." Well, I believe that you know who he referred to is this chief executive. How can someone say that? How can say that as long as there is a roof over my head, it doesn't matter that he lied? I don't mind that. What society are we in? What society do we expect to have? CS4A, you're a mother. You have a son. If your son tells you that I do go to school, but instead he plays truant, why? To buy your birthday present. And if you've learned that he's played truant, instead of going to school, although he did that to buy your birthday present, what would your reaction be? Would you clap him? Would you pat him on the back saying that he's a good boy? Or would you tell him what he's done wrong? Would you agree that it's right for him to lie? You have to have a conscience. We need the society to have conscience. You said that it's a negligence instead of concealment. You said that instead of a lie, it is negligence. What society are we in? Are we just focused on the end, not the means? Is it the case that all we need is the roof over our head, that we don't mind the lies? Is it the case that as long as he's doing things for us, we don't care whether he tricked to get his position? Or do we just simply close our eyes, pretending that it doesn't exist? Do we bury our heads in the sand? I really would like to tell you that when moral disintegrates, that will be the start of a lie that destroys society. I don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see a society built on lies. Our chief executive is elected from a small circle election. He's not accountable to the general public. There is nothing we can do. And given our election system, there is a group of people defending him. Our impeachment motion will not succeed. And a lot of people say, just let go. Let go so that something real can be done. Please don't adopt that mentality. Otherwise, what will our society become? A friend of mine gave me this, telling me to show it to you. I asked what it is. He said it's a dog. But now it's turned into a wolf, not a cute dog. Well, when it was a wolf, originally it was a good wolf. However, when he was born with original sin. What is the original sin? Is the small circle election. So his hands are tied, his paws are tied. What's worse is that there are further sins committed. What are those? Lies. That's why he has a bag over his head. A lot of people think that there are two problems with the chief executive. First, small circle election, so that he's not accountable to the general public. Two, he's committed mistakes, and instead of admitting his mistakes, he was protected and defended by a group of people. How will we move on? And of course, we have pressing livelihood issues. Mr. Geoffrey Lam said that next week the CEDC will come to the Council to deliver his policy address. I believe that there are a number of issues in the minds of legislators who want them to be handled. But we can't tolerate a CE that lie, a CE with no integrity. We cannot ignore that and turn the other cheek. We cannot just put that down and let go of it just so we can get on with our livelihood issues. We have to tackle livelihood issues, and at the same time we have to tackle the issues of a lack of integrity. Well, because without integrity, even our lives are good, society will disintegrate. I ask every one of you to reflect on yourselves, to think for your posterity. What kind of society would you like them to live in? Our children said, well, as long as you give me a roof over my head, I don't mind. He lied. What does that make you feel? Think about it. Well, if everyone says, well, just give me something, I don't mind that he's done something wrong. Do we expect our society to be something like this? Is that what we expect from ourselves? That we only focus on the ends, not the means? Well, no matter how moving my speech is, I will not change your mind. I think the only way is to change the system, to change the small circle election, so that the general public will have one vote, will have one person, one vote, so that the system can be changed and the problems can be resolved. But regrettably, Chi-wai LEUNG has implied that in his policy address he will not touch on the constitutional reform. He will only focus on livelihood issues. So he's dragging his feet once more. But all I can say to you is, don't lose heart. Keep going. Keep fighting for a democratic system, for legislators to monitor the CE and the administration, so that we can live in a democratic society. I so submit.
Mr. Christopher Chung, President. Today we are debating this issue of Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG's UPW's and all the integrity issue. In fact, Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG did not offer a clear enough explanation regarding his unauthorized building works, and there was a lack of commitment and sincerity in the eyes of many people. But if we judge the level of support for activating this impeachment motion on the basis of the New Year march, then it's not good enough. On New Year's Day, we saw two different types of marches, one being against the administration, the other being in support of the administration. According to the police statistics, those against the CE understood at 26,000, those in support 8,560. And those who support the chief executive and the against the chief executive, the number is actually similar. Some focus their attention on employment, standard working hours. Some express concerns over issues like those who never took part in marches today. We don't really know how they feel. Some ask me how to assess all these activities and what inspiration we can draw from that. As a functional constituency member who was lawfully elected, I have to find out what concerns the people of Hong Kong the most. We do have our own expertise. We know how to respect the views of different people. We have to assess the importance of different matters. We have to be sensible. We have to be pragmatic in our thinking. We have to ascertain the aspirations and the priorities of the people of Hong Kong in order to identify an impartial answer. I've commissioned the tertiary institution to conduct a survey between the 31st of December and the 2nd of January. 5,000 people were polled by telephone, and of the 5,000 people polled, in fact we managed to get in touch with 2,000 or so Hong Kong people. 545 agreed to join the poll with a response rate of 24%. On the 1st of January, there may have been some implications on the results. According to our initial analysis, the response wasn't really focused too much on political issues. We also make comparison in terms of ages. The design of the questionnaires was an open one. We asked people what is the priority on the part of the people of Hong Kong at this point in time, and what is the most important thing for them. Now, after the first reply, our posters would carry on with the next question. Now, as to how many people asked for CY Leung to step down, it was 1.5%. If we throw in the UBWs, we had an additional 1% or more. Now, when it comes to universal suffrage for CE, for Let's Go, strengthening one country, two systems, those who are concerned took 11.9%. What the people polled are most concerned about are housing and accommodation. More than 55% of the people polled feel that housing would be the most important thing, to be followed by social security and housing, 17.6%. Third, economic situation and prices, 9.3%. On the question of housing, the people are most concerned about HOS, PRH. They take up the largest proportion, 20.4%. Suppression of the property prices, 17.4%. HOS, 11%. From these statistics, we get to see what the priorities of the people of Hong Kong are. If you find these too abstract a concept to contend with, let me share with you some of my personal experience. I may be a novice in Let's Go, but I've been serving the securities industry for 40 years. I've been through the securities crisis, the financial tsunami in 2008, and also all the financial turmoil. We still survive all these crises. That is because of a sound system in Hong Kong. Just because of the minor UBWs, do we have to impeach the chief executive and undermine the core values of Hong Kong? So let's not talk about the rights and wrongs. Our competitors will be rubbing their hands with glee. I mean, let me play a game with you. Let me cite some statistics, and I like to find out whether you still remember them. 8,000, 2006, 112, 115, 104, 60, 6 million. Now, this whole litany of figures might leave you scratching your head, but all these statistics are terribly important for Hong Kong. And they're terrible in Hong Kong for the operation of Hong Kong government. 8,000 is the cash handout of the Macau government. 2006 is the Macau GDP exceeding Hong Kong for the first time. 112 is the happiness index in Hong Kong of the 115 countries. Hong Kong ranked or 112. In other words, Hong Kong people are not terribly happy. The US is 115, which many consider to be the most happy. The poorest country, Ethiopia, 104. China, ranked 60th. The university graduates in China, and the number stands at 6 million. If 1% of them are talents or elites, then I'm sure that in a couple of years' time there would be a pool of talent which will be much bigger than Hong Kong's. During this financial turmoil around the world, I think most people are most concerned about it's not really how serious the UBWs are in Mr. C.Y. Leung's residence. I think in our mind we do have some ideas. Mr. Leung should pay heed to the aspirations of the public. We hope that in the first policy address he will be able to address all these issues of concern to the public and identify measures to take Hong Kong out of this quagmire. I must emphasize that if we are so insensible and get bogged down in these arguments, it is the Hong Kong people who will be the ultimate victims. Hong Kong cannot lose like that. I object to the motion.
Mr. Yiu-chung, President, the Pan-Democrats have taken advantage of Article 73(9) of the Basic Law to trigger the third round of attack against the Chief Executive, Mr. C.Y. Leung, as I was a member involved in the drafting of the Basic Law, and I'm also the chairman of the Rules of Procedure Committee of this Council. I'd like to take the opportunity to say something about the powers given by the Basic Law to this Council in terms of how we exercise our powers and also how we can trigger the impeachment procedure. I'd like to review what actually happened. Well, during the 100 years or so before the reunification, as the then colonial government was only accountable to the UK government, and the governor was actually an agent representing the UK or the British royalty, and therefore there was no mechanism to check the acts of the British government, let alone the then governor, and even the governor committed acts in breach of integrity. There was nothing that could be done about it. And then in 1984, the Sino-British Joint Declaration and also Annex 1 to that declaration was also signed between the Chinese and British governments. And with regard to the specific illustration or explanation as to what should happen under that agreement, there was also no mention of the impeachment power to be given to this council. But then when the Basic Law Drafting Committee was drafting the Basic Law in order to implement the principle of Hong Kong people ruling Hong Kong, and that the Hong Kong SAR government will have to be accountable to the public and to this council, and there should also be a check and balance between the legislature and the executive under Article 73(9) of the Basic Law, we had this procedure of impeachment against the chief executive. But then under Article 73(9) of the Basic Law, there is also a provision on impeaching the chief executive, and these are just guiding principles as to how that should be done. But then as to the actual operation of this article, that should be left to the Rules of Procedure Committee and the chief executive, so that the two sides can engage in detailed discussion as to how that should be operated. As this council is given the most solemn power under the Basic Law, any triggering of the procedure would inevitably bring about an unsettling effect to the community at large. That's why, since the reunification, the executive and this council's Rules of Procedure Committee have had many rounds of in-depth discussion on the procedures involved, but then up till now, we have yet to come up with a consensus with regard to how this should be triggered. That would also include under Article 73(9) of the Basic Law with regard to serious breach of law or dereliction of duty. How should that be defined? And what kind of acts should the chief executive have been involved before that would constitute serious breach of law or dereliction of duty? Under what circumstances can we ask the Chief Justice of the Court of Final Appeal to form and chair an independent investigation committee, and how would that committee work, and to what extent will it be given powers, what powers should be enjoyed by the committee, and also before this council formally moves this impeachment motion, what about the notice period? Should that be in line with the 12 clear working days notice? Should it be longer, so that the chief executive and the executive will have sufficient time to consider whether or not the chief executive should resign on his own volition? And during the 10+ years since the reunification, if we have not been able to reach a consensus on the arrangements under which the impeachment process should be triggered, it doesn't mean that we are indecisive. It's also not because the Rules of Procedure Committee has deliberately given or let the chief executive off the hook. In fact, it shows that we believe that this is a very serious matter, and therefore in exercising such powers, we have to do so only when the chief executive has committed very serious mistakes. And we cannot just do so because there were political attacks against the chief executive, and then we would just casually trigger this process. Because this is a solemn power given to the legislature under the Basic Law, we should not use it as a tool to level political attack against our political enemy. But then in doing so, the Pan-Democrats have never consulted the Rules of Procedure Committee, which would then have an in-depth discussion on this, and that would be against what they claim, that there will have to be procedural justice in doing anything. And it shows that the Pan-Democrats fully understand that when they trigger this impeachment process, when they file allegation against the chief executive, Leung Chun-ying, actually many of these are simply not able to stand the test of the requirement under Article 73(9) of the Basic Law, and the purpose of doing so is purely to level a political attack against Chi-wai Leung and his government, and to damage their credibility. The Democrats, in moving this impeachment process, whether or not it will be substantiated, I think the critical thing is to prove whether or not Chi-wai Leung's act was a serious breach of law or is a dereliction of duty. But then, as Article 73(9) of the Basic Law and also the laws of Hong Kong have not come up with any definition on these two allegations, and therefore we can only rely on the common law and also the relevant law, and we can only say that if it's an abuse of power by public officers, or if it's a misconduct in public office, and so on and so forth, then that would constitute such serious breaches of law and dereliction of duty. Yes, with regard to the UBWs by Chi-wai Leung at his peak residence, of course that might have been in breach of the buildings ordinance, but then with regard to the remarks and acts of Chi-wai Leung in the incident, I think it has nothing to do with what would be commonly regarded as serious breach of law or dereliction of duty. In fact, there were also pan-democratic members who have been involved in UBWs and so on. Does it mean that these members of the pan-democrats have also committed serious breaches of law or dereliction of duty? And also, for the 3 charges laid against Chi-wai LEUNG, for example, in attending the question and answer session of this council in response to the UBW incident, he has repeatedly made untrue statements to this council, and also during the election campaign he might have made false or misleading statements in order to win the election. And also Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG has also permitted or suffer false statements to be made about his UBWs in his peak residence. I think these simply cannot hold water. For example, on charge number 1, with regard to the false or misleading statement made by the Chief Executive's office, well, that was only the explanation given by Chi-wai LEUNG with regard to his UBWs, and without any firm evidence, if you just allege that Chi-wai LEUNG has made false or misleading statements, I think this is unfair. And if pan-democratic members really have evidence to show that Chi-wai LEUNG did make false statements or he has committed misconduct in public office, then why don't they just take the case to the court? With regard to charge 2, engaging in a course of conduct in serious breach of article, and also he might have engaged in a series of acts in order to win the election. I think this is something plucked out from thin air. If he had indeed done so, then how come last year the CFA made this ruling that Mr. Albert Ho's petition to the court or to the judiciary should be dismissed? In a nutshell, with regard to this impeachment process triggered by the pan-democrats, we think that they are simply not able to hold water, and still they insist on triggering this process. The only purpose is to take advantage of the constitutional power given by the basic law to this council be abused. I think they are doing so for their own interests, and they have totally ignored the interests of this council and the community at large, and therefore they should be condemned by the community at large. Mr. Deputy, the DAB would vote against this.
Dr. Kenneth Chen. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. The impeachment motion is considered doomed by loyalists in this council. They feel that there is no chance the motion can be carried. Then why should we waste people's time and resources? And we should not also disappoint the community. They have the feeling that we are not doing anything practical, and we're just playing politics. And since the motion cannot be passed, why should we waste time here? Now, if we take this to the extreme, there are a lot of things that we shouldn't do. We might as well just be rubber stamps, raise our hands to support government motions, and we should just follow what NPC delegates do. Well, is this what we call harmony? Is it the order of the authorities? Now, I've just been asked by the press. Fraser Institute has just assessed different freedoms in Hong Kong. Among the top leading countries, we are still #1 in terms of freedom in the economy. But for liberty and human rights, we are the last among the top 10. This is already a warning for us. If we do not take note of this warning, I'm worried if we have already done our duty for Hong Kong. We can also ask, why don't we focus our efforts on the promotion of democracy and freedom here? Why don't we push for the full implementation of democracy in Hong Kong? I appreciate people's sentiments. I understand their aspirations for the pan-democratic camp. But we also have to explain why people feel so helpless, because we have split voting here. We have FC seats returned by small elections. We have the conservative camp domineering this party, this council, and they're returned by a very unfair election system. And we also have Chi-wai LEUNG's government, Chi-wai LEUNG, who's returned by only 689 votes. We haven't got a real CE or government with the mandate of the people. Does it only happen today? Of course not. Colleagues here and also people listening to our debate may say that, well, these things are happening again and again in the 15 years after the handover. Yes, it's been 15 years. There are inherent weaknesses and deficiencies in our system. As a result, many of us have been frustrated. We feel more and more exhausted and helpless. And this has also caused politics in Hong Kong to sink very low. And people say that if the motion cannot be carried, perhaps we should not waste time. We may as well crack a few jokes and just say that we trust him. Whether he remembers or not, whether he remembers his or his wife's birthday and their wedding anniversary, doesn't really matter. If this this standard of speech can be used here to prove that Chi-wai LEUNG doesn't have an integrity problem, it's ridiculous. We have 70 legislators here. If we're willing to see how our legislature has sunk since the handover, well, the motion actually imbibes hope for us. All dictators and their cheerleader groups and loyalists always want to frustrate the opposition camp. They want to cause the other side to lose their fighting spirit, to lose hope, and to be frustrated and disappointed. It's just like psychology tests. You keep an animal in a cage. When it's hungry and thirsty, you give it an electric shock. And then he will dare not ask for food and water. He will not resist or rebel anymore. This is politics in a cage. How can we tolerate? How can we tolerate this in this legislature? How can we allow this to happen to our legislature? We understand this simple fact. You may not necessarily succeed if you fight for it, but if you don't fight for it, you have no chance of success. We should come out and fight against the darkness and also this disappointment and this negative sentiment. Some legislators are playing tricks, playing magic with words, not just sophistry. We must bear this very solemn constitutional responsibility. This is what we should expect this legislature to do. We want to oust this dishonest CE. It may cause some inconvenience, procedurally speaking, because we don't want these bad habits to become a regular way of doing things. We don't want to turn a blind eye to such lies and bad habits. What we want to do is to dispel, drive away these bad habits from our constitution, from our legislature. We should set things right. We should set the proper convention for our legislature legislators should not just let Chi-wai go. And if officials think that they can tell lies with their blatantly, if they think that they can just conceal their mistakes, well, this can't be. Why do you call it negligence? It is actually a cover-up using a brick wall. And Chi-wai claimed that he had already dealt with the UBW. He's a professional, he's an adult, he has experience, he is a veteran politician, and he also ran in the CE race. There's something wrong with this morality and integrity. We have this impeachment motion showing that this legislature is well and alive. We have not given up our fight to have democracy and to realize our ideal. We have enough members to initiate this motion, and Chi-wai incompetence and fallen standard in the administration is obvious. People may say that, well, Kenneth, you teach politics. Don't you know that all over the world, politicians can play tricks with words. They can just twist their arguments to their favor. Yes, that's true. But there is still true and false in this world. There is still a difference between facts and lies. We cannot just allow the government to use sophistry to evade its responsibility. You may say that, well, the government should do something practical. Why should you talk about Confucius and Christianity? Well, politics cannot be segregated from moral or morality. The two cannot be separated. Even the tip-top business school in the world talk about business ethics, and professors there are also professors in philosophy and ethics. In democratic parliament, officers who have misled the legislature or the parliament should expect to face impeachment or be asked to step down regardless of his position. The most recent example in the UK is in 2004. Tony Blair faced the Prime Minister, then faced an impeachment motion. So some pro-LEUNG camp here said that the Prime Minister in the UK would not face an impeachment because he is the leader of the government there. I hope we will not confuse the concepts. Well, the impeachment mechanism is is a very old tradition, is a constitutional convention which has a very long history. A parliament which is accountable and has missions and a vision should take such things very seriously. In 2004, whom did Tony Blair offend? He enjoyed high popularity. In 2003, he told a lie. He said that the British government should support the Labour Party to send the army to Iraq because Iraq was in possession of massive destructive weapons. Within 45 minutes, the attack could be activated, causing massive destruction. He wanted to overthrow Saddam's regime, but it was found that he was lying. He exaggerated in order to gain the Parliament's support to send armies, to send soldiers to Iraq. So the Parliament was misled into making a wrong decision. And if things were not set straight, there would be even more mistakes to be committed and more questions of accountability. So even though the Parliament once supported Tony Blair's decision to send army to Iraq, it had to face up to the consequence. It had to be accountable to the public. They could not brush aside the whole thing, saying that it was an inverted mistake on the part of Tony Blair. He wanted to do practical. He wanted to be practical. He wanted to do something good. This is not just a question of trust. In all parliaments all over the world, an important political figure's decision would affect public interest. If he has misled the parliament or the legislature, he has to face the consequences. Other incidents involving extramarital affairs, drink driving, and also other things. So a lie is a lie. Deception is deception. You cannot just use magic of words or sophistry to force this council to accept such lies or to condone such lies. Livelihood and democracy are interrelated. They are not mutually exclusive. Mr. Christopher Cheung just now echoed what the CSFA said. We should focus on livelihood issues. Let me tell you that today we also have to deal with education and environmental protection issues. We had to meet with the administration to discuss such things. These things are not mutually exclusive. They are all done for the good of Hong Kong. However, to serve Hong Kong, we have to ensure that our culture, our political culture, our standard of governance get higher and higher. We should not allow us to have any crisis in our political morality. During the last vacation, I passed by a small town in the southern part of Poland, a very important tourism town, and then I saw a banner outside a government office urging people to come out to vote against the mayor on the 13th of January in order to take away a very unpopular mayor. I smiled as I looked at my wife. It's good that ex-communist country like Poland can ask people to come out to use their votes to drive away an unpopular mayor. With these remarks, I urge members to support the motion.
Mr. Chan Kim-bo, recently on some occasions, some people have told me that they're worried about Hong Kong's future, and they're asking whether we should continue the struggle, and for how long are we going to do that? There are so many things about livelihood that we need to tackle, and why are we not doing those? I don't know how many people share the same view, but please don't underestimate the number, and the number is growing. People's concerns are well-founded. Many Hong Kong people know that our competitiveness is no longer what it was before. We only have this brand name of International Financial Center to make a living. Actually, there are a lot of risks ahead. If our financial center status is undermined, we don't know what the next generation can do to make a living. The recent leaders of our government are lacking in vision, and we have been involved in internal struggle. We have failed to make improvements. Other little tigers of Asia have made a lot of economic development and achievement. Singapore is very good in the financial and tourism sectors. Their per capita income has been well before us. As apart from South Korea, Singapore and the mainland, other places are all strive to get more development opportunities. If we are brought down by political struggle and at the expense of livelihood and development, we will stand to suffer. The question today is whether the CE is guilty of a serious dereliction of duty or breaches of law. Well, yes, the CE had UBWs, and his approach was problematic or questionable. But UBWs and serious breaches of law and dereliction of duty are different things. As for the misleading statement, well, I think it's just that his approach was questionable. The information he provided was confusing, and he did not give us all the details. There is no strong evidence to show that he gave a misleading statement, and therefore there's no justification to invoke the impeachment mechanism. The more normal way is to ask the Buildings Department to follow up the relevant cases with the supervision of public opinion and media. There's no way the issues can be avoided. We want to have the rule of law, and everyone should be before the court, before the law, and the CE should not be spared because of his status. And at the same time, we should not try to accuse him because of his status. The CE has apologized on a number of occasions. He has been insulted, and he has paid a higher price than ordinary citizens. UBWs are unlawful, but it's also common in Hong Kong. Many people are involving political figures. I hope everyone would ask yourself, are you trying to pursue the UBWs of others, but you are giving yourself an easy way out for your own UBWs? This has dragged on for more than 6 months. There was the proposal to have a vote of no confidence or to invoke our powers and privileges, and now this motion to invoke the impeachment mechanism. I hope after we have through with all these 3 steps, we can all return to normal business.
Mr. Wu Chi-wai, this is the first time we trigger the improvement mechanism under the Basic Law in this Council. This is a disgraceful record for the CE. Under the division system, the pro-government camp can ensure that the motion will not be passed. However, the motion will still be carried in the GC group. This represents the voice of the people, and it is very important in terms of a symbolic gesture. In March, during the CE election, the CE, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, criticized Mr. Henry Tang on his UBW incident. He said that that's not purely a UBW incident, but an integrity issue. It's only when the media exposed the issue that Mr. Henry Tang came forth to admit the UBWs. On a number of public occasions, time and again, Mr. C.Y. Leung lied to the people of Hong Kong to conceal his UBWs. Again and again, he disregarded the wisdom of Hong Kong people. Even today, he insisted not to honestly admit that he had concealed his UBW. Just now, I heard many of our pro-government colleagues say that UBWs are not that serious. Many Hong Kong people have UBWs. That's a fact. Many Hong Kong people have UBWs. However, when we have UBWs, what's the solution? We must face the Buildings Department squarely. When we're asked, we must say that we have UBWs. Can you say that by erecting a wall, you no longer have a UBW? Can you say that by erecting a wall, the UBW no longer exists? And even in the development panel, when we ask the director of buildings whether or not the erection of a wall could handle the UBW problem, the director of buildings said expressly that that would not be possible. The UBW must be handled seriously. Chi-wai Leung is a surveyor. How come he thought that by erecting a wall, he could handle the UBW? He was lying. He would like to conceal the UBW. By covering up, he tried to prevent the media from taking photos of the interior of his residence. Well, he was elected. After his election, he had many opportunities to explain the issue, to admit his mistakes. It's just that he did not choose to admit his mistakes. He chose, even when publicly apologizing, he only admitted that he was seriously negligent in handling his UBWs. In court, if we face a mistake, we can only mitigate in front of the judge. For example, saying, sorry, when I crossed the road, I neglected the traffic light and crossed the road, and I beg your pardon, Mr. Justice. That's the only thing we can do. You cannot say that you are negligent, you crossed the road, but had not made a mistake. That's not possible. But then in the past year or so, that's what the CE had been doing. He used negligence to evade his mistakes. Well, just step back and think about this. Well, I treat you as correct. You trust the CE so much. The CE had not done anything wrong. But very often we said that at the end of the day, we would not like the ruling to be made because of our political background or affiliation. We still believe the court's judgment as being the most accurate and correct. Now, we are not passing a motion to impeach the CE. We're only passing a procedure. If this motion is carried, the Chief Justice of the CFA can set up an independent investigation committee to investigate into whether or not the allegations are substantiated and whether or not Article 73(9) of the Basic Law can be triggered. And a report is to be submitted to this council for vetting. If we have a 2/3 majority support from members, we could make it a fact and report to the CPG. There was this no confidence motion and then Mr. Cheuk-yan's motion, and today we have this impeachment motion. We're just looking at our feelings about the CE, what we saw in front of us, whether or not we trust him. Well, this is a rather easy ruling because this is built on our subjective sentiments. But when it comes to electoral powers and privileges ordinance and this motion, if it is possible, we would like to do Chi-wai Leung justice. In particular, our pro-government members so trust him, society trusts him, he's a good person. Then why not let the Chief Justice do Chi-wai Leung justice? Sometimes we feel that many members don't want an improvement motion, they don't want an investigation committee. But by doing so, they take away the chance of vindication on the part of Chi-wai Leung. So is that helpful for Chi-wai Leung? It's not. By doing so, you won't be able to help Chi-wai Leung. Rather, because of Chi-wai Leung, the governance of this administration is not to be improved, and the image of the whole government and the civil service would be affected. So, why oppose this motion? The pro-government members always say that Chi-wai Leung's mistake is not that detrimental. Well, just recently, Mr. Xi Jinping chaired a working meeting in Guangzhou. At that meeting, he said that today's China faced a lot of big and small corruption issues and crises of governance, numerous of them. How should they be handled? He mentioned 29 Chinese characters. He said that we should not evade the conflicts, not cover the problems. We should prepare for the worst and strive for the best result. And we should always be proactive. What did he mean? He meant we should no longer cover up the problems. The proaction actually belonged to CY Leung, but he did not invoke it, and now we would like to invoke it. You don't want us to be proactive. You prohibited us from doing so. And so the whole incident would only develop in the negative direction. The pro-government members have disregarded even the advice of Mr. Xi Jinping. The CPG is governing the whole of the mainland in the past 30 to 40 years. They encountered corruption issues, social conflicts, etc. Their conclusion is that they have to face the problem squarely instead of covering up the issues like in the past. But you turned a deaf ear to those advice. Let me tell the pro-government members, you are actually harming CY Leung rather than loving him. You think that you love him, but in fact you harm him. But apart from harming him, you also harm the people of Hong Kong. So what should we do about this? In terms of governance, I think everybody is clear that integrity is very important. Integrity is also a very important cornerstone of our society. The Civil Service Bureau, right from the very beginning, said that integrity must be the first and foremost consideration of the government and the civil service. What are the problems surrounding the CE? Does he have integrity? Some may say yes, some may say no. But to sum up, his responses in this council did carry mistakes. I think we all agree to that. Well, last time Mr. Podze said that he did not trust him, but, well, this council should not do anything. Whether or not we trust him, since he has made a mistake, the best and most effective solution is to do him justice, is to allow this independent investigation committee to investigate into these allegations and pass a judgment. If the Chief Justice, after a stringent set of procedures, is of the opinion that he has breached Article 73(9) of the Basic Law and is in serious breach of the law and in dereliction of duty, then we have to face another incident. But perhaps the Chief Justice said that he's all right. If you're not giving this very opportunity to CY Leung, then in future, no matter how CY Leung governs Hong Kong, he won't be able to vindicate himself, and his name will still be tarnished. With these remarks, I support the impeachment motion. And let me end with some remarks from the Confucius. If a person does not have integrity, then he cannot stand in this society. He won't be able to accomplish anything. So I hope that our CE can, under the investigation committee of the Chief Justice, be given justice. Thank you.
Mr. Yiu-chung. Mr. Deputy, today is the first council meeting of 2013. It's a new year. We all have New Year resolutions, and we look forward to the new year. Shortly, we'll have the Chief Executive Policy Address. We expect everything to be fresh and new. However, in this council, we have been dwelling on issues that have been plaguing us in the past 6 months. I am not from the legal sector, but I understand that the impeachment procedure is a solemn right enshrined in the Basic Law. And as for the chief executive, it's a very serious allegation. So this mechanism should not be triggered lightly unless there is a sufficient and strong reasons. Otherwise, it is disrespect to the legislature, to the chief executive, and it is irresponsible to the public. A condition of the impeachment is to prove that the chief executive has committed serious breach of law or dereliction of duty. And in relation to the CE's illegal structures, well, UBWs at its residence is completely unrelated to the CE's duty. Illegal structures may be contraventions to the relevant rules and regulations. There is no safety issues involved. Some of these structures have been dealt with or are being dealt with, and so the severity itself can be argued. Mr. Ronny Tong had reservations because illegal structures is not a serious misconduct, and these structures existed before the CE became the chief executive, and there is no strong legal grounds. The serious breach of law and dereliction of duty alleged in the charges is not serious enough. Mr. Alberto and Mr. Leung Kwok-hung filed election petitions accusing the chief executive Chi-wai LEUNG for making misrepresentation. They lost their case. The court judged that there is no reasonable grounds. People's Power went to the ICAC to make a complaint, accusing Chi-wai LEUNG for making misrepresentation. The ICAC said that the complaint was not substantiated, and so the investigation stopped. So because of these, we see that there is insufficient evidence to show that there is a misrepresentation, let alone serious breach of law and dereliction of duty. The ICAC is a credible authority. I hope the public and legislators will respect the spirit of rule of law and the ICAC. The legislator is there to monitor the work of the administration, not to paralyze it. The Cardinal in Christmas past said something. Mr. Tong, the Cardinal, said that in the past year, most of the time, people feel agitated and frustrated. Society has fallen into mistrust. He appealed to Hong Kong people to pause and think. Apart from putting salt on wounds, are there any more meaningful things to be done? And indeed, there are more important things for Hong Kong to do. Awaiting an administration's action. There was a survey done by a newspaper. 2/3 of the respondents hope that in the new year, the administration will speed up its work to deal with problems. 1/3 of them wants livelihood issue, housing problems to be dealt with. And when it comes to constitutional problems, only 11%. So you see that the greatest concern in society is to deal with livelihood issues. If you look at other jurisdictions, during general elections, the different factions have been fighting and armed to the hilt. And even the Republicans and the Democrats in the US, they may have their differences. However, they came together and compromised because of the fiscal crisis. Hong Kong should follow that trend. We put down our differences and deal with livelihood issues as our priority. Hong Kong, some people say that Hong Kong's problems stem from a lack of a direct election, and if they can all be resolved with a change of the chief executive, we'll all will all of them be resolved? You can look at Japan. In the past 7 years, they have a different prime minister nearly every year. Problems stayed, and instead there is political instability, and their economy plummeted. People marched to express their discontent. However, at the end of last year and New Year's Day this year, there are different groups coming out. They have very simple requests. They just want the behavior of expanding the UBWs of CE to be put aside so that we can move on. I do think that this speaks for the mind of a lot of people. I so speak to express my objection against the motion.
Mrs. Regina Yip. Mr. Deputy, on behalf of the New People's Party, I must state our position that we are objecting to this motion. We did mull over this. Mrs. Yip, can you clip the mic on your lapel? It's difficult to hear you if you hold it in your hand like this. Can someone help me, please? Beg your pardon. Before we took this decision, we mulled over the motion, and we also looked at the background to this impeachment motion and the best timing for this. Well, this mechanism didn't exist in the colonial era. It started after the reunification. I'm sure that those who drafted the basic law must have had regard to the UK and the US. In the UK and the US, they hardly ever activated this mechanism. In the US, there were twice that presidents were impeached. Andrew Jackson, 1868. There was they voted one vote short of getting rid of him. It should be Andrew Johnson, not Jackson. I think we ought to look at this Senate decision.
Johnson, merely because it disagreed with him, as though it were conducting the sort of no-confidence vote common in parliamentary systems. It resolved instead that impeachment required proof of specific wrongdoing, and that this wrongdoing must be serious.
So this is very clear. The Senate examined all the allegations against Andrew Johnson and decided that an impeachment would be very serious an act. Now, in the student union, we normally would find it so easy to cast a vote of no confidence on a particular person, but with regard to impeachment, we do need to have evidence in relation to wrongdoing. The wrongdoing has to be serious. And this is in keeping with the spirit of the U.S. Constitution.
And all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office on impeachment for and conviction of treason, bribery, or other high crimes and misdemeanors.
It is only in serious cases that involve treason, bribery, and other very serious high-level crimes that president should be removed. In the UK, it was on one occasion, 1848 and 2004, two occasions on which impeachment was activated. And in the UK House of Commons, and the MPs were trying to impeach Tony Blair. So this impeachment would require specific evidence to prove that the President or the Prime Minister or the Chief Executive has committed serious crimes. Now, I heard from what members had to say. Members may not be terribly happy with the way the Chief Executive handled the UBWs, and also he may lack integrity when he came to LegCo, but that doesn't measure up to the requirement of impeachment. If you look at the region, South Korea, President Roh Moo-hyun in 2004 was impeached. After the impeachment, the Constitutional Court overruled the Parliament's decision, and he was reinstated. Mr. Roh Moo-hyun, President Roh Moo-hyun's approval rating was about 30%. Our Chief Executive enjoys higher rating, but that impeachment involved power struggle. And shortly after the impeachment, his popularity rating increased. In Paraguay, South America, in 21st of June 2010, the Parliament impeached Fernando Lugo. And the President was removed the next day. But the neighboring countries suggested that this would be tantamount to a coup d'etat, and they removed all the diplomats and so on. In some jurisdictions, they may have impeachment mechanism which is underpinned by constitution, but that's normally a political tool. And they do not have faith in a particular. I mean, if we impeach our Chief Executive just because we don't like the way he answered the question, then I think it would be heavy-handed. It would be more important, more serious than a no confidence vote. If we impeach our Chief Executive in absence of concrete evidence, it would cause social turmoil. It would undermine the economic development in Hong Kong. So after carefully considering the allegations and the constitutional implications, the New People's Party objects to this motion. Thank you.
Mr. K.K. Fung. Thank you, Mr. Deputy. Mr. C.Y. Leung has two problems in this incident. Number one, did he have UBWs? And number two, in dealing with the UBW incident, did he commit any dereliction of duty? On the issue of whether he had or had not UBWs, I think it's beyond doubt. Even for those from the pro-establishment camp, they dare not say that he did not have UBWs. Number one is at 4A and B Peel Rise. There were UBWs, and after knowing that there was UBW, he just built a brick wall to cover this up or to hide the UBW, and then he said that after doing this, there was no longer any UBWs, and despite the repeated letters from the Buildings Department, he did not reply to the questions raised by the Buildings Department. So on the issue of whether he had or did not have UBWs, I think the answer is a definite yes. All right, as a candidate in the CE election and during the election campaign, when he had such UBWs, then how should he be punished? I think that should be up to the administration or for the court to decide whether such UBWs should be subject to criminal prosecution or whatever. I think, secondly, what's more important is that in the process of dealing with the UBW incident, as a candidate in the CE election or as the incumbent chief executive, he resorted to sophistry or linguistic sophistry to cover this up, and this involves a number of articles under the Basic Law, under 62, 64, and 47(1), because these articles under the Basic Law all require our chief executive. I'll read out some of the provisions here. 47. The chief executive of the Hong Kong SAR shall he will have to the chief executive of the Hong Kong SAR must be a person of integrity dedicated to his or her duties. So the basic law's requirement on the chief executive is very high. In other words, he will have to set a good example for the entire community. He will have to be the quintessence of a law-abiding citizen in Hong Kong. So even if you might have committed mistakes in the past, then yes, we can leave it to the court, which will decide whether or not he will have to shoulder any liability or responsibilities for that. But then if in the process, as you can see, he has resorted to linguistic sophistry in order to deal with his own UBWs, I think that would mean that he has deliberately covered up or he has an intention to hide. So that would amount to an issue of integrity. I can cite some examples of what he said. On the 16th of July 2012, at our meeting, Chi-wai LEUNG said that I'd like to reiterate that I have committed a serious omission with regard to this issue, but then with regard to the irregularities, I had no intention to hide. I dealt with them right away, and some of the UBWs were demolished within a day or two. But obviously, with regard to 4A and B PURIs, with regard to the potential UBWs and also the brick wall that was used to cover up or hide or to conceal the illegal room in the basement, there was a deliberate attempt on his part to conceal it. And also, on another occasion, Chi-wai LEUNG said that I have never concealed the fact that I've never concealed anything and said that those UBWs were or were not built by me. Instead, I've clearly stated all the facts, and this has been the case since the end of June and up to now. Indeed, he knew very well, at least, that he had covered up the trellis, the wooden trellis that he claimed to have built. That was on the 20th of June 2011. It was pointed out that he pointed out that this so-called wooden trellis was there when he first bought the place. But then, in reality, both the glass trellis and also the wooden trellis, they were either built or planned to be built by him as owner after he moved in. And the then CE office also made a statement saying that the former structure was a wooden trellis, and in year 2000, when Mr. Leung bought the place, it was already there, as there was serious erosion. By termites, and the glass trellis which replaced it were actually built or caused to be built by Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG after he moved into the property. And with regard to the wooden trellis and also the glass trellis, he did not submit any plan to the buildings department, nor did the buildings department conduct any inspection at his place. As we can see, he apparently suggested that he already dealt with all the UBWs, but then in practice, it was not the case. So as a candidate running in the CE election, I think integrity is the highest requirement of anybody who runs for the office. That's the fundamental value for anyone running for the office, because with integrity, you'll be trusted, without which, however hard you try, you will not be trusted. So before we talk about the issue of integrity, I cited a number of remarks he made that would be against the basic law. Well, from the time when he ran for the office to the time when he became the chief executive, the central authorities want somebody who had UBWs to become the chief executive of Hong Kong. Of course, we had no way to tell what's in the mind of the central authorities, but then I'll set up some possibilities. All right, there are 3 sets of questions. Number 1, Chi-wai LEUNG thought that he did not have UBWs, and then the second point to this is that he himself knew that he had UBWs, and then the second group of questions is that before or after he became elected, did the CPG ask him if he had anything to come clean on? And the third set of questions is when Chi-wai LEUNG said yes or no, or he refused to answer. So if you try to link up all the 3 sets of questions, all right, Chi-wai LEUNG felt that he did not have any UBWs when the CPG asked him if he had UBWs, and he answered no. So basically, it's wrong, because he thought he did not, but then he knew very well that he had, and therefore this answer must be wrong. On number 2, he said he felt that he did not have UBWs, or whatever he said to the central authorities, and if he said no, then he cheated the UBW, he cheated the CPG, he lied. And if he came clean on this, and if still the central authorities decided to appoint him despite everything, then in appointing a chief executive, the standards set up by the CPG would be far too low. So I'd like to urge the CPG, if they had known it beforehand, and if they still insisted on appointing him, then you would have to come clean yourself. You will have to tell us why you think that integrity is not a problem. I hope that the CPG would not make appointments like these. And if you were not aware of these beforehand, then the central authorities will have to deal with this. For somebody who cheated even the central authorities, to what extent can you still trust him? So does that mean that if you can cheat the central authorities, this can still be a good official, this can still be a good accountability official and good chief executive? All along I've been emphasizing the importance of integrity. I can also cite you a first-hand experience on integrity. Of course, I cannot compare myself to a chief executive, somebody who is holding such a high position and authority, but then integrity still is a very important issue. I have no means, no money, no influence, so I'm just a grassrooter, and without any support, I just try to fight for the interests of the deprived, and despite all that, I managed to get some support from the business sector, and I was able to do something for the privileged class. For example, for the second-hand goods store that I set up, some businessmen leased, my landlord leased the premises on concessionary terms, and my restaurant was also run in the same manner, other than the fact that there was a cause behind our restaurant. That's why they were willing to do this. And also, I also ran a childcare center for the underprivileged class, so that they can leave their children there, so that these parents would be able to go out to work, so they can leave their children with us, and they can leave it there for half a day or a whole day. If they do not have trust in you, they would definitely not do that. So we have so many children that are waiting for such service. They are actually lining up for our service. So when I refer to integrity, that's what I'm referring to. On the contrary, if you do not have integrity, basically the parents would not leave their children with you, because when would they know that you are telling the truth, or when would you be honest with them? So they will have no way to trust you. So where there are integrity problems, so whether you're a common person, or if you are a political leader or the chief executive, then every time when you do something, everybody will be questioning your political integrity or the motive behind your act. So they would be using a magnifying glass to magnify whatever you do. And of course, we are mortals, and we are bound to make mistakes, and we are bound to commit errors. And when you commit any mistake, then these would be played up and aggravated. And therefore, if Chi-wai LEUNG is not able to deal with this issue of integrity, the problems that he will encounter will only grow, and he will only be subject to more problems and difficulties. And these problems will continue to bother him. Well, people might say that, all right, UBWs are just minor issues. Please do not get bogged down by this. But then UBWs is one thing, but then integrity is another issue. People say, well, why don't you give him or allow him to get back to his job? But then it depends. Well, whether or not you allow him to do his job would depend on how many people would still trust you, how many people have been disappointed by you, how many people have found their hearts broken by you. And if you have broken the hearts of many, then whatever you do is not going to work. And even if you come up with policies that are very good, you will find it difficult to get your way through. Mr. President, I'm sure you must have read the news. 2 or 3 days ago, So-Ko had some friends from single-parent families, and they told the press loudly that, well, telling lies is not a problem. The most important thing is to get things done. I was shocked. They sent cold chills down my spine. What are we going to do to educate our younger generation? Telling lies is not a problem. The chief executive is not a problem. The accountability officials are not a problem. Permanent secretary telling lies is not a problem. And even for councillors telling lies is not a problem. Then what are we going to become? We are going to become a liars community. So when will we be able to go back on the right track so that we can become a normal society, so that through our ranks, through our work, we'll be setting examples for our future generations, so that our next generation will be able to attain the same high quality of conduct, so that they will be very cultivated and civilized. Mr. President, the chief executive's personal integrity is not his personal problem. It's about his accountability team. It's about the entire government. And on his team, if there are others who also had similar UBWs, or who might have done things very messily, then adding together, that would become a very serious problem to the entire community. And it's not just about now, it's about the future. How are you going to deal with future problems? And therefore, in these circumstances, I do not see how CHEUNG can continue to lead our civil service to do his job as chief executive, and therefore I support the motion. Thank you.
Dr. Fernando Cheung. President, this is the first council sitting in 2013. And the first thing we discuss here is an impeachment motion directed towards CHEUNG. LEUNG. This is not something we should take pride in. I'm not happy. I do not enjoy to be one of the supporters of this motion. I do agree that we are wasting our valuable time. There are indeed pressing issues waiting for us to address in this council, whether they be policies, measures, and legislative proposals. There is a big wealth gap in Hong Kong, and just off Fuan, there is a tragic accident. We have street sleepers and the elderly shivering in the cold. Many elderly and disabled persons are living in very shameful conditions in healthcare or in homes, in residential homes. Many grassroots are struggling to survive, and yet we're here to discuss whether the CE should step down. I don't enjoy this debate at all. I don't really want this to go on, but I must fulfill my duty as a legislator, as a representative of the people. If the CE has a serious dereliction of duty, if it's lied in this council to mislead us, if he has lied in front of the public, if has lost his integrity, if the head of the government has no integrity whatsoever, how can we go on? So I have no choice but to be one of the movers of this motion. As said by many colleagues, including those from the pro-establishment camp, have said the crux of the matter is, has the CE lied? Now, if we ask this question and for the community to answer, I'm sure over half of the community will say yes. And the evidence is very solid. In his own statement about his houses on the peak para 46, he said that in November 2011, he already, or rather in October, he already found out that in the basement of house number 4, there was an UBW in October 2011. That was even before he declared his candidacy. And what did he do? He discovered this discrepancy with the plans. He discovered an expansion, illegal extension, about 200 square feet, according to his statement. What did he do? He sealed it up with a brick wall. Chi-wai LEUNG is such an experienced and professional surveyor, had no reason not to know that it was a UBW. Well, he thought that it was about 200 square feet in size, and subsequently it was found to be over 300 square feet. There's no reason for him to believe that by setting it up himself using a brick wall would mean that there's no more UBW in his home. I think even a primary student would understand that if you've done something wrong and if the item is structurally or physically present, then you cannot just conceal it and think that it's not there. And yet, the CE told us that's what he had done. The statement exactly shows that he knew that he had a UBW even before he declared his candidacy. Although he did not use the word UBW, he said it was an extension, and the extension was a departure from the original plans. President, could a surveyor not know that it is not a UBW? Well, if he knew that it was a UBW and then he decided to run in the CE race, as said by many members, he used UBW and integrity to attack his contestant, Henry Tang. He said that Henry Tang covered up his UBW and only admitted to the fact when he was exposed. Chi-wai LEUNG was one of the contestants. You can imagine what was his integrity. He knew full well that he had an illegal room in the basement, just like Henry Tang, although it was smaller in size, and used a brick wall to seal it up and thought it was okay. And then he attacked Henry Tang by saying that, well, you have a UBW, you did not admit to it, you have a problem with integrity. So, what do you think about his character? He had the same problem, and yet he attacked his contestant in front of everyone in Hong Kong. And of course, his contestant was just very clumsy in dealing with that matter. He was he gave a live show of what someone with no backbone or no sense of responsibility was. But of course, the one who pointed his finger at him was even more evil. He was of an even worse character. He has no integrity at all. He knew he had the same problem, and yet he could attack the other party using the same reason. And the contestant. His contestant was defeated, and then he subsequently won the race. Can that really be like that? And starting from June last year, the BD had written 4 times to Chi-wai Leung, asking him to explain about the UBW, and yet he totally ignored the buildings department. And then he came to tell us that he was frank and honest, and then BD asked to inspect my houses a number of times. Without delay, I opened up my home and allowed them to come in at once to inspect, but it turns out that he didn't even reply to the letters, and when that was exposed, he said it was because of the lawsuit. And then we questioned the directors of buildings. We asked whether he had ever replied to their letters, their 4 letters. Did he ever tell the BD that because of the lawsuit, it was not really appropriate for him to respond? But the director dare not answer our questions for some reasons. He didn't even answer our queries. I would say that probably Chi-wai never returned or replied to their letters. You cannot say that by concealing it with a brick wall, there is no UBW. Now, this CE told the media in public. Now, this room in the basement, of course, he did not use the word UBW. He said that because I've built a wall to conceal the basement or the basement storeroom, this is not a UBW. He just cover or hide the room, and he did not regard us as UBW. We asked the director of buildings whether that was a proper way of handling things, whether it was legal. The director dare not tell us whether it was legal or not. It's an enforcement department, and he didn't even tell us whether it was legal. How can the department continue to enforce the legislation? The BD is an enforcement department, and yet the director dared not tell us whether it was legal or not to handle the UBW in that manner. Chi-wai Leung is the head of the government, and I think he has dragged the whole government together with him. How low have we sunk? How can we go on? Do we have to put up with such a base character? Do we have to put up with such a CE? Yes, he is very capable. Among the 3 CEs we have, I believe he is the most expressive one. He has he is most skillful in sophistry. He knows how to express himself. He knows how to go into the masses and get their support and become popular. Do we want someone who is capable and expressive but with no sense of integrity at all? Do we want to follow the example of the mainland so soon? Is it that we can have no regard for integrity and honesty, so long as he can deliver, he can give us rice bowls, he can tackle the economy? What's wrong with telling lies? We are adults. Many of us have dated, we have our partners or spouses. Now, if your spouse is unfaithful to you, how will you feel? Any of your friends and relatives say to you that, well, it doesn't matter so long as he feeds you, he gives you a shelter, even if it's unfaithful ones, he is not being serious in such affairs. How will you view this person? To this unfaithful partner, will you say that, well, it doesn't matter so long as I get fed? Well, since we're married already, we don't have any ideal anymore. Well, let's put up with the situation for the sake of our children. Unfortunately, or what's most regrettable, he hasn't really admitted to his being unfaithful. You don't know whether to trust his words or not. If your friends or relatives tell you that it doesn't matter, well, let's be pragmatic. You just put up with him. We have done surveys. The community is most concerned about education, housing, and health care. It doesn't matter whether the CE is trustworthy or not, whether he's faithful or not. Will it work? If your partner has been unfaithful to you, how will you view him? How can you continue to get along with him? How can there be mutual trust between you two? If the head of the government can just lie to this council as he likes to mislead us, can we carry on like this? Can we just allow this CE to build more public housing, give more OH allowance, and hand out more sweeteners and think that it's okay? Is it a society we want, or do we want kids in Hong Kong to follow their counterparts in the mainland? Their ambition in life is to be a corrupt official because then I can make a lot of money. Do we want kids in Hong Kong to say that our ambition in life is to be the CE because he can lie as he likes and because he's defended by the pro-establishment camp? It's okay. Whether he has UBWs, is his personal affairs. There's something to do with his personal conduct only. But can we really accept this if he has no personality, if there's no integrity and honesty? How can we trust him? According to Confucius, well, for a government to stand, it must have integrity. A student of Confucius, Zigong, asked him how we can rule or govern people properly, and he said there must be enough food and military forces and also integrity. Zigong asked what would be the first to go, and Confucius said military forces. And Zigong asked once again, what is most indispensable? And then Confucius said, food can be dispensed with because people will die sooner or later. Without food, people will starve. But if there is no trust, no integrity, then you cannot govern the people. Are we just animals? Do we just eat to survive? Have we degenerated into such a state? Is it that we don't need even basic integrity and credibility in Hong Kong? Without this core value, what is left of Hong Kong? Thank you.
Mr. Vincent Fang. President, today 27 pan-Democrats jointly moved this motion to impeach the current CE of 3 breaches of law and or direction of duty, and they request that an independent investigation committee be set up led by the Chief Justice. On the face of it, they are trying to ask that the 3 charges be looked into, but actually in a previous motion of no confidence and also another one to invoke the powers and privileges, this is just the first step of the 3. The purpose is just solely about ousting Chi-wai LEUNG. Many members said that if the loyalists vote against this motion today and they voted for Chi-wai LEUNG, they would be repeating the same mistake. Well, in that election, well, you know the Liberal Party stance, and the Liberal Party is no loyalist party. So, I'm just commenting on the basis of facts. If we oust Chi-wai LEUNG, how are we going to deal with the aftermath? We believe the entire government and the community at large will suffer serious consequences. there will be a serious blow to the government, which will be prevented from acting. We are going to suffer a serious consequence, and it's the consequence that we all have to bear. We are lagging behind major cities, in particular Singapore. In the previous two debates, the Liberal Party stated its position very clearly. In relation to UBWs, there is clear evidence against Chi-wai LEUNG, and his behavior during his electioneering campaign is there for all to see. There's all the signs that he has a clear problem with integrity. Further investigation into this is just a waste of time. We still have major issues that we need to tackle in Hong Kong, like housing, which is a concern to many members, the wealth gap, the elderly problems, the mainland pregnant women, and also the sustainable economic development, a concern to my party, upward mobility for young people, environmental protection, and so on. If we cannot launch measures urgently, things would take a turn for the worse. Therefore, the Liberal Party's position is that if Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG steps down now, Hong Kong will be thrown into chaos. The morale of the civil service will be dealt a second blow. Therefore, we must have the bigger picture in mind, and to safeguard our overall well-being. We are not going to support any action trying to oust Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG now, including today's motion. But we do not support the impeachment motion. Does it mean that we will just stop now? We just say that this is that's that? Well, as we have said before, we have now giving Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG the yellow card. We'll give him some time to see whether he can achieve something while he is criticized. Next week, Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG would announce his first policy address of his term. Although we cannot expect him to propose something really unprecedented in just 6 months' time. But the Liberal Party and the community will regard his policy address as his first report card. The Liberal Party will particularly pay attention to measures to solve housing problems and to support the SMEs and the middle class, the elderly, and to improve the business environment and the education system, and ways and means to deal with mainland pregnant women. We'll see if he is able to respond to communities' aspirations and propose feasible solutions. These are matters of concern to the community. But all along, the government has always been adopting stopgap measures and piecemeal solutions. And therefore, we are seeing deteriorating problems. For example, the CE wants to have more flats built, but there's a lack of proper planning of manpower in the construction industry. So there's now a serious shortage of manpower. So what are the solutions going to be proposed by the CE? As for mainland pregnant women, we must solve the legal problems behind the problem, the legal issues behind the problem. Otherwise, it will continue to haunt us. I hope the government can really propose something concrete to solve the problems. Although the Liberal Party suggests that we should give time and a chance for the CE to do something, but if he fails to deliver and offer solutions at that point, we and the community at large will not let him off the hook. On this basis, the Liberal Party will not support the motion today. President, a moment ago, many pro-democracy members criticized Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG for failing to make improvements since his assumption of office. Housing prices continue to rise, the wealth gap is still wide. and rental is rising. To be frank, if we want property prices and rent to go down abruptly, it would take disasters like SARS and the financial tsunami. But we don't want to see a repeat of these things. And if we ask a new leader to solve deep-rooted policy problems within a short time, it's simply not practicable. But we can all see that in relation to mainland pregnant women affecting Hong Kong women's access to medical and healthcare services, we are seeing some improvement. It's easier to get a bed in a maternity ward now, and we are glad to know that the first babies born in 2013 were babies born to local parents. It's just like this new electrical complex. Well, I took a little bit of time to learn where the toilets are. New members of this council have to learn to press the buttons to vote. The new CE, likewise, needs time to understand the operation of the government structure. He needs time to have a run-in period with colleagues. And we should not blame him for all the problems that we see. I really hope that we can all give Mr. Chi-wai Leung a little bit of time to get things done. We should not be too worried that after these 3 steps to target his wrongdoing, well, everything is now put on record and in our history. All we have done can be found in the record of this council. Well, the mark is already there. Many people have referred to Chinese literature. Well, I'm not very good at that, and I don't want to show how bad I am about this. But I am familiar with these 2 sentences. If one knows his mistake, then it would be a very good thing to rectify the mistakes. I hope Mr. Chi-wai Leung can also learn from that, because from now on, people will be more determined to monitor you. They will have higher demands of you. The Liberal Party will continue to monitor your governance, and we will ask for a better report card from you. So I submit, Mr. President.
Mr. To, thank you, Mr. President. This time, once again, I'd like to thank the lawyers of the legal profession for preparing for us a detailed and meticulous impeachment motion. The charges therein are based on facts and concrete materials. In fact, a great deal of materials therein are actually taken from the statements published by the CE before and after his election, or based on his remarks. So, we have evidence. Therefore, people in society, as well as those who support Leung Chun-ying, dare not say that the motion or the particulars therein are not accurate. I hope that members of the public can read the motion slowly and carefully. The evidence invoked in the motion and the schedules are substantiated. First of all, when LegCo meetings were broadcast live through the media, the CE told lies. And even when he was asked to withdraw that remark of his, he was unwilling to do so. So that's not negligence. He insisted on pursuing his own course. In this council, our colleagues cannot find any excuse to rebut the facts in the motion and the schedules. So they try to shift people's attention by saying that time and again, we would like to cast a no confidence vote on the CE. We would like to invoke the Electoral Powers and Privileges Ordinance as well as impeach CE. They said that we had politicized the issue. Who raised these issues to a political level is during the election forum when Chi-wai LEUNG did it himself. He told Henry Tang and the public that that was not a UBW incident, that was an integrity issue. That caused Mr. Henry Tang's name to be tarnished, and he failed in his election. At that time, the allegation of Leung Chun-ying was supported by society. We all agree that integrity is very important. But in less than a month's time, we all saw that similarly Chi-wai LEUNG had UBWs. And even worse, he tried to cover lies with lies. So his integrity is even worse. In this council, our colleagues asked, why don't we give him more time to stay on? Why is it that it is unacceptable that he told lies? In fact, to lift integrity to such a high level, the pan-democrats, of course, agree. Once Chi-wai LEUNG advocated hugely the importance of integrity. In Hong Kong, when we talk about integrity and UBWs, we should not be like the mainland. Anti-corruption is not a political tactic. We should not just attack our rivals. We should treat everybody equally and fairly. Unfortunately, we observed that the CE and government departments might not be able to follow this principle of equality in treatment. Ms. Chung-kai once said that we insisted on just one remark, that is, the CE tells lies. Yes, but there are three scenarios. Scenario 1 is Article 64(1) of the Basic Law. The government of the SAR must observe the law and be accountable to the Legislative Council, and it is headed by the CE Leung Chun-ying. And at the question and answer session on the 10th of December last year, as we pointed out, when that Q&A session was broadcast live, once again, Chi-wai LEUNG told lies to the public. Now, secondly, apart from lying to this council, he lied to the public. Repeatedly, Chi-wai LEUNG said that he had no UBWs. According to his memory, he had not said that he had no UBWs. UBWs were immediately dealt with, and there were no UBWs in his home. So he repeatedly lied to the public. This damages Hong Kong because the efficiency of governance has been slowed down. Because after one remark, the CE will add another remark to renege on his previous remark. So in future, we'll only have half trust in him. We'll ask, is it really true all the time? Will you attach conditions to that remark? So in future, when the CE implements policies, it won't be a smooth process. Charge 3. When Chi-wai LEUNG was still the CE elect, he directed, caused, authorized, or permitted the office of the CE elect to make false and or misleading statements in response to public inquiry. That office was funded by public money. It was not Chi-wai LEUNG's camp's office. The CE used public money, and in future maybe civil servants, to disseminate false or misleading information to cover up his breaches of the law. Given such a public officer, there's no way we can trust him. He's the head of the SARG. He owns too much resources. Even when he was the CE elect, he was already doing so. So when he was able to command over 100,000 civil servants with a budget of public money to the tune of over $300 billion, it would be very poor. He's a public officer. When he continues to tell lies, apart from damaging his own integrity, he also damages Hong Kong's rule of law. In the process, we saw that the government had not adopted the same set of standards to handle different UBW incidents. Well, I won't say anything about Henry Tang, whose case was pursued to the end and very thoroughly. Just for an ordinary citizen, for a trellis, that citizen may receive advisories, demolition orders, or be taken to court and fined. But for C.Y. Leung's case, up to this moment, we've not seen any concrete follow-up action. We only saw the word investigation. 4 letters were issued, but the authority could do nothing when he did not reply to those letters. C.Y. Leung is in power. He does not have to observe the law. Punishment does not reach those with high status and great powers. But we're not yet talking about punishment, not even investigation. So it would be foolish to abide by the law. And what about the frontline civil servants? When they see that those in power and with high status can do so, they will abuse their powers on the streets. And that will affect Hong Kong people. So when punishment does not reach those at a high level, we understand that in front of the law there's no equality. That is a huge damage to us. Another huge damage is that this incident had actually caused the collapse of the originally politically neutral civil servants. They're aggrieved. Whether or not they took the initiative to please their new boss, or they're under invisible pressure, in front of the public, they are swallowing all this stuff. Why is it that there's so much difficulty in implementation just for investigating a UBW case? For C.Y. Leung, he didn't even respond to letters, and government departments could not follow up. The morale of our civil servants are closely related to our daily life, because from day to day we have to live with civil servants. If civil servants have a low morale and cannot win the confidence and respect of the public, then on many occasions when frontliners enforce the law on the streets, it would be very difficult. So the integrity issue of C.Y. Leung has dealt a fundamental damage to Hong Kong in this respect. Well, just now some members said that he did not make a very serious mistake. Why should we impeach him? However, will you deny that there is a problem with his integrity? I believe not. Otherwise, please say so in a moment. Please tell the public that you don't think there's an integrity problem with C.Y. Leung. Integrity is important for the head of a government. Just now, Mrs. Regina Ip mentioned South America and South Korea. Here, I'd also like to cite 2 other heads of states. One was in Germany. He took out a loan with concessionary terms. That's not against the law, but when that was exposed, the public felt that there was a suspicion of conflict of interest. Of course, he had close transactions and relationships with certain sectors of the community. He did not breach the law. However, when the public repeatedly queried his integrity, he resigned. When he resigned, he said that because he no longer had the confidence of the public externally, he could not represent the government. Internally, he did not have the trust of the people. So he had no choice but to resign. And his resignation was the last resort for him being accountable to the country. Another example was in Hungary. Well, that person was accused of plagiarism. Well, that's very common among students. But if a doctoral thesis was found to have committed plagiarism, he had to step down, he had to resign. When he resigned, he said that because of his personal problems, the state was divided and not united. So that's his duty, to resign and step down. Today, the integrity of Chi-wai LEUNG had caused Hong Kong society to be divided. On the 1st of January, there were people marching to support Chi-wai LEUNG. And there's the anti-LEUNG march as well. And the two groups scolded one another. And that's because of the integrity of Chi-wai LEUNG, which led to the division of society. If Chi-wai LEUNG wants to retain a final retention of his respect, he should resign. In fact, the rights of the public are clear. We have to monitor those who are exercising public power to see whether they're only taking care of their personal interest. Public figures don't have much privacy. So here, I urge Chi-wai LEUNG to give up his privacy. He should urge the Buildings Department to disclose the information related to his UBWs. Otherwise, on the one hand, he wants power, on the other, he wants privacy. That makes the public no longer able to investigate into his abuse of power for his personal interest. So either he stepped down, like President Nixon. If he did not hand over the audio recordings, he would step down. Then he could have his privacy protected. But so long as he is in that post with so great powers, Chi-wai LEUNG should give up his right to his privacy. He should urge the Buildings Department to immediately disclose all the relevant information related to his UBWs for the knowledge of the public. I support Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's impeachment motion because that's where public interest lies. Thank you.
Mr. Ng Sing. Thank you, Mr. President. The motion is about Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG's illegal structures. This is the third one. It never ends. It is wasting legislators' time and wasting public resources. I think this is a special feature, a prominent feature of this term of Legislative Council. Illegal structures, it is so big that it will be a prominent issue that takes over livelihood issues. Let me tell you a story. On the 16th of December last year, when the CE attended a radio show, he spoke with over 100 people, listened to their views on policy address, and he responded immediately. The participants are selected by the Hong Kong U Public Opinion Program randomly. In the program, livelihood issue, economic issue, and political issues are discussed. Every participant submitted a question on a designated area, and in the relevant session, the host selected a participant to ask the question. The atmosphere of the program was amiable, and no participant asked him questions about illegal structures. It shows what is important to the hearts of the general public. Illegal structures are ranked very low. In December last year, the Hong Kong U Asia Pacific Research Institute conducted a telephone survey on people's expectation on the policy address and the priority area they have in mind. The findings of the survey indicates that the majority of the respondents place priorities on planning and housing, which accounts for 26.8%, livelihood and welfare, 20.8%, economics, 13%, healthcare, 10.8%, and then is constitutional and governance at 10.7%, education 9.5%. These figures show that economic issues and livelihood issues are given priority. And given the current political landscape, politicized issues are used to cause controversy. As a result, the administration cannot focus on dealing with economic and livelihood issues. Is this something the public want to see? Is this something for the good of Hong Kong people? The illegal structure issue has been fermenting for a long time. During different times and in various sectors of society, this issue has been thoroughly discussed. Mr. Leung, in my opinion, should admit that he has not done well in relation to handling of the illegal structures. He has issued a written statement and he came to the council to answer questions. I, together with a lot of people who are rational and people who have Hong Kong's overall interest at heart, think that the mistake stemmed from oversight or negligence. Is it serious breach of law or dereliction of duty? We have great reservations. I recall a member from the legal sector at the beginning of last year, before this motion of impeachment, said that the basic law states that the chief executive will have to commit a serious breach of law or dereliction of duty before the impeachment mechanism can be triggered. Illegal structure is not a serious breach of law, and when the illegal structures were constructed, it is not done when Chi-wai LEUNG is the chief executive. So you cannot be careless and without grounds when you trigger this procedure. According to surveys done by the Hong Kong U and the Chinese University last year, popularity rating to Mr. Leung's administration is 49.1 and 48.1. This is not satisfactory. But if you compare with popularity rating of other leaders, especially those who are democratically elected, you find that this rating actually is acceptable. The other leaders did not step down. Do we have to ask ours to step down? We each have our problems, and each place has its own customs. We're in the midst of financial turmoil. This is an important time. People expect Chi-wai LEUNG, our chief executive, to respond to people's sentiment and to make good use of time and do something real and good. They also expect the chief executive to lead the administration to promote and improve people's livelihood and our economy. I so submit. Thank you.
Mr. Alan Leung, President, from the New Year days, March, from the turnout on both sides on that day, we can tell that a lot of people in Hong Kong think that CY Leung is a liar. Some said that he should be allowed an opportunity to make up for his wrongdoing. That's the tone underlying the Chief Secretary's speech. Many argued that we don't really want a liar. We don't really want someone who is acting dishonestly. Now, some of my colleagues a moment ago cited some examples of top leaders resigning. Now, when the social fabric is torn apart like this, he should have the moral courage to step down, to give Hong Kong an opportunity to remove this confrontation, this polarization. Can we do without him? In 2005, I experienced a similar situation. Chief Executive CH resigned because of a bad leg. Did we find Hong Kong in trouble? Mrs. Carrie Lam has been sitting here for so long. At that time, Mr. Donald Tsang stepped in, and we didn't have any problem at all. President, I'd like to put this to my fellow colleagues. Can you say in front of the television to the people of Hong Kong that CY Leung does us proud and he deserves the position? Do you dare to say that? You're bold enough to say this? Why not? I don't understand. President, before today we have given enough chances to CY Leung, although he never seized the chances, and he never seized the opportunity to come here and come clean about the whole thing, and told us that he concealed part of the facts. He could have said that things were very confusing. Maybe he didn't think it through. If he admitted to the problems and sought the forgiveness of the people of Hong Kong, maybe it would have worked. Half of the people of Hong Kong may feel that he's a liar, but they still would like to give him a chance. Unfortunately, he never seized the opportunity given to him by this council. He met the business sector and said that there are people who are getting in the way. He never done any soul searching. He's asking people to shout at those who are getting in the way of Hong Kong moving ahead. What sort of attitude is this? This is an attitude that reflects a CY Leung who is not contrite, who's content with the fact that we can do nothing about him. Now, we don't feel proud about CY Leung, but we can hold our head high with pride when we talk about CY Leung. Impeachment is a serious matter. It does have serious constitutional implications. CY Leung has the good fortune or misfortune of becoming the first chief executive to be impeached. 27 pro-democratic members have identified an issue to act together. We represent 56% of the votes in Hong Kong, and we are intending to impeach this chief executive to show our lack of confidence in him, to stop him governing Hong Kong. And there is historical significance. President, we have 27 members who are speaking. We hardly ever hear any members from the pro-establishment camp. But each and every member who speaks would go into the historical record. When the CS spoke, she said that he would, or the chief executive would like to offer an explanation earlier, but for the legal challenge, I can't think through this logic. The court of law is there to identify the facts. I'm not sure who the legal counsel was for Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG. Why is it that he couldn't tell the truth in the midst of a legal challenge? Would the court condone any untruth? Now, if you listen to Chi-wai LEUNG, you've got to be very careful. What if there is a legal challenge? I mean, the court would ask you to tell the truth. No, I think Mr. Albert Ho talked about this before. The CS also said that the chief executive has already offered an apology. What apology? He was apologizing for his negligence. He wasn't making an apology for any words that he uttered that were not in line with the truth. He wasn't asking for forgiveness of the people of Hong Kong. I mean, all we heard from him was shout at them. And so this bureaucratic arrogance. President, we're not merely talking about UBWs today. On the 16th of March, Chi-wai LEUNG told Henry Tang that the whole thing was about integrity. Today, we're not talking about serious breaches of law. Now, if you look at the impeachment motion initiated by the 27 members, the focus of attention is actually on the dereliction of duty. I hope that members should pretend to not understand the whole thing. They should not misconstrue the fact that UBWs are serious breaches of law. It is the integrity. Now, we are here to monitor the executive branch. If you come here and tell lies, then his subordinates will follow suit. It will be very difficult for us to monitor the administration. President Mr. Tam Yiu-chung said that we haven't given him the due process. How do we use 73(9)? If we cannot come to an agreement on 73(9), then is it the case that we can't really start an impeachment process? Should there be any wrongdoing? And this is the opportunity for us to rationalize the whole thing. If we carry the motion, then Justice Jeffrey Ma will start the ball rolling. What is surprising is to hear from Ms. N. Cheung, she seems to have an attachment, a complex about Chi-wai LEUNG. She makes it sound as if that she really trusts him. I wonder why she has such an extent of trust in Chi-wai LEUNG. The Chi-wai LEUNG walled up the illegal basement, and I'm sure that one can conclude that he was aware of the illegality of the basement. That's why he walled it up. It's been there for a decade. That he pretended as if there was no illegal structure. And then he attacked Henry Tang for lack of integrity, for concealing the existence of UPWs. I think it is paradoxical to talk about making up for his wrongdoing. I mean, this is what people would do in mitigation in court. He hasn't really admitted guilt here, and it's premature for us to mitigate, to allow mitigation. I don't really understand that. President, if we veto this motion, whereby we would ask the Chief Justice, Mr. Jeffrey Ma, to start the impeachment process, then we would be condoning acts which are by hooks and by crooks. There was a member who mentioned this six-year-old girl, and she said as long as she's given rental housing, it would be okay, even someone is lying. I'm not sure whether the parents would be concerned about these remarks. If we veto this motion, then the morality will be dragged down in Hong Kong. We would be accepting the fact that we can stand facts on its own right. I mean, in the Southern Weekly, there was an article that mentioned that if people if people call a stack a horse, then it is wrong. Today, we hope that people in China would have dignity, would prosper. Now, they do have this constitutional dream. In Hong Kong, I don't think people would just aspire economic development. They hope that everybody, from the chief executive all the way down, would enjoy dignity, would enjoy a noble character. But the chief executive is leading us down the wrong path. He is showing us how to call a stack a horse, how to stand truth on his own head. I think we have to be honest. If we veto this motion, then we will be establishing a set of values that we don't want to have anything to do with. To be a leader, one has to have morality, ethics, and caliber. I think morality would be more important than talents. If one is to exploit the talent to commit wrongdoing, then he will be plunging Hong Kong into troubles. We're not trusting him that he doesn't have any political mission. He is undermining the core values in Hong Kong. We have all these freedoms, human rights and rule of law, which are embedded in the basic law. If we veto this first hurdle of impeachment, doesn't matter. I'm telling the audience in Hong Kong that it is the people of Hong Kong who can impeach this cheat executive. There are still many avenues for us to express our views that we don't want to have a liar, a cheat executive. We want to have dignity for Hong Kong people. We want to have a lofty character. We should be able to hang our head high up with pride when we talk about the chief executive. Talking about caliber, what has the chief executive done over the past 6 months? Mark Chai-kwong, Paul Chan, Eddie Ng, Xu Xinpo, Lau Kong-wah. We have given him the opportunity. President, the Civil Party supports this motion.
主席，頭先梁家傑議員話，即係希望香港啲人即係品格高尚咧， 即係其實呢個係一個好奢望嘅要求。即係你見到回歸15年咧，即係香港特別見到啲政治人物管治班子特別啲所謂親建制派嘅即係嘴臉咧，即係越嚟越覺得即係狐群狗黨奴才治港。即係你見到呢個管治班子咧，更加係即係極為呢個恐怖嘅，係嘛？即係呢個嘅行政會議成員可以係炒樓出名嘅，即係一個炒家可以做到行政會議成員，跟住呢個張志剛呢個出名嘅好勇鬥狠，即係打仔格嘅，又係行政會議成員。頭先嗰個林奮強世界仔跟住啲即係局長咧一開始就醉駕，跟住咧就即係炒樓避稅，跟住就劏房，係嘛？哇！即係呢個劏房局長威咯，影響埋政府嘅政策先。未發現去劏房之前咧，政府嘅政策就話劏房係呢個嘅違法違規，殺無赦，係嘛？我哋幫呢個深水埗一紮嘅喺呢個嘅工廠大廈嘅劏房喺呢個屋宇署門口即係露宿咗成個幾月，最後都要逼遷。哇！家下竟然話劏房係市正，係嘛？你話政府嘅政策係咪人治呢？發現呢個局長劏房之前，政府就強徵勵治，啲劏房係非法危害呢個市民嘅安全，係嘛？火燭咧就冇地方走，就要呢個禁同埋要逼遷。哇！最近真係一改態度，真係嘆為呢個嘅官子。
Serious cases they will have to evict people. So this is really eye-opening. I hope that the Chief Secretary can clarify to us, is it that the administration has already changed its policy so that subdivided flats are now permitted? Because we do have a bureau director who's operating subdivided flats, and therefore we can also speculate on them, and it can easily cost us some $40 per square feet, and well, for people paying $3,520 for 120 square feet room. He has been evicted recently because the landlord would like to subdivide it further. Well, in the past, a flat of 120, 150 square feet would not be regarded as small enough, and therefore they are trying to subdivide it further. And in Chuen-wan, we are actually talking about rentals of some $40+ per square feet. This is really outrageous. Mr. President, 27 members from the pan-democratic camp have jointly signed on the motion to allege that LEUNG has been derelict on its duty, and therefore we have to trigger the impeachment process, and many members from the legal profession have already elaborated on that. In particular, Mr. Dennis Kwok has made it very clear. He's very professional, and there were 3 serious charges, and there were 3 serious allegations which were all against the law, and therefore I do not propose to further elaborate on that, and I fully support what he said. We also put up a newspaper advertisement, and we have already made it clear what our grounds are in supporting this motion. I'd just like to state the importance of having this motion passed, in particular the importance of this to the 160,000 civil servants, because there's no way that we can discipline the chief executive or submit him to any disciplinary hearing if he commits any offense, but then if he's derelict on his duty or if he has committed serious breaches of the law, then this is the only mechanism available. That is through this council, through a motion to set up an investigation committee, that he can be investigated and a report can be submitted, and eventually we can then put this to the vote to decide whether or not we would really like to impeach him. And there is a mechanism for us to report this to the central authorities. But then for the 160,000 civil servants, if they committed similar mistakes, and in some cases their mistakes might have been a lot more mild than those committed by Chi-wai LEUNG, and including those who have been dismissed as a result of such misconduct or misdeeds. They would have to face a more comprehensive, more in-depth disciplinary hearing. In particular, for the disciplined services, the kind of hearing that they would face would be a lot more stringent. Well, for people who acted like they are very defensive and they said that it's okay, it's nothing, even if such acts have been committed. But then for a civil servant committing similar acts, he would have been dismissed. And there was an LCSD staff who took out a loan of $500 from a tennis coach, and he was dismissed. And there were also discipline services officers. I'm helping several hundred discipline services staff. They were ordered to retire prematurely. And in fact, what they did was a lot more mild than what Chi-wai LEUNG did. And in 1997, some purchased flats, and because of some bank loans and in terms of the declaration, there were certain omissions. These are just omissions. It's not deception. It's just omission. But then in the end, it's said that, all right, you owe the bank so much money. All right, if you look at his income, actually he was able to afford it. He was able to repay the loan. But then because of such records and also because of his financial position, he was ordered to retire early. And there was also a police officer, because he knew some triad acquaintances, and after he did his work and he was in plain clothes, he was off duty, and he ran into a triad friend, and they just shook hands, and then they had a cup of coffee together. And because he failed to declare this or report this to his supervisor, and he was tipped off, and in the end he was also sacked. All right, this is a civil servant, and this is what the 160,000 civil servants would be facing, and they are under a lot of stress, and some have actually worked for more than 30 years, and still, because of such deeds, they were sacked. All right, our honorable member Chiang from the DAB felt that these are just minor issues. Have you done anything for those civil servants who have been sacked? Because he's in a high position, because he's able to transfer interest or benefits to you, because he can appoint DAB members to become undersecretary. He can also appoint you into the EXCO, and he can also transfer benefit to you, and that's why you think that you can cover him up, you can defend him. What about the 160,000 civil servants? What about those who have been sacked? So when will they be served justice? All right, when you are faced with this person in high position, when you are facing this chief executive who is anointed by the central authorities, you are defending him whatever he did. But then for a minor civil servant, if he commits anything wrong, then he would be dismissed. And he was dismissed by the government, and he's already close to his retirement age, and his livelihood is under threat. Also, for an ordinary citizen, all right, many members have dealt with such cases. All right, when you submit an application to the housing department, and if you omit anything, then there can be criminal prosecution. And if you make any false declaration, then there can be criminal prosecution. Recently, I was helping an elderly gentleman. He would like to go to Wai, and he went back to the mainland to do his groceries. And when he crossed the border checking point, and well, the immigration official told him that it's not okay for him to bring back pork. And he said that it's okay because I've been doing this for years. Still, he was prosecuted. He was a 70-year-old elderly man on CSSA. He went to Lowu to buy some pork, and it was not properly wrapped. He did not hide it in a knapsack, and he was found by the customs and excise people when he crossed the checkpoint, and he was prosecuted. This is what is happening in this council, this legislature. When you are facing people in high power, when you are facing those who have wealth and power, you are just sycophants, but then when you're faced with the grassroots, when you're facing the 160,000 civil servants who are faced with very stringent rules and regulations, you would be very strict. So this legislature that does not have the people's mandate. This is the serious problems of this council. That's why this man, who only got 689 votes, as soon as he was elected, he became the cover page man. All right, can Hong Kong trust this man? All right, this is in international news. They can all see that this is not a trustworthy man. So apparently, most people are blind. In fact, only the minority are blind. In fact, many people would like him to step down. But then when this happened, these UBWs and many of his lies have yet to be exposed, and already people felt that he's not trustworthy, and he appointed Frankie Lam, Cheung Chi-kong, Lau Kong-wah, who's been voted out. He was appointed, and the most serious case was Xu Xin-po, who's the extreme leftist, and obviously that's an implementation of the communist policies in Hong Kong. All right, he's very aggressive. He's very much a bouncer, and whoever is shameless enough, then he will be appointed. So it's like what happens in the Cultural Revolution when the Gang of Four was in power. So it's completely red. So in the face of this regime, in the face of this climate, today's motion, jointly moved by 27 members of this council, is bound to be voted down. When we see the time since CHEUNG was elected, all right, on the 24th of November, the Federation of Students' Union already staged a march, and then on the 25th, there were already marches whereby tear gas was sprayed, and then on the 1st of April, there was another demonstration outside the liaison office, and then on the 1st of July, some 400,000 people took to the street, and then some 20,000 people rushed to the liaison office, and then on the 7th of September, 120,000 people besieged the central government's office, asking that national education curriculum be withdrawn, and also on the 9th of December, there were demands that CHEUNG should step down. So within a matter of just a few months, many people took to the street, and on the 1st of January this year, over 100,000 people took to the streets again. So in order to overturn the Hong Kong communist regime, and if you want to overturn CHEUNG, who was elected by 689 people, then you will have to take to the street. Not just that, we will also have to kickstart this non-cooperation campaign, so that we can undermine, so that this government will be frustrated. And this non-cooperation movement in 1920, Gandhi already successfully staged this in South Africa. They did the same, and Martin Luther King also staged this non-cooperation movement in order to attack the then government, which was very discriminatory. So Hong Kong people will have to be awakened to this. You will have to take to the street. This is the first step of your resistance, and you will have to resort to different means. All right, some suggested that we can pay our tax, but we can pay $10 less, and we can also resort to different ways and means, and different sectors, different districts. So long as you're not happy with the current state of affairs, so long as you're not happy with the Hong Kong communist regime, if you have been treated unfairly, you and your family members will have to take part in this non-cooperation movement, so that for this government without integrity, and also for this biased government, which only knows how to transfer benefit to those who are in power and who are rich, you will have to show your force, you will have to show your power. Only then will we be able to show how absurd this government is. This is Mr. 689, who is full of lies, and therefore civil servants will also have to take part in this campaign. We will have to join this force of resistance.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Wong, Yuk-man. President, to impeach is just a means. The end is to have to involve everyone to set up our constitution. Now, this is a motion moved by Mr. Leung Kwok-hung under Article 47 or 73(9) of the Basic Law with the support of 27 members from the pan-democratic camp. Then the base of public opinion represented by these 27 members cannot be brushed aside lightly by Carrie Lam. The amount of public opinion represented by these 27 members can cause this 689 to resign, to step down in shame. Any civilized and democratic society, when the leader of a government is being rejected by the majority of the people, what choice does he have but to step down? Although I have no trust for the basic law and also the notion of Hong Kong people ruling Hong Kong in one country, two system, because the communist rule on the mainland does not instill trust in Hong Kong at all. However, this is the first time we have initiated a motion to impeach the CE under the basic law. Is so significant that I must support it. In the early 1990s, the U.S. and the Chinese Communist Party started this war or argument over human rights. According to the Chinese Communist Party, human rights is about the right of survival and the right to be fed. A few decades have elapsed, and then the Chinese Communist Party still do not subscribe to the Western ideas of human rights. They evict people forcefully. Their city administration just drive people away and take enforcement action. And every day you have movements, activist movement going on the mainland, and yet back there human rights is just about the right to survive and the right to be fed. Recently, the struggle involving Namfong Chaomo, which is journal there, was about the editorial's wish to ask people, to ask the government to really uphold the Constitution, and yet the propaganda Secretary of Propaganda Department of Guangdong amended the editorial, and that was exposed on the internet, and as a result the mass people went to the headquarters of the media organization to support the editors and the staff. Well, it is ridiculous to say that human rights is about the right to survive and to be fed. I jeered at such notions. However, I will not, because of this, not support activist movements and movements to support human rights on the mainland. Although I think the basic law is just rubbish, I will not, because of this, vote against this motion to impeach the CE. I will vote for this motion. Meng Jianquan on the 7th of January announced in a meeting for the judiciary and enforcement said that the detention, the forced labor system would be abolished in this year. Yes, this can be regarded as progress, but this should not be the end. The government on the mainland must give up is totalitarian rule and return power to the people, or the people there should take to the streets to struggle against the government and ask the government to hand back power to the people. Come that day, it will be the real victory for the people of China. Well, this impeachment motion is just an ordinary motion adopted by many democratic governments to impeach their leaders. It is also a motion to target at the constitutional system behind 689. The evils committed by 689 and his team cannot be fully elaborated. Xu Xinbo, head of the CPU, said that there should be war words between the from supporters of Chi-wai LEUNG, and they are also using money to bribe youth at risk to take part in rallies to support Chi-wai LEUNG. They are stirring up the masses to go against another group of people. This has the flavor of the Cultural Revolution. We really have to be very careful. And on New Year Day, Chi-wai LEUNG said in his blog that his New Year wish is that everyone in Hong Kong can stand united and support and work with the government and its administration. Well, even in his New Year wish, he would like to ensure that views are unified. If 689 doesn't step down as soon as possible, Hong Kong is indeed in grave danger. At the last motion debate on votes of no confidence to Chi-wai LEUNG, I supported the motion, not just because I did not support 689, it's because I have no trust for the power on the mainland. This is just the beginning. We should really set up the proper constitution to build up trust in society. I've heard many speeches. I think they're old cliches. We talked about mistrust for the CE because of UBWs. Well, we have rehearsed that many times in the vote of no confidence and also the motion to invoke the PMP ordinance. I said at the last Q&A session very clearly that he is someone of a base character. He is not qualified to lead the 160,000 strong civil service to govern Hong Kong. You just look at his deeds and his words in the past few years. Well, I'd like to talk about this social covenant. Now, because I want to involve everyone here to rewrite our constitution. Well, people like to quote LEUNG and also Locke when we talk about social convention. And Forbes said that everyone have to rely on certain necessities in order to survive. However, basic necessities are limited, so people are scrambling for resources. So people are fighting against one another. They are foes with one another, and therefore people have to use all sorts of plots and tricks, and they have to cheat in order to survive. And therefore there must be a social covenant, so that people can give up their endowed wisdom so that community can perpetuate. I think this sounds good to many conservatives. For people involved, Hong Kong people involved in drafting the basic law, they could not represent the wish of Hong Kong. However, there was no active resistance on the part of the local community because they wanted that the way of life can be preserved here, and that other than defense and diplomacy, other issues can be decided by Hong Kong alone. So I think it is all about this social contract. Social contract. So the way of life in Hong Kong hasn't gone through major changes. Well, for the pan-democratic camp, they harbored wishful thinking that there would be universal suffrage in 2007, 2008. However, in 2004, on the 24th or on the 26th of June, there was interpretation of the Basic Law by the NPC. So the hope that we could have universal suffrage in 2007 and 2008 respectively was dashed. So the notion of social contract was no longer valid. The Chinese Communist Party took the lead to breach the Basic Law. In 2004, there is the interpretation of the Basic Law, and in 2007, there's the decision by the NPCSC. The power in Beijing is so distorted, it's corrupt, and would only rob the people of their resources. If Hong Kong continue to go along this route, follow the footpath of the mainland, we will end up with the same sort of government. Now, even if we adopt the standard of a social contract, the Communist Party on the mainland and also the local Communist Party here are not the legitimate powers. I have said categorically that the SAR government should resign en masse. The LegCo should be dissolved at once. So that we set up a local committee in Hong Kong to amend the Basic Law, our mini constitution. And after the project is over, we should have universal suffrage to form the government as well as the LegCo. You may say that we are just this is just wishful thinking. This is just when we wanted to launch the referendum in 2008. I said that important events started as a utopia, and in the end they became reality. De facto referendum started as a wish, but then started as a dream, but it became a reality. We believe we should adopt a revolutionary and radical approach. I don't think anyone in the democratic camp would support our very radical idea, but that doesn't mean that we will give up our vision. The so-called impeachment motion is just the beginning. And you can expect that given the structure of this legislature, the motion will certainly be defeated. But the end of the debate of this motion is the beginning of this anti-CY LEUNG campaign, down with the communist rule in Hong Kong, and that is the only way out for Hong Kong people. Once again, I raise this aspiration of involving the whole of Hong Kong to amend our constitution. This is closer to Locke's idea and Rousseau's idea. This is really a realization of democracy. We talked about this when we wanted the defected referendum. This may be high-sounding, and it might be difficult for us to get supporters. But as I said, for us in the revolting movement must be romantic. We cannot dispense, we cannot do away with romanticism. We must have ideals and ambitions. The danger we face in Hong Kong is, well, in the narrow sense, the SL government doesn't have the heart of the people. It has no credibility. How can we ensure or sustain the stability of Hong Kong? This motion of impeachment is doomed to fail. The battlefield is in the street. We rely on the people. We will continue to mobilize the people to struggle in the streets until we reach a threshold when the exile government, even the Communist Party on the mainland, would accept this reality. And the reality is, if Hong Kong people doesn't get real autonomy, Hong Kong cannot be ruled. The governance of Hong Kong cannot continue, and we're going to fight to the very end to achieve this goal. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Paul Chair. Well, it's difficult to speak after Mr. Raymond Wong. It seems that we are now back down to earth. If this was the motion on a vote of no confidence, I would have supported it. As I've said, this is no longer about UBWs. And this is not about integrity or lying or what usurpation of highest power. We have to look at the motion itself. It's about impeachment. Mr. Tam Yiu-chung and Mrs. Regina Yip have made very good speeches. They talk about the perspective and the right level to pitch this motion. If we look at the wording or the requirements in Article 73, Bracket 9, well, there is a clear requirement. There's no serious breaches of law, we can all agree, but you can all talk about direction of duty only, and that is about discharge of official duty. There's some blind spots which I would like to remind people here. That is about a mismatch of time. We have to ascertain what happened before Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG announced his candidacy, what happened during the campaign, and what happened after he became the CE. And there's also the mismatch of space. It's about the location, the scope, and the occasion. If we do not distinguish these things and just generally talk about direction of duty, it would be lacking in precision. It's not like a vote of no confidence, because there will be a moral judgment. You can talk about your assessment, your feeling, because it's not a very formal motion. It's about moral judgment. But for impeachment, there are certain requirements under the basic law, and there are certain rules under the common law. We'll look at the combination of different requirements to see whether it's the right occasion or whether the facts are correct. As many members with legal background and lawyers outside this council have carefully looked at the charges. To some members, well, this is the labor of working overnight by many of them. In terms of time and space, most of the charges are about, well, what happened before Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG became the CE. In terms of space, many of the events did not happen in any formal occasion or did not happen here in this council. Many members refer to lies. Let's look at what he has said. Under Article 64 of the Basic Law, well, the CE must be accountable to this council. He must come to this council to answer questions. But if you look at the article as a whole in detail and the background therein, he's here to answer questions about government action. It doesn't include answering allegations or the accusations because of political pressure or so, or the like. Article 41 or 47 bracket. But the wording is different. In the English version, the keyword is integrity. And the original in Chinese is to discharge duties with integrity. If we regard the Chinese version to be the prevailing version, then we'll look at the Chinese version in this way. Serving with integrity has to do with corruption, dereliction of duty. It must be related to public duties and functions. But if it's a private action, if it's not a criminal offense, it's just about his private affairs, extramarital relationship, illegitimate children, or lies, plain lies, that would not be the right scope for us to consider. If we look at the three charges, we have to remind ourselves that what's the relevant time and space. On the duty of the CE, when the CE came to explain in relation to his UBWs, he could have mentioned policies on UBWs and whether his officials committed any mistakes in relation to UBWs that would be related to the CE's duty. On the contrary, if he just said something about his own UBWs, it would not be related to the exercise of his functions or powers. So it's about whether it's a personal the capacity of CE. So I have commented on the issue of lies. We are all familiar with President Clinton's case. He had extramarital relationship with Lewinsky, and he tried to give a clever answer as regards sexual relationship or sex, and he was impeached. But don't forget that that was against the background of another case, Jones. President Clinton was asked to testify under oath on that occasion. Well, it was subsequently discovered that he told lies, or he was thought to have told lies. But so the accusation of perjury was in the context of a testimony under oath. And that's not the same as the present case before us. Some members refer to Tony Blair's case. I think it's Mr. Ho. At the time, he was accused of lying in the context of his execution of government policy as Prime Minister. And the issue was whether there were any weapons of mass destruction, whether he lied or concealed the facts. Well, that was related to some untrue statement in relation to a policy. And the UK convention is to move a vote of no confidence. Mrs. Regina Yip also referred to us some UK and US issues and cases. And in the US history, only on 2 occasions, an impeachment was moved. one involving President Johnson, and another President Clinton. Because it was in 1947 that no cabinet officials should be dismissed without the approval of Congress, and Johnson didn't comply with that, so he was impeached. President Nixon was not actually impeached because he resigned before that. As for the allegation against President Clinton was serious, such as violation of justice, abuse of CIA power, and so on and so forth. So in the U.S. context, the impeachment will only be invoked for such serious matters. So first, we must be sure about what we're talking about. This is a legal procedure. It's not like a motion of no confidence. We cannot say that this is just an impression or feeling of no confidence. And impeachment must be proceeded with care. For example, you have different tools to deal with different things. When you use a hammer to nail a nail, we use a spanner to unscrew a screw. Suitable tools should be used for different purposes. I think for this case, the suitable tool is the vote of no confidence. We tried to persuade members to accept the motion, but we have to recognize that the process was already completed, and for whatever reason, the majority did not accept or endorse the motion. It's been said that the majority views do not tally with the majority views outside the Council. So this Council did not accept the vote of no confidence, but outside it seemed that more people would not support Mr. CE to continue to serve as CE. But we must accept this as a constitutional reality. If we want to bring up the old subject and adopt a harsher procedure, which require more stringent handling, which require a higher threshold of burden of proof, and the simple motion of a vote of no confidence could not be passed. Now this is even more substantive with higher requirements. I'm afraid that we cannot lightly utilize this tool or pass the motion. Many members have tried to assure us that this is just to trigger the investigation. I remember last time, or in the last term, Ms. Margaret Ng said something in a debate on whether we should invoke powers and privilege against Mr. Donald Tsang. I think it's the 22nd of March, 2012. Well, I have a lot of respect for Ms. Margaret Ng, and she was always insistent upon the procedural propriety. Page 34 of the record, 324. He says, if we invoke this power without serious consideration, this will undermine our credibility. We must respect the constitutional system every step of the way. We should not be doing something to create some record or for the sake of exposure. We are now putting our credibility on the table. If the requirements are not complied with, if we don't have sufficient justifications and still press the button to trigger the mechanism, we will also be guilty of dereliction of duty, so we must be careful. And we should not try to say that this is for the sake of giving people the chance to vindicate himself, to be just to him, and trigger a mechanism. But we must first weigh the evidence to see whether it's sufficient to trigger the mechanism. We cannot say that we trigger the mechanism for you to justify or to explain yourself. Although I do not trust Mr. C.Y. Leung, I cannot agree to the triggering of this mechanism.
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Abraham Sheck.
Listen to Kwok-che, which I do not agree with his interpretation of Article 47, which he raised the question of the different meaning between English and Chinese on Article 47. On Article 47, Mr. President, if we accept Kwok-che's argument, that would weaken our stance in not supporting today's motion. The reason is that in Article 47, which reads as follows: the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administration Region must be a person of integrity, dedicated to his and her duties. Integrities embrace many aspects. Corrupt practice is against integrity. Telling lies is also a question of integrity. So we cannot really put into a situation interpreting the law in such a narrow stance. If we accept this stance, Mr. President, we are putting us in Hong Kong on the very nature of this basic law into very dangerous ground. You must take the whole interpretation of this basic law, which is our Constitution, in a more purposeful manner. I think that is very important. We cannot just twist argument for the sake of supporting our stance. Today's motion moved by 27 members, as Ellen Leung was saying, that they represent 56 of the voters, percent of the whole total voters. And today's motion under Article 73, bracket 9, of the Basic Law, to charge the Chief Executive, Mr. Leung Chun-ying, with serious breaches of law and or dereliction of duty, and to seek this Council's support to give a mandate to the Chief Justice of the Court of Final Appeal to form and chair an independent committee to investigate into the alleged serious breaches of law and or dereliction of duty and report its finding to this Council. Motion for investigation. Given that this is the first motion for investigation moved since the handover, I believe I should make a serious response to this significant motion. Under Article 52, which reads, Mr. Chairman, the Chief Executive of the Hong Kong Special Administrative Region must resign under any of the following circumstances. One, when he or she loses the ability to discharge his or her duties as a result of serious illness or other reasons. This is because basically Mr. Leung must be in good health, or else he would not be running around to Hong Kong to understand the wishes of the people and to work hard on his policy address. So must be the other reasons. And if we take the other reason in such a narrow interpretation as Paul has just suggested, this will be very dangerous. The other reasons that our 27 members raised is that he has told lies, and that he has more than, to the extent that he has negligent in his duty, and that is something that we have to debate. And on that basis, the opposition parties, or the 27 members of this council, representing 56% of the popular vote, they have yet to prove Mr. Leung have told lies. Mr. Leung have came over here and defended himself, apologized for some of the deeds that he have done before. And I think if we have to support today's motion, they must come in with solid proof that Mr. Leung have told lies. Else, how can we ask the Chief Justice to start and investigate the case when there is no proof of integrity problems? This is under Article 52. And also, Dennis Kwok was delivering his very eloquent speech proposing why he has to do this motion. And again, in his speech, he said that if we defend Chi-wai, we are acting in contrary to the rule of law, something around that, and that we are creating cracks within the Constitution. I dare say that voting against this motion doesn't mean that we are defending Chi-wai. Voting against this mention, again, I refer to the Basic Law, Article 43, which reads, the Chief Executive of Hong Kong Special Administration Region shall be the head of the Hong Kong Special Administration Region, and so represent the region. He is not Mr. Chi-wai. He is the head. And on that very basis that we are here to defend the head of SAR, unless there are proven reasons that he has told lies and he has acted in a manner that not befitting that of a chief executive. I think it's very important that we must defend this very government unless there are other proofs that they have acted differently, as stipulated in Article 43. Defending the government doesn't create cracks within the Basic Law as stipulated in Article 43. Defending the CE, not CY, defending the CE under Article 43. We are not creating cracks within this Constitution. Defending the CE, we are not acting in violation of the rule of law. This is exactly what we are doing. We are preserving the very system that the Basic Law has given us. That the rule of law. That what makes Hong Kong different. No doubt, over the last few months, the chief executive handling of this unauthorized building works has been less than satisfactory. That's the truth. And in a way, he has been rather mean with the truths. Mind my word, I use mean with the truths. Doesn't mean he has told lies. He has, that mean with the truth, he has given truth bits and pieces. Moreover, that his contradictory replies make his case even more contentious, particularly in the minds of my honorable colleagues of the 27 signatory members. Instead of clearing his name, CY actually planted doubts in the mind of many people, particularly in the 27 members of this council. His integrity and commitment to his role as chief executive of Hong Kong were questionable by many, and particularly these 27 members of this council. Most importantly, as alleged today by many members, that during the CE election, he attacked the unauthorized building works of his rival, my friend, Mr. Henry Tang. And God bless him that he didn't get this job. He gained the trust of the public, as alleged by many of my colleagues here, and ultimately won the election by raising doubts about Mr. Henry Tang's integrity. However, with the subsequent revelations about his own unauthorized building works among our 27 members, and many others in Hong Kong, representing 56% of the population, that CY, as the chief executive of Hong Kong, and when he won the election, he didn't win it honorably. This is the very basic of your argument. And it sounds argument, but you have not given proofs. And that is why the whole basis of your allegation is built on very weak ground. And on that basis, if we're going to support your motion, it will put Hong Kong in a different stance, to the extent that this is a common law practice, as you all are so well versed with. That common law practice is no man is guilty until proven. And we have not proven that he has lied. We have not proven that he has a problem of integrity since he took office in July 1st. So how can we support your motion of Article 73(9)? And then our supporting him is in no way jeopardizing the very constitution of the basic law, under the basic law, and the very aspect and the core value of our rule of law. I think today also our 27 members given us a very good lessons. That lessons the pro-establishment members must also learn. The unity, the commitment that they believe in the cause must be respected. And somehow our pro-established members must also learn from them that we must unite ourselves to fight for what we believe, and what we want to do is for the sake of Hong Kong. Mr. President, as I haven't prepared much of today's speech, I think it's very important that we look forward to the future and what the futures lie. We must work together with the 27 people that put aside our differences. And that put aside our difference is important, that we need to start afresh and seek common good. As all of us know, during the CE election, I was a supporter of Mr. Henry Tang. But the election was over, and I do believe that it is time for us to look forward and fight for the good of Hong Kong, as I said earlier. Give CY, give the CE under Article 43 a chance. We will closely monitor his actions and his policies. We should give fair support to and criticism of his work, of the Chief Executive and his governing team. I strongly believe that we all share the same goal, all of us here, 70 of us, improving local livelihoods, the economy and the society as a whole. This goal will help us right past wrongs. This goal will help us to put Hong Kong back on the right track. And I don't believe that allegation by some of the members of the government that this legislative council is holding the progress of policies working for the livelihood of Hong Kong, or the Hong Kong people. The very nature, if government work hard, they have enough votes among our pro-establishment party to vote for those policies. Anybody against such policies will be acting in detrimental effect of their own position as an elector. After all, 70 of us are voted in through elections. Mr. President, this goal that I was talking earlier will, as I said, will put us back into the right track, being a railwayman. It is harsh fact that the last CE election become a parody of scandals, smear campaigns and open confrontation. Let bygones be bygones. Instead of election platforms in the last election, the public only focused on the candidates' ability and their ruling team. It's not important. Frankly speaking, if such unhealthy practices continue, not only will our elites hesitate to join the SAR government to serve our society, but Hong Kong overall political environment will be thrown into disarray. I do not think such development as in the past CE election is good for Hong Kong, and we should be moving forward and working towards the democratization and universal suffrage for Hong Kong. That is the solution. If they are no good, vote them out. But by putting someone into a position of under 73.9, unless we have a very strong ground to prove such allegations, we must not try to do it slightly. Mr. President, 15 years ago, when China was still a very backward conservative society with a narrow mindset, Mr. Deng Xiaoping had already said, it does not matter whether we have a white cat or a black cat. Any cat that catches mice is a good cat. Indeed, this statement resulted in some of the later accusations that made him stood down. However, once he regained his post, Mr. Deng still firmly believed to this statement. This statement changed China of what it is today, by showing that ideology is not the only valid measures, and that political considerations and established practices should also be references for decision-making. This is why China introduced the opening up policy, contributing to the country's success of today. As I said, let us all work together for the good of the people. Thank you, Mr. President.
有冇其他議員要發言？
Does any other member wish to speak? Mr. Kwok-hung. Mr. President, today Pandemocrats spoke. I have lost count of how many times they refer to serious dereliction of duty and a serious breach of law and dereliction of duty as grounds for the impeachment. Up to this moment, I still believe that members of the public listening to the debate cannot point out the specific details of the serious breach of law or dereliction of duty referred to by Pandemocrats. This shows that what they've said is really vague and weak. This is the key show of the series of motions against Chi-wai LEUNG. The motion of impeachment today is the meat, preceded by two other motions. Members said that with the split voting, this motion will not be passed. But even without the split voting, I can safely say that the motion will not be passed. Pandemocrats fully understand political reality. Because of their own political needs, they proceeded, even though they know it's going to fail. Even if the motion of impeachment is voted down, they will cause Chi-wai LEUNG to be the first chief executive of the Hong Kong SARG, to be the first chief executive that faces a motion of impeachment. This will make governance even more difficult for him. Mr. Albert Chan made it very clear in his speech. The biggest problem faced by Hong Kong currently is that the social atmosphere is too politicized. A lot of issue has been elevated to issues of integrity. It's only been 3 months since the chief executive has taken office, but we have spent a lot of time on dragging the chief executive down, whereas the livelihoods of issues have been forgotten. The Cardinal of Hong Kong, in the release of his Christmas speech, criticized politicians who take advantage of the situation. They said, apart from pouring salt over the wound, don't you have other meaningful things to do? You pour salt over the wounds of others instead of doing something meaningful. I think you fully understand its meaning without my elaboration. Mr. Dennis Kwok, who is one of the drafters of the motion of impeachment, said that he did this to fulfill his duty of a legislator. Yes, there is the mechanism to impeach the chief executive, but the threshold is strictly set. It's set at a high level to ensure that it will not be abused. the legal structures of the Chief Executive Leung Chun-ying was judged to not be a violation of the relevant election ordinance by the court. Still, Pan-Democrats, prior to the New Year's Day march asking for Chi-wai Leung to step down, prepared for all these things. It seems that they aim at rallying for support instead for the New Year march instead of preparing for the motion of impeachment. It seems that the main foci of the motion of impeachment is first, there is a serious breach of law and dereliction of duty. Yes, the legal structures itself is a contravention of the law, but it is not a serious breach of law. The allegations in the motion said that he has used a false and misleading statement and is a misconduct in office, a serious breach of law and dereliction of duty. All these are seen with the biased view of Pan-Democrats. They themselves has become judges on moral issues. Whether it is simply an oversight or the fact that it was forgotten by the Chi-wai LEUNG, the Pan-Democrats saw it as the same thing. Mr. Martin Lee, Mr. Dennis Kwok, may have adopted a serious attitude in drafting the impeachment paper. But when I received the paper, there are 6 areas referring to the dates of CE's Q&A question were wrong. It was only when Mr. Michael Choi pointed them out that they were corrected. So how come that they can make mistakes about some recent dates, whereas Mr. Chi-wai Leung cannot make any mistakes in relation to something that he has said or done a decade ago? If you remember it wrong, if you don't remember, then it is that is something serious, whereas Mr. Dennis Kwok and Mr. Martin Lee can make mistakes. What about the turnout of the march? Have there been any mistakes? Is it willful? I heard from the Pan-Democrats that is 140,000, but I've heard 130,000, and there are some people who said there are only 6,000. Very often we see a big gap in the turnout of protests. The Civic Party asked Grandma Ju to file judicial review, and later Grandma Ju said that she's been made a fool of by the Civic Party. So has there been a lie there somewhere? And this is a matter of integrity. So I ask Pan-Democrats not to have double standards on integrity issues. I hope Mr. Ronny Tong will retract what he said in relation to bringing shame. Mr. Wu Chi-wai said we should support this motion, support his ground, so that Chi-wai Leung's good name, so that the court can, in the end, give Chi-wai Leung his good name back. Mr. Wu also quoted from Premier Xi asking for the loyalists or the pro-establishments to support this motion of impeachment. Hong Kong people are in awe. We're flabbergasted. Yes, In relation to legal structures, Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG has committed mistakes, but it is nothing to do with integrity. On a number of occasions, the chief executive apologized openly. And in relation to his governing team, his authority, his governance have been subject to serious impact. As a result, the chief executive paid a hefty price. Without grounds, if the council blow these mistakes into serious breach of law and dereliction of duty and trigger the impeachment mechanism, then they have used the power and authority of the council as a political tool to create a constitutional crisis. This is not for the good of Hong Kong, nor can it be accepted by Hong Kong people. I ask the opposition to think carefully and to know where to turn. People feel very tired about the endless pursuance of the illegal structures. So I speak in opposition to the motion. Does any other member wish to speak?
Chung-kai.
Mr. Chung-kai. President, today's impeachment motion is a distrust of the chief executive, and I mean this met with the objection of the pro-establishment members. The fact is plain before us. The chief executive, did he tell a lie? This is the basis of the accusation of dereliction of duty. We have presented a lot of facts in the motion. Chi-wai LEUNG came here and gave us lies after lies in order to conceal the fact that he told lies to us. The Chi-wai LEUNG is a cautious person, and can he forget about his UBWs? He knew full well that he had UBWs at home, and through the reporters, he projected an image that he didn't have any UBWs at home, and he was trying to project an image that he forgot about the UBWs. I'm sure that the crux of the matter is not the UBWs. I'm sure maybe a quarter of the population in Hong Kong may have UBWs at home to a greater or lesser extent. Under the basic law, however, the chief executive has come to LegCo to give an account of himself, and is not supposed to lie to the Legislative Council. And this is the crux of the matter. President, politics are politics. Chi-wai LEUNG didn't deceive just the people of Hong Kong. He's also deceived the CPG that appointed him. The CPG may not be aware of the presence of UBWs in his home. Maybe when he talked about the situation to the central government, he deceived the CPG. There are some suggestions that Chi-wai LEUNG was favored by President Hu Jintao, and also he was appointed because of all the negative news. I mean, are these rumors released by those who are against CY LEUNG or not, we don't know. But I mean, it's just like a piece of paper that cannot wrap up the flame. He has the problem of UBWs, and this is catching up with him. The pro-establishment members must realize that President Hu Jintao is going to be stepped down. He's going to rid themselves of all the titles. And I don't think you should assess CY LEUNG too much. He doesn't have long to stay. When his supporters go, he will go. The question is whether it is 18 months or 2 years. The motion of impeachment today is just the beginning. CY LEUNG has deceived the people of Hong Kong. We want universal suffrage. We don't want to have a chief executive who doesn't have any integrity. A chief executive has to lay bare all the facts, his public and private affairs. He hasn't told us clearly about what happened in his private life, and we do have doubts of whether he does harbor any untruth in his public life. People are feeling frustrated, and some said that we will not be able to get anywhere. We didn't succeed in putting off the no confidence motion. We didn't put it off when it came to a select committee. We will not be able to succeed with regard to this impeachment motion. The only thing we can do is to stage a march. CY LEUNG has been in office for 6 months, and there have been 3 massive marches. July 1st, August, National Education, New Year Day. On the 1st of July, there's going to be a march. CY LEUNG has been in office for 1 year, or will be in office in 1 year, and I'm sure that the number of people turning out in protest would be something like a million if you take all these 4 marches all together. And each year, this will be the continue to be the driving force of protest against CY LEUNG. He may do a lot of livelihood work, but it is really all talk and very little action regarding livelihood issues. Let's hope that next Wednesday we're going to hear some revolutionary ideas. Otherwise, it will be letting Hong Kong down. CY LEUNG administration cannot build up the credibility. He cannot inspire any confidence, and I'm sure that he will find himself handicapped. If CY LEUNG doesn't step down, it would be Hong Kong people, it would be the entire Hong Kong who will suffer. The principal officials have to come here in defense of CY LEUNG. As principal officials, it is a part of your duty to speak up for your boss. But what is more important is that you're not serving CY LEUNG himself, you're serving the people of Hong Kong. It's only that CY LEUNG is an appointed principal official. An administration that doesn't have integrity will only undermine rule of law in Hong Kong. This internal attrition will continue. What the people of Hong Kong would like to see happen is very simple: constitutional reform in a genuine way. But if the constitutional reform is led by an incredible government, are we going to end up with universal suffrage in 2017 and 2020? I mean, the future is very, very bleak. The Beijing government appointed CY LEUNG as the chief executive. On the day he was appointed, he had the grand ambition to serve another term, not in as many words. I mean, he would like to have, he would like to be the next chief executive returned by universal suffrage. I do have doubts whether he will be able to serve out the 5-year term. Even if he can serve out the 5-year term, by 2017 we're going to have universal suffrage. Will he still be able to get the support of the people of Hong Kong? Unless the threshold of nomination is so high that everyone else would be denied a chance. People are feeling despondent, President, because Chi-wai Leung wasn't elected by the people of Hong Kong. All the rating shows that among all the chief executives for the first 6 months, his approval rating has been at the lowest. For the previous 2 chief executives, Yiu-chung and Donald Tsang, and even the last governor, Chris Patten, during the honeymoon period, the approval ratings hovered around 60% or more. Donald Tsang, when he first took office, it was well over 70% in his approval rating. Chi-wai Leung, on average, managed something like 50%. The highest month he managed was 52%. In 3 months, well over half the time, he didn't scrape through with a pass. People are protesting with their feet. I mean, other than that, there is very little that people can do. They're feeling very helpless. It is because of the system. As someone who signed up to this impeachment motion, I don't have any regret myself. I feel proud that at least here in this council, we can move this impeachment motion for the hundreds of thousands of people who took to the street on New Year Day. And this is not the aspiration of the 27 members who signed the motion. This is the aspiration of the general public. We are reflecting their views. This is something that does us proud. We do have the fortune to be able to do that. Mr. Abraham Sheikh asked us to bury the hatchet. I hope that it is Mr. Chi-wai Leung who would bury the hatchet if he steps down and ceases to be a chief executive. He will be giving Hong Kong a chance. Ms. N. Chung said that we can't do without any leader. We do have a leader, but it makes people feel that they are one of a kind, led by a lousy leader. He has been in office for 6 months. 2 principal officials were impeached. 1 has been suspended. This shows that Hong Kong is crying out for some changes. And this is a top-down change that we are talking about. Through this impeachment motion today, the chief executive hopefully will be successfully impeached, and hopefully Chi-wai Leung will reflect upon the situation and whether he will give Hong Kong a chance. His resignation would give Hong Kong another chance. There is so much that has to be done in Hong Kong, so many issues that have yet to be resolved. For the first 6 months, the credibility of Chi-wai Leung, UPWs, the web of lies, that have really wasted a lot of energy of the governments. His stepping down would give Hong Kong a chance, a new administration, a new team to start all over again. I hope that the pro-establishment members would understand that we're not really being personal. We are looking at the entire administration. The world over, political leaders step down not because of their policies. They step down not because of the implementation of the policies. They step down because of the credibility, because of the integrity. An incompetent president or premier can be voted out of office, but Hong Kong cannot. If we get a chance, will we vote for Chi-wai LEUNG again? We're not sure whether we're going to have the chance to cast our vote in the next C election. But if Chi-wai LEUNG steps down, Hong Kong will have another chance. The Democratic Party supports the motion today. Many asked us, with impeachment out of the way, what else can we do? I'm sure the people of Hong Kong would understand that they can vote with their feet. With this impeachment motion veto, we can see each other on the street on July 1st.
Does any other member wish to speak?
政務司司長。
Chief Secretary for Administration. President, I listened to over 30 members who spent more than 7 hours on the motion, and I'll be giving a summary response as follows. Just now, Mr. Abraham Sheck, in his speech, quoted certain articles of the Basic Law. I'd like to explain the principles with regard to the relationship between the executive and the legislature, the design of the Basic Law, and also the relevant provisions, and also the political structure of the SAR is an executive-led government, and the chief executive is the leader of the government.
The chief executive governing is accountable in accordance with the Basic Law and the Hong Kong SARG, and he is appointed. He got the approval of the central authority according to the Basic Law. The Hong Kong SARG is responsible for areas that is to implement law that has been passed by the Legislative Council, to regularly announce a policy address, and to seek approval of expenditures or public expenditures. So the relationship between the chief executive and the Legislative Council is check and balances and also complementary. Under the Basic Law, the chief executive is the head of the LKSARG. He will humbly listen to the views expressed so that he can base his governance on people. Today is the third motion debate on illegal structures of the chief executive residence. Previously, there was a motion of the no confidence moved by Mr. Leung Kwok-hung, and then there was Mr. Lee Cheuk-yan's motion to set up a select committee to investigate into illegal structures of the CE. They have been abundantly debated and voted down. On this occasion, and this is a motion in relation to Article 73(9), an impeachment procedure. But the private properties of the CE and the related problems is very different from the threshold of an impeachment mechanism. And just now, Mr. Tam Yiu-chung and Mrs. Regina Yip have clearly pointed them out. The two legislators' speech of great reference value. Mr. Tam was involved in the drafting of the Basic Law. Mrs. Regina Yip compared our system with those in overseas jurisdictions. Members indicated that the moving of the motion today is inappropriate and unnecessary. Mr. Tam Yiu-chung pointed out that we have yet to have a good impeachment mechanism. At the end of June last year, Mr. Albert Ho filed an election petition and judicial review in relation to the CE's election. Mr. Leung Kwok has also filed a judicial review. The court decided, the court refused their application, and it shows that there is no valid grounds for triggering the impeachment mechanism. Some members said that this is not about the capability or ability of the CE, this is about his integrity. Some members commented on governance in recent months and some measures adopted. The chief executive is determined to serve Hong Kong. That is beyond doubt. He fully understands that Hong Kong is plagued by deep-seated problems, and solutions cannot be found overnight. A number of legislators seized the opportunity to expound on the problems, and I, together with my team, are determined to serve the public. Some members described the past 6 months as controversial. At the same time, some people say that in the past 6 months it is proof that the administration is determined to do some work. And since taking office, the CE and his team has made good his promises. In July, he attended a question and answer session, and he rolled out a number of livelihood issue measures. Say, for example, the old age living allowance, and to expand the quota for people to buy premium not paid HOS flats. Under the leadership of the chief executive, in August, the administration announced a series of short, medium-term measures to increase land supply, and also those related to Hong Kong land for Hong Kong people. And there are also the enhancement of the special stamp duty and the buyer's stamp duty. This is to respond to people's concern about the limited resources. And he also in a very swift manner deal with mainland pregnant women coming to Hong Kong to give birth, and he's also concerned about the elderly, and so he launched the OALA soon after he's taken office. It is also launched the concessionary fare of $2, and he also recommissioned the Poverty Commission. And the CEE attaches importance to the voice of people. At the beginning of taking office, he has reached out to the public to listen to their views, and he has attended 2 question and answer sessions in the council. He led his team to set up the committee on long-term housing strategy, and a committee about financial services development and Chinese medicine. He's been exploring room for development of Hong Kong. This chief executive fully understands the importance of his integrity. And as I said at the beginning, that the chief executive has already explained about his property at the peak, and he attaches importance of how the public view him, and he hopes that this will very soon be resolved so that he can focus his energy on improving people's livelihood. Next week, the CE will announce his policy address. During the consultation period, the administration has listened to a lot of voices about their expectation of the government. People hope that the government will resolve problems in relation to housing, welfare, healthcare, etc., and for Hong Kong to have a better chance of development. I fully hope that this will be the last chance when we debate on a similar issue, so that the CE and his team can focus on Hong Kong's problems and work on resolving Hong Kong people's difficulties. I also submit, I ask legislators to oppose to Mr. Leung Kwok-hung's motion. Thank you.
I decide that we should complete the debate on this item before we adjourn. Now I will call upon Mr. Leung Kwok-hung to reply. This debate will come to a close after Mr. Leung Kwok-hung has replied. Mr. Leung Kwok-hung. Mr. President, first of all, I have to point out that Mrs. Carrie Lam, the Chief Secretary for Administration, did not speak the truth earlier. She said that she was reflecting people's opinion and society's interest. I think she was referring to the debate on the no confidence motion and the electoral powers and privileges ordinance to query Mr. C.Y. Leung's integrity. What sort of public opinion was she reflecting? Was she reflecting the distorted public opinion in this council, or the genuine public opinion? Let me reply by offering some statistics. In the GC constituency, over 1.3 million people voted, and the 27 movers of the motion obtained most of the votes. And then for the super district council election, because we boycotted the election, the turnout rate was rather low. 1.67 million voted, and 800,000 voted for the Pan-Democrats. That's why Mr. Lau Kong-wah lost his election. What does this indicate? The public opinion represented by the 27 movers of the motion represent the majority of public opinion. You say, oh, now it's 40-odd to 50-odd. It's closer now. Sorry, CS. As I mentioned many times, in the French presidential election, there was a difference of 3% only. But then the election was lost. Nothing could be caught up. Sorry. Overall society interest, I can't see that. Mr. Ip Kwok-hung worked particularly hard because our former colleague, Mr. Lau Kong-wah, was supported by the DAB, and then he lost twice. He supported Chi-wai LEUNG, and he was restored to this post. Although he failed in his election, he got that post. Mr. Tam Chi-yuen was said to be very much earnest in obtaining talents and professionals. Mr. Tam, did you ever fetch Mr. Lau Kong-wah then? If so, why not publish a statement? Let me see it. Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG caused grievances amongst his subordinates. And then there was this visit to Beijing. That's why he got that post. That's why Mr. Ip Kwok-hung worked so hard. Maybe in future Mr. Ip would also become a bureau director. Well, overall society interest, we spent too much time on this. In 2003, there was SARS and carbon burning. In September 2002, we're told that we must legislate on Article 23 of the Basic Law. We were told that that was essential. But then Hong Kong was then in a very difficult time because you would like to legislate on Article 23. You forced that upon us. You are talking. You now tell us that a lot of things have to be done. We have to rescue Hong Kong. In 2003, when we're forced to legislate for Article 23 of the Basic Law, what did we have? SARS outbreak. People died by burning carbon. Mrs. Regina Ip was most able, and also Ms. Elsie Leung. All senior officials supported that. And then on the 1st of July, 500,000 people took to the streets. Still, they try to cover up what they would like to do. Did you have conscience? Do you still have conscience? You're still talking. Please, give it up. Please don't think that I've lost my memory. What has Mr. Chi-wai LEUNG done? Mrs. Carrie Lam, CS for Administration, learned sophistry instead of the good things. You were asked about integrity, but you told us they'd done a lot of things. You put shame on me. I thought you would debate and argue for his sake. But no, you told me what Chi-wai LEUNG had done. I'm a thief. But I dropped $500 for the old lady by the roadside. I killed somebody, but I bought an urn for him. Well, don't play tricks upon us with so many officials here. Another thing. You're saying that this integrity issue of Chi-wai LEUNG does not constitute dereliction of duty. Mr. Ip Kwok-hung did wrong shoe shining. Earlier he said that 2 offenses were committed. You said that I did shoe polishing. Now, Article 39. Well, Mr. Leung Kwok-hung, according to the rules of procedure, when members speak, they must not offend other people. No, that remark was not an offense. Shoe shining. Well, I made a mistake by saying that. They're saying that mistakes are allowed. Well, Mr. Leung, you should not have made that remark in this chamber. You have to withdraw that remark. All right, now I seriously announce that Mr. Ip Kwok-hung did not do shoe shining wrongly. I now rectified my remark. Well, I think he's further insulting me. Mr. Leung Kwok-hung, if you continue to use that sort of language, I'll stop you. Well, I withdrew my remark. But you have to withdraw. You have to withdraw that remark. You have to stop. What? If you continue like that, I'll stop you from speaking. No, I'm not repeating that remark. Anyway, you have to withdraw that insulting remark. I've withdrawn it. I already said that he had supported the government wrongly. He would like to support the government, but wrongly. It's the same, actually. Let me cite it. Well, we said that we alleged that he had committed 2 offenses. Breach of law or dereliction of duty. Any of those 2 offenses will cause him to die. We cannot forgive him. Maybe you argue that he's not in serious breach of law. He asked the office of the CLA to work for him to publish a false statement. That's not an offense. Well, but when he came here, he was in dereliction of duty. Even though his counsels were to win the case for him, he was in dereliction of duty when he came here. If that's not dereliction of duty, what's that? He's accountable to electoral members, but he lied to electoral members. That's dereliction of duty. In an army, that is just like falsely reporting on the military situation. But of course, we're not using weapons here. Don't cite the Kuomintang, which attached much importance to military issues. Here, we asked him about an issue which was related to integrity, but he told another lie. If this is not dereliction of duty, what's it? Don't think that I don't understand Chinese. That's favoritism. He was lying. He fabricated something. He said that there's a friend, 2 lawyers, and an architect. Was he lying on behalf of somebody else? And we did not count that. Mr. XX, XY, and XZ. Well, these are obviously lies. We must investigate into that. Now, those people who are supporting the government do not understand this. This mechanism is very stringent. Just look at Article 73(9). We're only reporting to the legislature. And then we're going to ask the Chief Justice to investigate. It's only then that we're investigating. It's only when the Chief Justice finds this true that he'll come back to us, and then we'll trigger the mechanism of impeachment. We fully subscribe to the spirit of the Basic Law. Beyond reasonable doubt, we have to put forth evidence, and then there should be investigation. If Chi-wai LEUNG is innocent, we cannot proceed any further. Now, Chi-wai LEUNG erected a wall to cover up the underground hole, and he openly told reporters and journalists that there was no such thing. Yun Chao said that he had no motivation to do that, but in fact there's a motivation. Did Chi-wai LEUNG knocked on the wall to show her? He only said that there was no trellis. Hey, this whole series of acts. And then when he came here, he said that it was sub judice. So Mr. Albert Ho petitioned, leading to his continuation with his lies. So what? He said that it's sub judice. He played tricks on us till the litigation was over. A thief is most afraid of the court. So after the court is gone, he say, I'm the thief. Sorry, there must not be double prosecution for the same offense. He wanted to evade the issue. So he cited the petition, he cited the judicial reviews, he continued to tell lies. On the 16th of July, I told him, a politician must tell the truth, he must not lie. Whether you're in court, in heaven or in hell, or in this chamber, in front of your wife, in front of your boss, you have to tell the truth. I said all those. What's his reaction? He said that he'll remain silent. He said that it's sub judice. What's the justification? So why should you still support him? Is this not a bad person, a bad guy? The most absurd thing is from Mrs. Carrie Lam, to give time and space for him to do something good. Hey, what about the civil servants then? Now, it's like a doctor. I asked him to cut the appendix, but he cut the rectum. And then I said, why part of my rectum is gone and I'm bleeding? He said, intestine is intestine. I don't differentiate between appendix and rectum. And then he argued with me and then stitched up my wound. But Mrs. Lam, the CS, asked me to give him another chance. This doctor may repent. Next time, there's 50% chance for him to do it right. Both are part of the intestines. So give him more time to do evil things. The Lau Kong-wai incident is very clear. He is causing grievance to tempt Chi-yuen. Mr. Leung Chi-kin went up there. Useless. He backed down. Hong Kong people, Hong Kong land. He can do it or not do it. Even land sites for housing have to be provided by the DAB and local people. DAB is a big deal. He is passing the buck to you. Mr. President, they're so happy because there's this division. We're doomed to be defeated. This shows that they totally control this legislature. They can change heaven to hell or hell to heaven, from male to female, or vice versa. You have enough votes. Don't blame us. You can move anything here and get it carried. That's what you said. Even without division, you win. When the administration came, they win. Why you put the blame on me for wasting 9 hours today? Do something. Are you really going to do something? Do you dare to offend the land developers? Do you dare to offend Beijing? Apart from giving money to the poor, what can you do? You cannot find land for housing. 5 principal officials and 14 bureau directors. Just look at Paul Chan. He was actually to be the Deputy Financial Secretary. He failed in his plans. And then Mak Chai Kwong was arrested. And then he became the Bureau Director. In what way is he prepared to contribute to the people of Hong Kong, Paul Chan? You mentioned land issues several times, but in vain. And the subdivided flats. Well, tidy up yourself first. Tidy up your mess first. you say you're going to do something. Am I correct? All of you have something with yourselves. In future, you may again say that I'm standing in your way. Mr. President, I would not like to say this, but I'm really very angry. We lose today, but this is the start of the anti-LEUNG campaign. I now put the question to you, and that is that the motion moved by Mr. Kwok-hung be passed. Will those in favor please raise their hands? Those against, please raise their hands. Mr. Albert Chan claims a division. The division bell will ring for 5 minutes.
開始表決。
Voting begins. Members, please check your votes. If there's no question, voting is now closed. Display results. The voting results: FC Group 32 present, 9 for, 23 against, no abstention. GC Group 33 present, 18 for, 14 against, no abstention. I think the question is not agreed by a majority respectively of each of the two groups of members present. I declare the motion negatived. We now suspend the meeting till 9 a.m. tomorrow.